John exhaled slowly, hands trembling despite himself, and he said, "Why? Why did they fail?" The intel had been solid. They'd confirmed his location before striking. The entire team had been hand-picked assassins, professionals, and still they'd failed. John clenched his jaw. He didn't have answers, only questions, and the cold taste of humiliation. Worse yet, now he had to consider the backup plan, Swingman's plan, reconcile with Black Scythe, gain his trust, get close, join his team. The thought made him nauseous, and he said, "I'd rather crawl through broken glass." How could he bow to the very man who had cut off his limbs like he was pruning a tree? How could he smile at the monster who'd left him begging for mercy? But the timing couldn't have been worse. The angel's voice still rang in his ears from earlier. "Clear 5 trials. Form a 5-person party. 2 will be eliminated." The mission was clear. No team, no survival. And with so many players scrambling to form groups, hesitation was a death sentence. John glanced behind him. The followers of the Despair Church were nearby. Loyal, yes, but most lacked the versatility or skill for unknown trials. What he needed now was power, a strong, balanced team, even if it meant working with the devil. He sighed, defeated by the cruel logic of survival, and he said, "I'll never bow to that bastard, unless there's truly no other way." Still brooding, he activated his tracking ability again, habit more than intention, and his eyes widened. The distance had decreased. No, not just decreased. It was shrinking fast. 363 meters, 222 meters, 113 meters. His heartbeat quickened, and he inquired, "Is he coming this way?" Another ping, 31 meters. John's eyes snapped up from the message, and there he was, Black Scythe, calm, casual, dangerous. He approached like a man strolling through a park, not across a battlefield. His hand lifted in an easy wave, a mockery of friendliness, saying, "Hey, John Delgado, how've you been?" His voice was smooth, amused. Ryu continued, "Your limbs all right? Still attached, huh? That's a relief." John stood frozen, caught between fury and fear. His throat tightened. This was the man who had humiliated him twice, but now he was here, smiling, talking as if they were old comrades. John asked himself, what game was he playing? Then John forced his voice to remain steady, saying, "What? What brings you here?" Ryu didn't hesitate and said, "I'll get straight to the point. Let's form a party." The words hit John like a slap, and he inquired, "A party?" Ryu replied calmly, "Yeah, we're one short, and you're the best fit." John's eyes darted to the 3 figures standing behind Black Scythe. 2 men, 1 woman. One of them looked familiar, and he inquired, "Jeffy?" The name slipped out before he could stop himself. That was Swingman's scout, the one he'd hired to track Black Scythe's hideout. Jeffy tilted his head, frowning slightly, inquiring, "Do you know me?" John hesitated, and he asked himself, "He's pretending not to know me. Why?" His appearance was different, perhaps customized. The nickname was the same, but something felt off. Still, if Black Scythe didn't recognize the connection, it was safer not to press it. Then Ryu inquired, "Do you know him?" John gave a sheepish laugh and scratched the back of his head, saying, No, must have mistaken him for someone else." He looked back at Black Scythe, still watching him with that unreadable expression, a smile that revealed nothing, a voice that offered partnership, but John knew better. Logically, there was no way Black Scythe would hang out with someone who had been spying on him. He also seemed to be seeing him for the first time. Now wasn't the time to think about Jeffy. He had received an unexpected proposal, and he said to himself, "If I join, it makes 5. John stood in the center of the monochrome space, arms crossed, lips pressed in a hard line as he weighed the offer in front of him. Just moments ago, he'd been wandering aimlessly, one of the few who hadn't managed to join a party yet. Time was running out. If he didn't form a team soon, he'd be one of the last 2, and everyone knew what happened to them. Elimination. That thought alone made his throat tighten. Then came the unexpected. The notorious Black Scythe reached out to him. Of all people, John's eyes had widened in disbelief. It was hard enough to believe Black Scythe was forming a team at all, but inviting him? And he asked himself, why me? There are so many others stronger than me. A chill ran down his spine. It felt wrong, suspicious, dangerous. He stared at Black Scythe's outstretched hand, hesitating. His instincts screamed caution, but his ambition, the mission he'd sworn to complete, whispered a different temptation, and he said to himself, this could be the only chance I get to get close to him, to kill him, eventually. John's eyes flicked to Black Scythe's face, but the man showed no expression. Cold, unreadable eyes locked onto his. John finally blurted out, asking, why? Why would you want to team up with someone like me? You could pick anyone. Black Scythe's reply was as curt as his demeanor. No questions asked. Just decide if you will or won't. The words fell like lead. No explanation, no emotion, just a countdown. Ryu added coldly, I'll give you 10 seconds. Decide quickly. John's heart skipped and inquired. What? Ryu said. If you don't decide, I'll assume you've refused and find someone else. 10, 9, John said. Wait a second. Ryu countdown begins. 8, 7, panic surged in his chest. The ticking countdown pressed down on him like a crushing weight. Beads of sweat formed on his temple. With 3 seconds left, John clenched his fists and said, Fine, I'll join the team. A flicker of acknowledgement passed through Ryu's eyes, barely, and he said, Then hold hands and recite the initiation phrase. One by one, the group, 5 in total, linked hands in a silent circle. As they chanted the phrase, golden letters spiraled around their wrists, binding them. Then a message appeared. Party number 7,389 has just been formed. Across the fading monochrome space, frantic figures scrambled to form teams. Desperation echoed in their cries as the angelic voice returned. The angel laughed and said, Finally, 7,880 teams have formed and the unlucky 2 are left. One player said, No, please, save me, angel, please, the angel shouted. You should have begged others to join their party, not me. Goodbye. Their screams didn't last long. In a flash of light, 2 lives were snuffed out. A haunting silence followed. Then the angel said, Now that the teams are set, let's start the quest, shall we? The ground quaked. Color returned. The monochrome void twisted and tore away, revealing a new setting. The 5 found themselves in a dark, foreboding cave. Jagged rocks loomed like the ribs of some buried beast, and the damp air was thick with tension. Minjuri's voice trembled slightly, asking, Where are we? Ryu stood at the front of the group, utterly calm, and he said, his voice quiet but firm, It started. We're in the cave of trials. The others exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes, except for Ryu, who stepped forward, not sparing them a glance. Ryu added, We don't have time to dawdle. The first team to clear the trial survives. I'll lead. Follow me. Minjuri, eyes wide, darted after him, and she said, Wait, let me cast a buff. She raised her hands quickly, muttering an incantation. Soft light bathed the group as her buffs took hold. Jeffrey and Ju Seong-tak hurried to keep up. John remained frozen for a moment, watching their backs disappear into the shadows. He muttered under his breath, Damn it. Did I really just join their party like this? He clenched his jaw. Black Scythe hadn't spoken to him since the moment he accepted. No recognition, no instructions, nothing. Just cold disregard. He said to himself, Is he crazy? Why would he invite me if he's not even going to acknowledge me? He sneered inwardly, saying, If only I could stab him in the back right now. But he couldn't. Not yet. The rules prevented any harm between party members. For now. Grinding his teeth, he followed the group. As he caught up, a gentle voice reached him. John Delgado, here, take these buffs. He turned to see Minjuri, her hands glowing. Before he could respond, he was engulfed in light. A sudden rush of power surged through him. John whispered in disbelief, saying, All stats, up by 70%? Movement and attack speed and a barrier? His jaw slackened and he said, These buffs are insane, but Minjuri was already hurrying to catch up with the others. The cave grew darker the deeper they went. Shadows danced against the walls, and an oppressive silence filled the space. Ryu walked with purpose, never hesitating, as if he had walked this path before. He said to himself, eyes scanning the terrain. From the first to the 5th trial, no surprises. I know the strategies. Soon they reached a dead end. Smooth stone sealed the path. One by one, the team gathered before the wall. Jeffrey muttered, confused. The paths blocked. As the last of them, John and Minjuri, caught up, glowing text flickered in the air. Welcome to the Cave of Trials. We will now begin the first trial. Endure the monster's attacks for 10 minutes. Success, unlock the next trial. Failure, Eliminate one party member through a vote. John's brow furrowed, inquiring, endure attacks. What does that mean? Then more text followed. Monsters will soon invade the cave. The monsters are under an invincible effect, so they cannot be harmed. If the party endures for 10 minutes without receiving significant damage, the trial will end. However, if the damage exceeds a set threshold, it will be considered a failure. In case of failure, one party member will be eliminated through a vote. John's face turned pale. His voice rose, inquiring, "Wait, we can't hurt them? And if we get hit too much, someone dies?" The others didn't panic. Their silence was steady, calm. They had known. Prophecy had warned them. The first trial, we need a tank, but their team had no tank. Still, Ryu stepped forward without hesitation. He ordered, "Everyone, get behind me." One by one they obeyed, backing against the cave wall. John glanced at the others, confused and uneasy. He fell in line, eyes narrowing at Ryu's back, and he asked himself, what's he going to do? Take them on alone? His thoughts raced. The monsters were invincible. How could one man possibly hold them off? But Ryu didn't waver. He stood tall at the center of the cave, arms loose at his sides, eyes fixed forward. As the countdown echoed across the chamber, monsters will appear in 10 seconds. Everyone prepare for their arrival. Ryu simply exhaled. John watched him, heart pounding, and for the first time he wondered, just what kind of monster is Black Scythe? John Delgado exhaled, trying to calm his nerves. The cave felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then, as if on cue, a chilling message echoed in his mind. Trial 1. Survive the monster onslaught for 10 minutes. Team damage must not exceed 50%. John muttered, running a hand through his thick hair. 10 minutes of survival, huh? That's easy if you have a tank. He turned toward the front of the group, where Ryu stood calmly. Ryu didn't look worried at all. Ryu began to say to himself, if you have a provocation skill to draw aggro, or a knight's defense like an Sang Cheol, you can block it. But Ryu didn't bother with provocation or defense skills. He simply stared up at the jagged ceiling, eyes gleaming with a sharp, dangerous light. Then, with a whisper of motion, the scythe cracked through the air like a whip, its black blade extending unnaturally, as if alive. Dozens of massive stalactites shattered from the ceiling and came thundering down like meteorites, slamming into the floor with a resounding boom. John stumbled back, eyes wide, inquiring, what the hell? The stalactites slammed down in perfect alignment, forming a wall of natural stone bars across the cave entrance. When the dust settled, it became clear. The cave mouth was completely blocked off, encased in a cage of rock. Just behind that wall, they heard the snarls and hisses of approaching beasts. John moved closer, peering through the narrow gaps between the stalactites. There they were, werewolves, their fur bristling with rage, and lizard men, their slitted eyes glowing in the darkness. The monsters clawed and bit at the stone barriers, trying desperately to squeeze through, but they were stuck, helpless, furious, and yet they couldn't do a thing. John turned his head slowly, looking at the black scythe again. The man hadn't even broken a sweat. His expression was calm, almost bored. John said, stunned, he blocked the monsters with falling stalactites. Who even thinks of that? The others began to realize it too. Minjuri inquired, we're really safe, Jeffrey said. I think so. It's like a monster zoo. The entire party settled down, some sitting, others leaning back, all of them relaxing for the first time. The beasts remained just 10 meters away, howling in rage. Yet they couldn't harm a soul. Ryu turned toward them, lowering his scythe. He said casually, the first trial is as good as done. Take a break. We've got 10 minutes. John let out a low laugh and sat down, shaking his head in disbelief, and he muttered, incredible. So simple, and yet so brilliant. 10 minutes passed in relative peace. Though the monsters never stopped trying to break through, they might as well have been on the other side of a prison wall. Then the moment arrived, and a message appeared. You have succeeded in the first trial. Team damage, 0%. The door to the next trial will now open. The stone wall at the end of the chamber shuddered and slid open, revealing a dark path forward. Simultaneously, the monsters behind them vanished as if they had never existed, leaving nothing but silence. Ryu stood and said, let's go. No one hesitated. They followed. The next chamber was much larger, a circular arena lit by eerie, glowing moss. The walls were scarred and cracked, as if others had battled here before and lost. John glanced around, then looked up as a new message appeared in midair. Trial 2. Eliminate 100 golems within 1 hour. Ranged attacks and magic are ineffective. Failure to clear the trial will result in one party member being eliminated by vote. John blinked and inquired, "What?" He turned toward Ryu, who hadn't flinched, and he said to himself, "Immune to ranged weapons and magic? That rules out archers and mages entirely. If Dark Soul were here, he'd be dead weight." The room began to rumble again, and a message appeared. "The monsters will appear in 10 seconds. Prepare yourselves." But Ryu simply stepped forward, raising his scythe again, and he said, "Everyone stay back. I'll handle this." There was no argument, not one. John watched as the others stepped back, leaving the center of the chamber to him alone. Even the ones he hadn't yet figured out, Jeffy, dumb fools, democracy, they said nothing. Then came the quake. All around the room, the ground cracked open and rock fragments rose into the air, twisting and spiraling into massive humanoid shapes. 5 golems formed, each one over 3 meters tall, with shoulders like boulders and fists the size of battering rams. John's mouth went dry and he said, "Here we go." But before the golems could take even a single step, a blur of black light swept through the chamber. All 5 golems collapsed like sandcastles struck by a wave. John could barely process it, and he said, "What? That was 2 seconds?" Then a message appeared. "You have defeated a golem of the second trial. Experience plus 1.53%. Gold plus 600. Experience plus 1.53%. Gold plus 600. Over and over the messages repeated. Then Ryu moved like a phantom, the scythe lashing out in arcs so fast John couldn't even follow the blade, only the results. Every few seconds a new golem formed, and was shattered the moment it stood. Ryu never slowed, never missed, never stopped. To the others, it might have seemed like overkill. To John, it looked like art, and he said, "I've never seen anything like this. He's not just strong, he's overwhelming." Another message appeared. "You have succeeded in the second trial. Clear time 00199. The door to the next trial will now open." The wall shifted again, opening the path forward. John stood in stunned silence for a few more seconds before snapping out of it and joining the group as they began moving again. As he followed the black scythe into the unknown, one thought echoed in his mind. "This man isn't just a leader. He's a force of nature." The others trailed behind. Each step they took sounded louder in the silence that followed. The new chamber they entered was circular, the stone walls lined with strange runes that pulsed faintly with blue light. As the last of them stepped inside, an ominous message carved itself into the air in glowing letters. "Eliminate 100 golems within an hour. Success. Open the next trial. Failure. A party member will be eliminated through voting." As the text faded, new lines replaced it, more specific and far more concerning. "The golems of the third trial are special monsters immune to melee weapons. You must eliminate 100 golems within the 1-hour time limit to complete the trial. If you fail to eliminate 100 golems within the time limit, you will be considered to have failed. If the trial is not overcome, a party member will be eliminated through internal voting. Soon, golems will be summoned inside the chamber." John's face tightened and he inquired, "Immune to melee weapons?" His hand instinctively went to the summoning wand at his hip, but he knew immediately it was useless. He wasn't a mage. He had no ranged skills. He was, for this trial, completely useless. A lump formed in his throat as he turned to the only person he could rely on. The black scythe, the strongest magic user he had ever seen. Ryu said, stepping forward with calm resolve. "I'll take care of it." John felt a wave of relief. Of course, it's him. He always handles it. But not everyone shared his confidence. Minjuri, the team's buffer, blinked at the black scythe in surprise, inquiring, "Huh? Wait, can you use magic?" There was an awkward pause. Apparently this was news to her. Ryu replied smoothly, "I can. I learned it recently." Minjuri said, "Oh." That one simple word was all Minjuri gave in return. No suspicion, no doubt. Just a small nod before she stepped back, silently entrusting the trial to him. Then a message appeared. "The monsters will appear in 10 seconds. Please prepare for the monsters' appearance together." The countdown began, each second ticking by like a drumbeat of tension. John's breath grew shallow. Then, With a burst of light and a grinding sound like stone scraping steel, 5 golems emerged from the floor. Towering, lumbering masses of earth and metal, their glowing eyes scanned the group with mechanical hunger. And then, a fork of blinding lightning surged from the black scythe's hand. The air shook with the roar of energy. In an instant, the 5 golems shattered like clay pots hurled against a wall. John's mouth went dry, and he said in surprise, "One hit?" That was a single spell. He'd seen the black scythe unleash devastation before, but it still struck him like a hammer to the chest. The power, the control, it was inhuman. Within moments, the entire chamber was littered with crumbled remains of what had been 100 golems. Then a message appeared. "You have succeeded in the 3rd trial. Your team's clear time is 0022. As a reward for success, the door to the next trial will open." The door groaned open. John stood still for a moment, staring in disbelief at the decimated battlefield. And he said to himself, if we hadn't had him, if the team was all melee fighters, we would have been running for our lives, just trying to avoid the golems for an hour. Then we'd have to vote someone off just to proceed. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. With quiet gratitude, he followed the black scythe through the newly opened doorway. The next space was different, narrow, intimate, and strangely quiet. Before anyone could speak, another message appeared, this time far stranger than before. "Help the angel win the battle. Success. Open the final trial. Failure. A random party member will be eliminated." John blinked and inquired, "Wait, this isn't a combat trial?" New message followed swiftly. "Soon an angel and a demon will appear before you, each ready to strike. The demon is inherently stronger, putting the angel at a disadvantage. Help the angel win to complete the trial. This time, dealing damage to the demon is prohibited. Only support skills are allowed. Therefore, the only way to assist the angel is through support skills. Use skills to turn the tide of the unfavorable battle. If the angel is killed by the demon, it will be considered a failure. If the trial is not overcome, a random party member will be eliminated." John's mind raced. This is a test of support abilities, buffs, heals, anything to aid an ally in battle. His eyes shifted immediately to democracy, and he said to himself, she's got a full buff loadout. With her skills were golden. But before she could step forward, the black scythe spoke again. "I'll handle it. Just watch." John whipped his head around and inquired, "What?" Again, this trial wasn't built for a mage, or so he thought. The black scythe didn't even have any known support abilities, did he? Before John could process his confusion, the trial began. A beam of light and a plume of shadow erupted from the floor. In a flash, the angel and demon appeared, both warriors, both snarling with hatred. The angel cried, "You filthy demon!" The demon roared back, "Die, you wretched angel!" The battle began immediately, blades clashing in a brutal dance. It was clear within moments. The demon had the upper hand. Stronger, faster, more brutal. The angel faltered with each swing. Then John saw the black scythe move, and a warm golden light enveloped the angel. John's eyes widened, inquiring, "Emergency treatment? That basic field skill?" He almost scoffed, until he saw the angel's gashes mend completely in seconds. No way. He'd used that skill himself. He knew its limitations. It was a band-aid at best, not a miracle cure. And yet, here it was. The angel, reborn in strength and vigor, launched a renewed offensive. The battle shifted. The demon staggered. The angel shouted with renewed fury, blade glowing with divine light. "Die! Die, you demon scum!" Then the angel's sword pierced the demon's chest. The demon screamed and crumbled into smoke. Then a message appeared. "You have succeeded in the 4th trial. As a reward for success, the door to the final trial will open." John could only gape. Once again they had triumphed. Because of one man. The others murmured among themselves, stunned. But John stood silent, a mix of awe and emptiness bubbling inside him, and he said to himself, "There's nothing left for me to do." With a bitter smile, he turned to follow the black scythe. But then he stopped and he asked himself, why isn't he moving? The black scythe stood motionless, his gaze fixed on something invisible in the air. John squinted, and then he realized. He's reading a system message, and he was right. A faint chime echoed in Ryu's ears, a tone he had come to recognize well. It was the system's message. There is a hidden subquest. Complete more than 3 trials alone. Reward upon success. Rune Package. You have completed the sub-quest. A rune package has been awarded to your inventory. At the sight of the system messages materializing in front of him, Ryu's lips curled into a quiet, satisfied smile, and he said, "Finally, it's here, the sub-quest reward." The reason he had taken on each trial almost single-handedly, shouldering the burden, casting the spells, and stepping forward when no one else could, had not been out of altruism. No, it was a calculated move, a risk designed to reap this precise benefit. And he added, "I needed to secure the sub-quest reward no matter what," and he had done exactly that, even if the first trial hadn't counted, since he hadn't been the one to endure it directly. The second, third, and fourth trials were his alone to carry, and now the reward was his to claim. Still, this wasn't the end. There's one more sub-quest hidden in this round. Ryu glanced sideways. His eyes landed on John, the necromancer, and he said to himself, "That's why I brought him along." The final trial wasn't just another obstacle, it was an opportunity. One more hidden challenge, and to clear it, he needed a summoner, not for himself, but for his teammates. Ryu added, "This one is for them, not just me." Of course, he didn't include the necromancer himself in that category. He tapped into the system with practiced ease, summoning the inventory interface and selecting the glowing rune package. Then a message appeared. "You have used the rune package. Congratulations, you have obtained the rune of reputation. The acquired rune will be automatically engraved on the player's body." Then a glowing sigil flared briefly over Ryu's skin, just above the heart, before vanishing into his body. Rune of reputation. Effect: your reputation in the other world increases by 1 level. There is no neutral stance, and you will receive favorable treatment wherever you go. He arched a brow and said, "So that's what I pulled?" Truth be told, he hadn't expected much. Rune packages were known to be randomized. Each time a different rune appeared. He had gambled on this one being useful, and it had paid off. Better than he thought. One by one, new reputation notifications filled the air around him. The reputation of humans towards the last time traveler has risen from mortal enemy to hostile. The reputation of demons towards the Black Scythe has risen from friendly to very friendly. The reputation of humans towards the Black Scythe has risen from friendly to very friendly. The reputation of elves towards the Black Scythe has risen from very friendly to eternal ally. The reputation of dwarves towards the Trailblazer has risen from friendly to very friendly. The list went on and on. Ryu said, "Not bad at all." Every title he possessed, Black Scythe, Trailblazer, Last Time Traveler, was affected. All neutral reputations turned friendly. All friendly reputations climbed another step. Even the elves, usually the most reclusive and difficult race to deal with, now saw him as an eternal ally. Ryu's smirk deepened. His fingers twitched in silent anticipation, and he said, "This will save me a ridiculous amount of time. No more pandering or favor quests." The benefits stretched far into the future. Originally, he had only planned to visit the elves in the 13th round to collect crucial materials. But now the dwarves were on the table too. And the demons, they were practically allies, he said calmly, closing the system interface with a flick of his wrist. "Let's move out." The rest of the party, waiting patiently for their leader's signal, stirred into motion. Led by Ryu, the group arrived at the entrance to the final trial. Before them stretched a shadowy corridor, long, silent, and impossibly dark. The air was so thick with unease that even the bravest of them hesitated to approach. Minjuri asked, her voice tense, "Is this the place?" Suddenly, glowing message appeared mid-air. "Within 1 hour, all party members must pass through the traps and reach the end of the passage. Success, registered as a survival team and evaluated for experience points. Failure, total annihilation." John blinked, inquiring, "Total annihilation?" Before anyone could react, more messages followed. "In front of you is a passage shrouded in darkness that no light can illuminate. Traps are scattered throughout the darkness, and touching a trap will immediately annihilate the target. However, once a trap is triggered and annihilates a target, the trap will be removed and will not regenerate. If all party members safely reach the end of the passage within the time limit, the trial will end. Conversely, if you fail to reach the end of the passage within the time limit, it will be considered a failure. All skills except for summoning are prohibited here. Due to limited visibility, rely on each other's backs and proceed calmly. A cold silence settled over the team. One wrong step, one misjudged move, one toe across the wrong square, and it was over for everyone. The tension should have been suffocating, but John, he was grinning. His eyes sparkled with mischievous glee, and for the first time in the entire series of trials, he stood a little taller. This trial, this one, was his. He chuckled under his breath, and he said, "A pitch-black hallway full of instant death traps, and summoning is the only skill allowed? This is practically made for me." Feeling the tide shift, John's chest puffed up with pride. He straightened his shoulders and cracked his knuckles, grinning smugly, saying, "This looks like a trial that's impossible without a summoner, doesn't it?" Democracy glanced at him in confusion and said, "It seems so. What should we do?" John tilted his head, lifting his chin arrogantly, saying, "You guys should consider yourselves lucky." Minjuri frowned and inquired, "Huh? What do you mean?" John turned slowly, his robe fluttering around him like a magician unveiling his trick. He declared, basking in the spotlight, saying, "Because I'm a summoner." His tone was soaked in confidence, and his grin couldn't have been smugger. For the first time, he held the key. He was the vital piece of the puzzle, and he knew it. A small fire lit in his chest, the thrill of purpose, the feeling that, finally, he mattered. With that fire fueling him, he turned to the one person who had outshined him in every trial so far, the Black Scythe, a man he had admired and feared in equal measure. But not this time. This time, John had something to offer, something indispensable. He smirked, and for the first time ever, spoke with a hint of arrogance. "Hey, Black Scythe." He spat out the words like venom. The others in the party looked up, startled by the sudden aggression. But John wasn't afraid. Why should he be? Party members couldn't harm each other in this world. That rule had given him the courage, no, the arrogance, to do what no one else dared. A dark glint flashed in his eyes as he continued, voice loud and mocking, saying, "Well, look what we have here. A trial that requires my cooperation, huh?" He chuckled, a dry, bitter sound, and added, "Looks like fate's finally decided to smile on me." The Black Scythe's gaze remained calm, unreadable. He asked flatly, "What are you getting at?" John's lips twisted into a sneer, saying, "You still have points left, don't you? Transfer 10 million to me, right here, right now. And while you're at it, get on your knees and beg. Maybe then, just maybe, I'll show you some mercy." Minjuri's voice trembled with disbelief, saying, "Hey, John Delgado, what the hell do you think you're doing?" John didn't even look at her. He snapped, saying, "Shut up, Buffer. I'm talking to him." He jabbed a finger toward the Black Scythe, the air around him thick with hostility. But the John wasn't finished. He said, voice rising like a madman spiraling into obsession, "You heard me. 10 million points and a sincere apology. If you don't comply, I won't cooperate with this trial. And we all know what that means. We all die." The air turned heavy. Jeffy gulped nervously. Ju Seong-tak clenched his fists. But Ryu, he didn't even flinch, and he asked calmly, "Doesn't that mean you'll die too?" John shrugged, a crazed smile spreading across his face, and said, "Yeah, sure. I'd love to go solo, but you'd all just tag along anyway, like pathetic chicks chasing their mother hen. So I'd rather blow everything up. All of us, gone." Ryu asked, "You'd throw away your life over a petty grudge?" John's face twitched. His expression darkened like storm clouds before a downpour. He hissed, saying, "A petty grudge? Cutting off someone's limbs is petty to you?" His voice cracked with anger, and he shouted, "You think you understand? You think you know what that felt like?" His shout echoed across the silent chamber, raw with bitterness. He said again, 10 million points and a sincere apology. If not, I'll let this whole party burn. I don't care if I go down, as long as I take you with me." But inside, his threat was hollow, an act, a desperate bluff. He didn't want to die. He wasn't suicidal, but he was sure that if he pressed hard enough, the Black Scythe would break. John said to himself, he has no choice. He won't risk his precious party. He grinned inwardly, already imagining the moment he received the points. With 10 million, he could buy an instant max-level experience pack. Power would be his, real, undeniable power. He'd finally stand on equal footing with the man who had humiliated him. He said to himself, Once I'm maxed out, let's see who's kneeling then. He could already taste the victory. But then Ryu said coldly, "Get lost." John blinked. His smirk faded and he inquired, "What?" Ryu repeated, eyes colder than the void behind him. "I said get lost. We'll make it through ourselves." A beat of silence. Then John's voice cracked with disbelief, saying, You're bluffing. You need my summons. You heard the rules. One wrong step, and it's instant annihilation. You can't do this without me." Ryu didn't reply. He simply stepped forward, toward the abyss of darkness. John froze. The entire chamber seemed to hold its breath, and then Ryu stood calmly on the void, unshaken. John asked himself, "He's fine?" John's eyes widened in disbelief as the man turned to his team. Ryu's voice was clear, commanding. "What are you waiting for? Follow me." Minjuri stammered and said, "Yes." Jeffy and Ju Seong-tak snapped to attention. Ryu instructed, saying, "Line up. Don't fall more than 3 steps behind. Stray even once and you're gone." Without looking back, he continued walking into the darkness, and the others followed. Behind them, John Delgado stood frozen, and he asked himself, what the hell is going on? He had been so sure, so certain that the trial couldn't be cleared without a summoner's help. After all, the path ahead was a death trap, designed to claim anyone who stepped out of bounds. Summoners were essential. Sacrificing creatures to test the path ahead was the only way, wasn't it? But the Black Scythe was already halfway through the trial, and not a single summon had been used. John's hands trembled at his sides. Far ahead, Ryu smirked quietly and said to himself, "He's baffled." Of course John was. Who wouldn't be? This trial had a notorious reputation. The abyssal path killed instantly. The only known method to clear it was using summoned creatures to reveal safe routes. But Ryu was different. He didn't need summoned creatures, because he'd walked this road before. As a regressor, Ryu remembered everything, the layout, the traps, every misstep and every safe foothold. He had died here once, and because of that, he now knew the way forward. He said to himself, 5 steps ahead, trap. He sidestepped precisely 2 steps, dodging the hidden snare like a practiced dancer. The party behind him mimicked his every move, eyes wide, breaths shallow, trusting his memory completely. Ryu Min said to himself, "There's no risk. Not for me. Not for them." The others didn't know it, but he could have completed this trial alone. The only reason they were here was to fulfill the minimum party requirement. And as for John Delgado, there was a special reason for him. The second sub-quest, overcome the trial without the help of a summoner, Ryu added. To complete it, the entire party, excluding the summoner, had to reach the end first. And if the summoner arrives last, he gets hit with a permanent debuff. The rest of us get rewarded. John's inclusion had never been about cooperation. It was punishment. Ryu said to himself, "You tried to kill me once, John. Now it's time you paid the price." With quiet satisfaction, Ryu stepped across the final threshold. As his foot landed, the rest of the team followed. Minjuri, Jeffy, Ju Seong-tak. Each one emerged safely from the abyss. Then, a mysterious message appeared before their eyes. "You have discovered a hidden sub-quest. Overcome the final trial without the help of a summoner. Reward upon success. Immunity elixir. You have completed the sub-quest. The immunity elixir has been added to your inventory." For a moment, no one spoke. The members exchanged stunned glances, blinking in disbelief. A hidden quest? And it was completed? Then Minjuri asked hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper, "Did you get it too, Black Scythe?" "The sub-quest reward." Ryu gave a calm nod and said, "I did." She glanced at the bottle now gleaming in her inventory. It was small, with a swirling, iridescent liquid that seemed to shimmer with unnatural power. But Ryu's expression was different. Unlike the others, he didn't stare in confusion. He understood immediately what they'd just received. Immunity elixir. Category, consumable. Grade, legendary. Effect, grants complete immunity to all attributes for 1 minute. Restriction, master grade and above. Description, a bitter potion that negates all elemental and attribute damage perfectly. Effective even against the strongest magic. His eyes narrowed slightly and he said to himself, This isn't just rare. This is a trump card, a once-in-a-lifetime kind of item. He recalled a potion he had seen once before inside the Tower of Trials. the indomitable resistance potion. That had offered 95% resistance to the three major attributes: fire, ice, and lightning. But this was better. This was absolute immunity. For one precious minute, nothing could touch you. Fire, curses, poison, darkness, time-based magic, all nullified. Ryu said to himself, short in duration, but in a battle against an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, even 1 minute can decide life or death. Then Ryu's gaze hardened and he said to himself, a potion like this, not even Victor can craft it unless he's at the pinnacle of his alchemy. Getting this now is beyond fortunate. Still, while Ryu's thoughts raced ahead with analysis, the others were grappling with a more pressing question. Minjuri furrowed her brows, arms crossed. Wait, the quest said without a summoner's help. That means we wouldn't have even gotten this reward if we'd followed John. Jeffrey spoke up, astonished. So, we got this because we followed Black Scythe? They turned toward him again, now with something more than awe in their eyes. Curiosity? Suspicion? Minjuri stepped forward and inquired, Black Scythe, did you know this subquest would appear? Ryu tilted his head slightly, a faint smirk tugging at the edge of his lips, saying, I'm not a prophet. How would I know that? Minjuri didn't seem satisfied and inquired, You really didn't? He repeated, calm and unbothered. I said I didn't. She looked into his eyes, searching for a lie, but his calm demeanor gave her nothing. Her voice dropped in disbelief, and she said, Then how did you avoid the traps in that corridor? We couldn't even see them. The only thing we could do was follow your lead. Ryu turned his head slightly, offering only one word. Instinct, she inquired. What? Ryu said coolly, shrugging. I just avoided them by instinct. Minjuri blinked. His answer was absurd, and yet somehow, knowing him, believable. She speculated, saying to herself, maybe he has a special rune that detects danger, or maybe he really does have absurd instincts. Still puzzled, she dropped the subject. There were more urgent matters to consider. Then Jeffrey asked, We've completed all 5 trials now, haven't we? Ryu's eyes scanned the group, then turned toward the abyssal darkness behind them, saying, Not yet. One person hasn't arrived. Minjuri said the name with hesitation. Ah, John Delgado, then hesitantly glanced at Black Scythe and asked, I heard something happened between the two of you? Ryu replied shortly. There was an incident. It's not important, she said, waving her hands nervously. I'm not trying to pry. Just wanted to warn you. He's been acting off lately. Ryu gave a faint chuckle. A level 50 warning a level 90? Minjuri flushed, saying, Sorry, that's not what he said softly, offering a rare smile. No, thank you. I appreciate your concern. Minjuri looked at him, a bit flustered, and said, You're welcome. She rubbed the back of her neck. For a moment, there was an awkward pause, and she asked eventually, Do you think he'll come? John, Ryu said firmly. If he doesn't want to die, he'll come, she said. But what if he's trying to delay on purpose? He could be plotting something, maybe even revenge. Ryu's expression didn't change. His voice was calm and confident. Don't worry, he'll come. Elsewhere, in the abyssal corridor, John Delgado stood in pitch-black silence, staring ahead into the void, his fists clenched at his sides. He muttered, Did they really leave me behind? Those fools! They actually ignored my warning and followed that man? He couldn't believe it. Black Scythe had just walked into the corridor without hesitation. The others had followed him, all of them. John tried every tracking skill he had. None worked. His summoner's senses were blocked. Every method failed. A grim satisfaction crept into his face. And he said, They're dead. They must be. There's no way they made it. Even someone as skilled as Black Scythe couldn't survive in that corridor without guidance. There were traps everywhere. Silent, invisible death waiting at every step. He added, idiots, dying just because they followed the wrong leader. John summoned his creatures one by one, using them as test subjects. Whenever one vanished into the darkness, he summoned another. One died from fire, another collapsed from poison, a third was torn apart by unseen blades. He said, I'll survive. I have to survive. 10 minutes passed in this slow, tedious march. Sacrifices were made. Blood was spilled. Finally, he saw it, a flicker of light. He whispered, a grin creeping onto his face, and said, The exit, I made it. He stepped forward triumphantly until a cold voice echoed from ahead. It was Ryu who said, You finally arrived. Took you long enough. John froze. His smile shattered. There, standing in the light, arms crossed and expression unreadable, was Black Scythe. John stammered, How are you alive? Ryu didn't even blink and said, How? I walked, avoided the traps, crossed over. John's mouth went dry, and it wasn't just Black Scythe. The entire party stood there, alive, unscathed, and looking directly at him. Their expressions had changed. Gone was the respect or neutrality from before. Now, they looked at him like someone they could no longer trust. John's heart sounded, and he said to himself, Damn it, my image. It's ruined. He had gambled and lost. Black Scythe hadn't just survived. He had led them and earned their loyalty. Although John Delgado told himself their opinions meant nothing, the sting of their scornful looks burned through his pride like acid. He kept his head high, barely, but his clenched jaw betrayed the frustration boiling beneath the surface. He said to himself, How dare they? They're not better than me. But deep down, John knew the truth. That wasn't the issue at all. No, the real problem was standing right in front of him. Black Scythe, the very man he'd mocked and belittled just hours ago, now stood triumphant, bathed in shadow, calm as ever. The contrast between them couldn't have been more humiliating. Ryu's voice was smooth, laced with a subtle menace, saying, What was it you said earlier? Offer 10 million points and kneel to beg for forgiveness? John's throat tightened. He forced out a shaky laugh and said, Well, that, Ryu cut in and said, We'll discuss it further once we get out of here. We'll need to have a physical conversation. John's face twisted into a grimace. That tone, that phrasing, it wasn't a conversation. It was a beating with words wrapped around it. John thought, his confidence crumbling. Damn it, I'm screwed. The weight of his own arrogance crashed down on him like a stone wall. He'd never imagined this outcome. Never thought that Black Scythe would actually make it through the 5th trial alone. Never. He bit the inside of his cheek. Damn it, lucky bastard! Still trying to rationalize it, still clinging to excuses, even as the true punishment descended upon him. As a message appeared, you were the last to arrive at the 5th trial as a summoner. For lacking consideration for your party members, you are penalized. All stats will permanently decrease by 50%. All summoned creatures' stats will permanently decrease by 50%. John froze. His lips moved soundlessly, inquiring, What the hell is this? The message hovered in front of him like a divine curse. His pupils shrank. He croaked, saying, Permanently, 50%, even my summons. He staggered backward a step, swaying like a man hit by an invisible blow. This wasn't just a slap on the wrist. It was a death sentence for his future potential. His stats, his power, his identity, halved, erased, punished beyond repair. His body trembled. Cold sweat dripped down his temple. Unexpected blow after blow kept landing, until he couldn't even form a proper thought. From the side, Ryu watched him silently. He asked, voice calm, almost amused, What's wrong? Is something the matter? John didn't respond. He couldn't. He was trapped in the storm of his own despair, drowning in it. Ryu smirked and said to himself, He's broken. The once cocky summoner now looked like a hollow shell. According to the stat analysis, John's power had dropped to below level 30 standards. Ryu said to himself, I could kill him here and now, end the problem before it begins. Then Ryu mused. His eyes narrowed and said, But no need to rush. I'll check the situation with the Messiah first. For now, John Delgado would be spared. A defeated enemy was sometimes more useful than a corpse. Then a message appeared. You have succeeded in the 5th trial. Team completion time 00:15:49. Congratulations! You have completed all the trials. You will soon receive experience points based on your performance. Calculating experience points. Please wait. A warm glow enveloped the remaining party members. Gasps followed almost immediately. Minjuri shouted, eyes wide with delight. Whoa, Black Scythe! I just jumped 12 levels, Jeffy added, his grin stretching ear to ear. I'm level 60 now, Ju Seong-tak practically shouted. I made it to Master Grade, Juri announced excitedly, her fingers already flying across her skill window. I even got a new skill. The buzz of excitement spread like wildfire through the group. For a brief moment, the grim aftermath of the trial faded beneath the glow of growth and progress. Even John, slumped and pale, received something. Ryu Min glanced his way, scanning his expression. Only one level up, huh? Ryu chuckled to himself. He said, turning back to Juri. Minjuri, what's your new skill? She replied. It's called Buff Zone. Want me to show you? Ryu said. Go ahead. Juri nodded enthusiastically and began with the standard trio of buffs. Then a message appeared. Bless. All stats increased by 80%. Swift. Attack and movement speed increased by 80%. Safety barrier. Protected from 2 physical attacks. Then she activated Buff Zone. A radiant yellow circle flared to life beneath their feet, expanding in a dazzling 30-meter radius. The air around them shimmered like sunlit glass. Jeffy asked, eyes wide. What does it do? She explained. While we're inside, the buffs I cast are stronger, and their duration resets. Ryu felt the changes immediately, and a message appeared. Bless, now plus 100%. Swift, plus 100%. Safety barrier, now blocked 3 attacks. He raised an eyebrow and he said to himself, it's like she's casting at max level. His thoughts drifted for a moment, and he asked himself, what would happen if she reached the max level herself? Would the buffs go beyond 100%? Could they hit 120%? It was exciting. He looked at her with new appreciation, and he added, I've never kept her alive long enough to see this in previous cycles. I'll keep her alive until the end this time. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his smile vanished. His expression hardened. He sensed something. Someone was approaching, very close. A presence within 60 meters? That wasn't supposed to happen. Not at this point in the trial. Not unless it was... Minjuri's voice was tinged with concern. Black Scythe? What's wrong? He said, nodding toward the darkness. Look, all heads turned, and from the shadows a figure emerged. Radiant, imposing, otherworldly, an angel, but not just any angel. This one was different, taller, brighter, more terrifying. Over 10 massive wings stretched behind it like a golden sunburst. The party fell silent. Even John, still trembling from his punishment, looked up in awe. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He knew immediately, and inquired, an archangel? He opened his mind, rune of inner thoughts active. A name rose to the surface, Sariel. The archangel's deep voice echoed across the chamber, saying, So, you are Black Scythe. Sariel stepped forward, drawing a gleaming, curved blade from between his wings, and added, If you don't want to die, don't resist. You're coming with me by order, Ryu Min thought, locking eyes with the glowing figure. An order? From whom? He focused harder. He read Sariel's thoughts. Michael. The name hit like a thunderclap. The highest-ranking archangel. The one who commanded even the likes of Sariel. Ryu said to himself, So it's really him, Michael. The one I met in the 68th cycle. The one who leads all of heaven's legions. Ryu's gaze darkened. This wasn't a random encounter. It was a calculated move, a divine bounty, and he was the target. He needed more information, and with the rune of inner thoughts, he would get it easily. Sariel's thoughts were overflowing with fury and righteousness. He wasn't just here to arrest Ryu Min. He was here to make an example of him. But Sariel didn't know everything, and Ryu wasn't planning on going quietly. A heavy silence lingered in the air, thick with tension, as the angel descended with a cold gleam in his eyes. His voice, though divine in tone, carried a sneer that sliced deeper than any blade. And he asked, No answer? Are you mute? Sariel's lips curled with contempt as he slowly raised his curved sword and said, I wasn't told the infamous Black Scythe was a silent dog. He muttered to himself, voice dripping with arrogance, as if he hardly considered Ryu worth the breath it took to speak. He continued, Even if you can't speak, you're not deaf. I'll say it again. Resistance is... But before he could finish, a calm yet commanding voice sliced through the tension like thunder through still clouds. Jeffrey. Sariel blinked. The human had spoken. Ryu didn't even glance at the angel. His eyes, calm yet burning, stayed fixed ahead as he addressed the man behind him, saying, Take the party members and retreat. Get as far back as you can. This place is about to become a battlefield. His tone was quiet, but firm. Jeffrey nodded instantly, already moving, saying, Understood, Black Scythe. With the party beginning their withdrawal, Ryu turned back toward the angel, and what he saw on Sariel's face was priceless. The angel's expression twisted into something far from heavenly. His perfect features contorted in disbelief and then fury. His aura began to tremble, as if his divine composure had been shattered. Sariel spat, eyes narrowing, saying, "So, you do have a tongue after all." Ryu smirked coolly and said, "And I have a finger to insult you with." He raised his hand without hesitation and extended his middle finger toward the angel, a deliberate and unmistakable gesture. Sariel's eye twitched. The muscles in his jaw clenched, and for a moment, all the heavens seemed to shudder with his restrained fury. He shouted, "You've become arrogant just because you've gained a bit of power, for a mere human." Then suddenly, Sariel's eyes widened. His voice faltered. His gaze had fallen to the pendant hanging from Ryu's neck. He said, his tone shifting into one of disbelief and alarm, "That necklace, where did you get it?" Ryu tilted his head lazily and asked, "Why? Interested?" he asked. His voice thundered like a bell tolling for doom. "Do you even know what that is?" Ryu only chuckled and said, "You're quite talkative for someone who looked so stern a moment ago." And then, darkness. Like ink spreading through clear water, shadows bloomed from Ryu's form. His body was suddenly cloaked in a writhing mass of black energy. The air trembled. Ryu used his skill. Reaper transformation activated. Black tendrils of death coiled around his limbs as his eyes glowed red like twin embers in the abyss. Then, Demon's Blessing is activated. An unseen voice echoed in the void. Mechanical, ethereal. Current total stats: 109,967. Angel kill rewards calculated. Gold reward up to 1,000 equals 109,967,000. Stat point gain up to 10% equals 10,996. Demon reputation increase, slight, buff duration, until end of round. Ryu scanned the notifications with a glint in his eye. He opened his status window and couldn't help but smirk. Strength, 25,274. Intelligence, 27,325. Agility, 27,532. Luck, 29,836. And those numbers didn't even include the buffs cast by Minjuri or the power zones he had placed strategically on the battlefield. In addition, he held the Rune of Balance, the Rune of Slaughter, the title of First Angel Slayer, and his Reaper transformation. He murmured to himself, flexing his fingers. Plus, I got a hefty stat reward from defeating Remiel. Indeed, Ryu was far stronger now than when he'd taken down the former Archangel, but strength alone wouldn't guarantee victory, not against Sariel. He narrowed his eyes and said to himself, I can't underestimate him, even if he's only ranked 6th. He'd need to test Sariel, probe his abilities, assess his speed and precision, and once he was sure, Rao added, I'll kill him without mercy. The air itself trembled. Killing intent from both sides filled the battlefield, like two storms about to collide. Across from him, Sariel stared with growing fury. That necklace, that blasphemous demonic symbol, burned in his vision like a cursed brand. He sneered, saying, I had planned to be merciful, but now his hands trembled, not with fear, but rage. His divine nature rebelled at the sight of that pendant, a symbol of disgrace, a reminder of the ancient war between angels and demons, a war he had bled in. He asked, You dare wear that proudly? And he shouted, Arrogant human, I'll make you suffer until you beg for death. His plan to take Ryu alive shifted. He could bring him back in pieces if he had to. Sariel narrowed his eyes and said, But that form... The black scythe now resembled something more than a man. Cloaked in shadows, gripping a scythe that dripped with spiritual darkness, he looked like the god of death himself. But Sariel scoffed, saying, It doesn't matter how well he mimics a god. A bug is still a bug. He could feel it. The darkness Ryu wielded, though powerful, could not rival his own divine essence, not even close. Sariel, the Archangel of Death, raised his chin with serene arrogance and sneered, saying, Come at me, human. I'll generously give you the first move. His voice, laced with contempt, echoed like a divine decree. But Ryu gave no reply, no words, no emotion, just movement, a blur, sudden and explosive, as Ryu lunged forward, his weapon slicing the air in a deadly horizontal sweep aimed straight for Sariel's waist. Surprised, only for a heartbeat, Sariel's expression barely shifted, and he said to himself, "A waist-level strike? Predictable. That hooked weapon had a flaw. Dodging backward was suicide. Most would jump or block, but Sariel was not most. His eyes narrowed and he said, "I'll dodge forward." With perfect timing, he stepped in, narrowly evading the blade, closing the distance in one elegant motion. The tip of his curved sword gleamed as he drew it back, poised for a fatal thrust into the enemy's chest. But then, he said, "No, that's too easy, too merciful." His blade snapped upward, arcing like lightning, and carved through the black scythe's arm. A scream tore through the cavern. Minjuri cried in horror. "Black scythe!" Sariel glanced toward the spectators, trembling humans who watched like it was a gladiator match. His lip curled in disdain, saying, "Pathetic, to be so arrogant with such pitiful skill." But then, his smirk faded. Something was wrong, very wrong. A chill ran down his spine, ancient and primal. Danger. He spun, instincts roaring, but too late. 5 of his 6 wings were severed in an instant. Golden blood sprayed into the air. Sariel staggered, gritting his teeth as pain lanced through him. Behind him stood the black scythe, intact, whole, smiling. Ryu said, "Good instincts. I aimed for all 6. Sariel's mind reeled. He looked back. The version of the black scythe whose arm he'd severed was gone, vanished. He whispered, saying, "A clone." The realization hit like thunder, and before he could react, their blades collided again. Sariel grunted, parrying desperately. He asked himself, "Why am I being pushed back?" His strikes were sharper than mortals could see. He was the archangel of death, drawing on the very power of darkness itself, a force older than time. Yet this man, this human, was overwhelming him. Each clash sent shockwaves through his arms. He said to himself, "It's not possible. Darkness cannot lose to darkness of a lesser rank. No human should be able to—" Another blow, another clash. His footing slipped. He added, "He's getting faster, stronger." Cold sweat dripped down his brow. His arms ached. His remaining wing trembled from strain, and then pain. He gasped. All his wings gone, sliced cleanly. He hadn't even felt it happen. He inquired, "When?" Panic bloomed in his chest, and he said, "This is dangerous, truly dangerous." With his pride bleeding alongside his golden blood, Sariel made his choice. He gripped his sword, and it began to tremble, a low, haunting wail echoing through the air. It wasn't metal. It was the soul itself, screaming. He was unleashing the forbidden technique, cry of the soul. The cavern trembled. The wail spread like a curse. It clawed into the minds of every living thing around. The spectators dropped to their knees, faces twisted in terror, eyes wide with horror. Their limbs refused to move. It was over. Sariel smirked and said, "No creature can resist this. No one, not even him." He stepped forward slowly, confidence returning with each stride, and said, "The game ends here. I'll take just your arms." He approached his seemingly paralyzed opponent with cruel grace, convinced that victory was sealed. But then the black scythe looked up, unshaken, unaffected, eyes glowing with a power far beyond mortal or divine. Ryu smirked and said, "Game? You thought I was playing?" Sariel froze mid-step. His heart skipped. The black scythe smiled, not with glee, but revelation. Ryu added, "I was gauging your strength." Sariel's mind screamed and asked, "Why didn't it work?" There was no time to think, only time to run. But his wings, gone. He leapt, trying to flee, but fell, powerless. A flash erupted. The scythe glowed silver with a brilliance unlike any earthly or heavenly light. Moonlight flash, a single strike, and the cavern collapsed. Boom! Rocks fell. Dust swallowed the battlefield. And where Sariel once stood, nothing but rubble and ruin. Far behind the collapsed stone, hidden among rocks, a small group of survivors looked on. John, crouched in the shadows, asked, What just happened?" John's voice trembled, barely louder than a whisper. He stood several paces behind the party, the dim light of the cavern casting long, uneasy shadows over his pale face. His breathing was shallow, eyes wide with disbelief as he tried to process the chaos that had just erupted before them. Moments ago, the battlefield had been still, ominous. Yes, but still. Then came the angel. Wings radiant and eyes glowing with power, the angel had seemed too majestic, too holy to belong in this forsaken place. And yet the very moment its feet touched the cracked stone floor, it drew its weapon, not to protect but to kill. And its target? The black scythe. John had frozen. He murmured to himself, lips dry. An angel just showed up. But then, why attack Black Scythe? The others around him weren't handling it much better. Jeffrey was pacing with short, nervous steps, chewing on the edge of his glove. He asked, glancing back toward the battle, "Will the Black Scythe be okay?" The mood seemed grim, Jury said, arms crossed, but her voice lacked its usual sharpness. "He'll be fine. No matter how strong the angel is, it's still the Black Scythe we're talking about." Jeffrey hesitated, said, "But angels can pop heads, just like that." Boom, Jory muttered, eyes narrowing. "Oh, that's true. Maybe it is dangerous." John, however, wasn't afraid for the Black Scythe. In fact, he was rooting against him. He thought bitterly, watching from the safety of distance. "Yes, good. Come on, Angel. Kill him, please. Go for it." He clenched his fists, heart pounding with hope. The twisted kind that only festers after spending too long in the shadow of someone stronger. And then it happened. The angel cut off the Black Scythe's arm. John's mouth opened in sheer glee. "Nice! Go, Angel!" But his celebration was short-lived, because the Black Scythe didn't even flinch. A shimmer of black smoke dissipated from the figure, revealing the truth. A clone. The real Black Scythe stood unharmed, a dark grin spreading across his face, and he inquired, "What? How? There are two of him?" Just like that, the tables turned. The angel was fast, but the Black Scythe was faster. A deadly dance unfolded before them. Blades clashed, but slowly, steadily, the angel's wings began to tear. One by one, they were ripped from his back like petals from a flower. By the end of it, the heavenly being stood barely upright, bloodied, broken, and wingless. Then came the screech. It echoed through the cavern, high, unnatural, and wrong. The very air trembled. John dropped to his knees, covering his ears, eyes wide with primal fear. Around him, Jury and Jeffrey let out strangled gasps, their bodies stiff, locked in place. "Ah, ah, ah!" The ground trembled beneath them. John slowly lifted his head. The dust began to settle, and through it, he saw ruin. The cavern wall was shattered, its edges glowing with residual magic. Lying on the rubble-strewn floor were the remains of the angel, his body torn in two, upper half barely intact, wings gone. John said to himself, "It's over." He stared at the wreckage, jaw clenched. Disappointment flooded him. The one hope snatched away just like that, the Black Scythe, untouchable as always. But then his eyes sharpened, and he said, "Wait a minute." As a necromancer, John had spent years dealing with corpses, human, monster, and occasionally worse. But this was different, an angel's corpse. The potential was unimaginable, and he said, "Could it be possible?" His pulse quickened, his hands trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. He added, "If I could control that angel, if I raised him as one of my own," he could feel it now, the magic forming in his mind, the threads of a forbidden spell curling at the edge of his thoughts. A weapon, no, a chance, a tool powerful enough to finally tip the scales, to bring down the one man no one could touch, the Black Scythe. He grinned faintly, eyes glinting with dark ambition. He added, "This could change everything." On the other side, Ryu stood a few paces away, his expression unreadable. The silver glint of his scythe caught the dim light, still humming with residual energy from the strike that had ended it all. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at Sariel's twitching body, and he said, "He looks like a corpse, but he's not dead, not yet." The mark of death, still active, painted a faint aura around the angel's body, a threadbare flicker of life force barely clinging to existence. A gust of stale air ruffled Ryu's cloak, As he took a step forward, boots crunching over broken stone, he tilted his head thoughtfully and said, I didn't expect it to end like this from a single moonlight slash. Either I've gotten stronger, or he was weaker than expected. After exchanging several blows with Sariel earlier, Ryu had taken his measure. Stronger than Ramiel, yes, but not by much. Perhaps his speed had been slightly higher, his aura slightly darker, but ranked 6th among the 7 archangels. That title now seemed laughable. Ryu said, that wail of his at the end, it was unexpected. A fear-based ability? A sneer tugged at Ryu's lips and added, too bad it didn't work. Anyone else might have been paralyzed, but I'm not anyone else. His resistance to status effects had reached an impressive 90.2%, further bolstered by 2 recently acquired rings, each granting a 40% bonus. The combined effect made him nearly immune to tricks like Sariel's. Then Ryu said, I boosted my resistances precisely for moments like this. Good investment. With slow, deliberate steps, Ryu approached the fallen angel. Sariel's chest rose and fell with ragged gasps, but his ears twitched at the sound of approaching footsteps. His pale, blood-speckled face twisted into a sneer. Ryu said coolly, as the Archangel of Death, you seem dangerously close to death yourself. Sariel coughed, blood bubbling at the edge of his lips. Ryu crouched, resting the butt of his scythe against the ground. His eyes glinted with casual disdain, and he said, ranked 6th? Was that fear-inducing shriek your only trick? No wonder you climbed the ranks. Just noise and fear. How disappointing. Sariel's glare held no shame, only rage. Even broken and dying, his pride remained intact. His voice came out as a rasping whisper. Just kill me. Ryu leaned in slightly, smile faint, and said, before that, I have a few questions. Sariel spat, saying, you think I'll answer them? Ryu said, you don't need to. Ryu didn't need Sariel's words, not when he could read thoughts as easily as one reads the pages of an open book. Ryu asked, are you archangels the ones behind the survival game? Or is it the system acting on its own? Silence. Ryu asked again, who created the system? Still silence. Ryu inquired, what's the goal behind all this? Why the kidnapping? Why the trials? Again, Sariel gave no verbal reply. But his mind, bitter and unguarded, spoke volumes. He was saying to himself, foolish human, how would I know something like that? I'm not one of the creators. Maybe Lord Raguel, rank 5, would know. Yes, perhaps he knows the origin. Ryu Min's eyes lit up subtly and said, Raguel? So that guy holds the secrets I want. He dug deeper, searching Sariel's mind for any stray insight. But there was nothing new, only confirmation of what he'd already suspected. Then his senses twitched. A flicker on his radar, 60 meters away, an irregular breathing pattern. A presence filled with anticipation. Ryu turned his head slowly. A grin touched his lips when he saw the source. John Delgado, the party's necromancer. The man stood half-shrouded in darkness, staring intently at Sariel's corpse. His eyes gleamed with a hunger that could only belong to someone deeply obsessed with death. Ryu asked himself, why's he staring like that? Curious, Ryu walked toward him, closing the distance until he could tap into Delgado's thoughts. He was saying to himself, if the black scythe kills that angel, I might be able to raise it, turn it into my servant, though I'm not sure if it'll work on an angel. Ryu's brow lifted and said, ah, right. We had a necromancer in the party. He wants to collect Sariel's soul or reanimate the body, huh? He chuckled inwardly and inquired, can a holy being even be turned undead? I'd like to see that. Stepping back, Ryu returned to the broken archangel. Sariel's mind was still filled with venom, and Sariel shouted, just kill me already, you arrogant scum! Ryu raised his scythe and said, I was planning to anyway. Sariel's eyes widened and inquired, what? With a sound like a hammer shattering stone, the scythe slammed down, splitting Sariel's skull clean in two. A breath, then silence. Then message appeared. You have defeated one of the 7 archangels, Sariel. Stat points plus 3,299. Gold plus 32,990,100. You have received condensed ether as a reward for killing Archangel Sariel. You have received Rune of Darkness. It will now be engraved on your body. Reputation with the demon faction has slightly increased. Plus archangels defeated, 2 out of 7, completion. Reward? Ryu straightened. dark mist curling faintly around his body as the rune etched itself into his skin, cold, burning, and powerful all at once. And he said, "So this is the rune of darkness, huh?" He opened the details. Rune of darkness. Grants free manipulation of darkness to use 3 effects. Must be used in the absence of light. Flight. Forms wings of darkness. Barrier. A dark shield that can reflect or trap projectiles. Scatter. Blade-like bursts of shadow. Hybrid physical/magic damage. Ryu's smile grew and said, "Versatile. I can fly, defend, and attack. Very nice. The light restriction doesn't matter either. I have Night of Death. I can make my own darkness." Without hesitation, he began distributing his new stat points. Strength, 15,368. Intelligence, 16,088. Agility, 16,160. Luck, 16,960. The boost from Minjuri's buff still lingered, magnifying his stats even further. No wonder Sariel felt weaker than Ramiel. With his title that doubled stats against holy beings, angels were doomed from the start. Then, movement caught his eye. John Delgado was approaching, careful, reverent, like a priest approaching a sacred altar. He knelt beside Sariel's corpse, whispering a low incantation. "Rise!" The word echoed like thunder in the silence. A swirl of eerie purple light engulfed the corpse. The air vibrated with supernatural energy. A moment later, something stirred. Woo! From the center of the light, a translucent form emerged. Sariel's soul. The once divine being now hovered in silence, its eyes vacant, devoid of its former brilliance. Chains of celestial power snapped like twigs as Sariel's soul bowed and knelt before John. No words were exchanged, but the message was unmistakable. He had succeeded. John's eyes widened in disbelief. Then joy exploded across his face. He cried, elated, almost laughing, saying, "Success! It's a success! I did it! I really did it!" But his celebration was short-lived. A voice, cold and sharp as a blade, rang out behind him. "What did you succeed at?" John flinched. He spun around instinctively, dread rising in his throat. Black Scythe had appeared silently, like a shadow stalking its prey. John's confidence shattered in an instant. He stumbled back, then pointed shakily at Ryu and shouted, "Kill him! Kill that guy!" He barked the order like a madman, desperate to survive. The newly bound Sariel should have obeyed, but nothing happened. Sariel stood still, cold and unmoving. It didn't even glance at Ryu, because it recognized him as an ally. Ryu narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. His smirk was wicked and full of contempt. He said, stepping closer, "You seem to have forgotten. The party hasn't been disbanded yet." John's lips quivered and said, "Ah," but Ryu's voice dripped with venom. "And you want to kill me that badly? Even if it means turning an angel into your puppet?" Ryu chuckled, low and dangerous, and added, "You really think that's going to work? The real Sariel couldn't even touch me. He died like a dog, and now you think his ghost is going to save you?" John couldn't respond, because he knew Ryu was right. Still, with the penalties weighing down on him, this was all he had. A desperate gamble to claw his way back up. Ryu shook his head in mock sympathy and said, "Do what you want with the angel. Raise him. Worship him. It doesn't matter." He leaned in closer, his presence suffocating, and added, "But hear this. Crawl near me again, and I'll crush you. No mercy next time." John stood frozen, his knees weak. Unaware, he had just narrowly escaped death, thanks to the angel's current allegiance. Ryu turned his back and walked away, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, and he said to himself, "Now that I think about it, if I kill that summoned angel, will it count as killing a real one? If it did, he could stack the effects of Demon's Blessing again." He considered testing it right then and there. But for now, Sariel was still marked as an ally. Ryu added, "Guess I'll wait until the party disbands after the round ends. Then we'll see." He smiled faintly to himself and said, "I'll let him live, for now." Later, in the colorless space, the familiar voice of an angel rang out. "Is everyone gathered?" The featureless, colorless expanse that marked the round's end filled with returnees one by one. Ryu's team stood among them, solemn and silent. The angel continued, letting out an exaggerated sigh. Let's check how many teams survived, shall we? We began with 7,880 teams, but only 2,389 teams remain. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Many had fallen, most likely during the brutal fifth trial. Without a summoner, survival had been impossible. The angel said, "Originally, we would rank the surviving teams and eliminate the bottom half." The angel's wings fluttered gently and added, "But we are far short of the threshold. Only 2,389 teams made it. We required at least 3,940. The players exchanged uneasy glances. This was unprecedented. Then the angel continued, "Due to the shortfall, all 2,389 teams will survive. The total number of survivors stands at 9,994. The angel added, "Now then, let's tally the individual rankings. The criteria should become clear." The air shimmered. A translucent window of light appeared before them. 12th round results. Integrated Area CAEA 001. First, Black Scythe, level 91 Reaper, 200 kills. Second, Dark Knight, level 60 Dark Knight, 100 kills. Third, Aged Man No Gay, LV 60 Black Mage, 100 kills. Ranking criteria, number of monster kills. Someone blurted out in disbelief, inquiring, "Monster kills?" Another groaned. "The golems from the second and third trials. Then supporters were never going to win." Murmurs of regret spread like wildfire. Another said, "Oh no, if I'd just killed 10 more." The angel's voice cut through their complaints, and she said, "In the case of ties, priority was given based on speed. Now, on to the rewards." Before Ryu, a golden message floated. "Congratulations, you are the top player in this region. Rank, first, Black Scythe. Reward, Rune Bundle. Reward, Special Reward, Selection Box." He sighed, though a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he said under his breath, "Winning first place again? It's getting a little boring." But deep down, he knew it was his rightful reward. He opened the Rune Bundle first. "You have obtained the Rune of Gale. Effect, attack speed and movement speed plus 100%. Rune has been automatically engraved," he murmured, impressed despite himself. "Nice. Very nice." His already blinding speed would now be doubled, a monstrous increase. But even as he absorbed his reward, his mind drifted elsewhere, and he said, "Michael." The name of the archangel ranked first echoed in his mind. He had only felt a glimpse of the power that being possessed. He wasn't sure how their strength compared now. Ryu added, "I need to keep pushing forward, just in case he descends into the real world." The thought sobered him. If Michael appeared in reality, even Ryu might not be able to protect what mattered most. His eyes narrowed, and he said, "I won't let anything happen to my brother." Without hesitation, he activated the special reward selection box. Choose one of the following special rewards. EXP buff, double EXP for 13th round. Mercenary guild rank up. Information about the 13th round. Ryu's voice was firm, saying, "The choice is obvious." He was holding back on leveling up intentionally, so EXP was worthless. And information? He could survive without it. But the guild rank, he said, "With one more rank, I'll finally get the chance to hunt dragons." He chose option 2. Then a message appeared. "Your mercenary guild rank has increased from expert to veteran. You are one step closer to unlocking dragon hunts." The message brought a fierce gleam to his eyes. He was almost there, just one step away. The message of the end appeared. Round 12, complete. Unified Area CAEA 001. Plus survivors, 9,994. Soon, your soul will return to your dimensional body. Round 13 begins at midnight, January 1st, 2023. Congratulations on surviving. Ryu closed his eyes as light engulfed him. Ma Kyung-rok rose from the bed, the crisp white sheets rustling beneath him as he sat upright. A smug, self-satisfied smile crept across his face. Quiet, subtle, but unmistakable. He murmured to himself, a deep exhale escaping his lips. "I'm glad. This time, I finally earned a ranking reward." The clock on the wall blinked 5 a.m. in red, ominous digits, but there was no way he could go back to sleep. His mind was far too active, pulsing with leftover adrenaline and tension from the trials. With slow, deliberate movements, he stepped into the hotel suite's small kitchenette, pulled out a bottle of whiskey, and poured himself a glass. 2 fingers, neat over ice. He muttered bitterly, "Last round, I thought I was done for." His reflection in the glass, disheveled hair, dark shadows under his eyes, the amber drink glinting in his hand, stared back at him like a stranger. In the 11th round, even the majestic Han Riverview had seemed suffocating. He'd sat at this same window helpless, staring out as if the answers were buried in the rippling waters. But not this time. He whispered, saying, 0 points. I thought I'd fall behind, but I held on. The prophet's cryptic voice echoed in his mind. The individual ranking will depend on the number of monsters slain. Go solo and slay as many golems as you can. And he had. Alone, with no backup, he'd carved his way through the second trial, slaying all 100 monsters. He clenched his fist, recalling the desperate flurry of spells, the sweat-soaked grip of his sword. It had all paid off. Second place. Almost first, but not quite. He gritted his teeth and said, still couldn't beat him. That bastard, Black Scythe. His lip curled in frustration. A melee dealer, no less. How the hell did a close-range fighter manage to kill 200 monsters solo? Magic? Maybe. Or some hidden weapon? A bow, perhaps? Kyung-rok shook his head and said, no, it wouldn't matter even if he had a wooden stick. The man was a monster in human form. In Black Scythe's hands, even the weakest gear became lethal. That truth stung more than the liquor burning down his throat. He sighed again, his bitterness sinking deeper. Memories from earlier rounds resurfaced like bile, and he said to himself, he could have partied with us, with me, Arin, and Sang Cheol, but he refused. Took only Min Juri with him. That decision had never sat right with him. He hadn't said anything aloud, but the rejection felt like a slap. Why Min Juri? Why not him? His eyes narrowed, swirling whiskey in his glass, ice clinking with each turn of his wrist. He said, his tone dark, he's always with that buffer. Are they dating? The thought twisted like a thorn in his chest, but he shook it off, scoffing, saying, no way. Who'd like a guy like him? Rude, cold, acts like he's better than everyone else. Then a pause. His jaw tightened, and he said, unless you're Christine. The name lingered in the air, hanging heavier than smoke. He took another swig of whiskey. Christine, elegant, composed, reserved. A healer with sharp eyes that saw through most, but not, apparently, through Black Scythe. He said bitterly, she tries to hide it, but I can tell. She likes him. He had noticed. Those small glances, that softening of her voice whenever she mentioned Black Scythe. He hated how quickly she changed when that name came up. He muttered, so what if he saved her life? It doesn't mean she should fall for him. He slammed the glass on the table with a dull thud. The ice jumped. He shouted, she has a fiancé, me. Though their engagement was more political than romantic, it still meant something, or it should. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration, saying, a month ago I didn't even care who she liked. But now, seeing her look at him like that, his fists clenched. He didn't even know what he was feeling anymore. Rage, jealousy, despair, maybe all of them. Heavenly Demon added, he's already number one. He's already the region's representative. Now he wants to take someone else's woman too? Ma Kyung-rok was no saint. He knew it. But something about Black Scythe just drove him insane. The man was too perfect, too composed, untouchable. He spat, saying, if I'd known this would happen, I should have saved her myself. Damn it! Even the prophet came to mind now, and with him, a surge of misplaced irritation, and he said, he must have known that Black Scythe would save her. Damn you, prophet. He stood abruptly, pacing across the room. He said, eyes flashing, no, there's one way to stop this. If I can prove that Min Juri is his girlfriend, Christine will give up. It was a desperate thought, a petty one, but he clung to it like a man drowning. There was just one problem. He knew nothing about her. No name, no face, not even a guild affiliation. The same was true for Black Scythe. Both operated in shadows. No public appearances, no leaks, nothing, he asked himself. And what if she's not his girlfriend? The thought slowed him. Then came another wave of resentment. He said, even if she isn't, anyone would stick to her. With buffs that strong, speed, strength, reflexes almost doubled. His mouth twisted into a sneer, saying, I'd love to have her beside me. Just imagine the advantage. He had even tried finding her once. Her real identity, her address. But it was a dead end. Eventually, he gave up. With a grunt of irritation, he downed the rest of his whiskey. The bitter taste clung to his tongue. The ice rattled at the bottom of the glass like the remnants of a plan gone cold. He stared at the ceiling. He muttered with a smirk. Perfect night for a job. When the stress built too high, he knew what helped, killing. He walked to his laptop, booted it up, and logged into his secret server. Rows of names and files flashed across the screen. Criminals, targets, scum. He said, "Let's see who dies tonight." He was so immersed in scrolling through their records, scanning crimes, faces, addresses, habits, that he lost track of time. Dawn broke fully behind him, spilling golden light across the suite. His stomach grumbled. He muttered, surprised, "Is it this late already?" Breakfast time was long gone, but it didn't bother him. With his usual arrogance, he stood, stretching with a yawn. He added, "The chef will make something if I ask." He smirked to himself, already imagining bacon and eggs served with trembling respect. He had vengeance, pride. Just then, the sharp buzz of his phone broke the silence. He frowned and inquired, who could be calling at this hour? Glancing at the screen, he blinked in surprise and said, "It couldn't be." Then he swiped to answer, a trace of curiosity lacing his voice. "Yes, this is Ma Kyung-rok." "What? Really?" There was a pause. Then a burst of laughter exploded from his throat, the kind of rare, honest joy that startled even him. He laughed and said, "Thank you. Got it. Yes, goodbye." As he ended the call, his entire face lit up. The shadow that had hung over him just minutes ago was gone, replaced by an expression of disbelief and exhilaration. He whispered the words like they were some kind of spell. "Kospi listing. Approved." He clutched the phone tightly, as if afraid it might all vanish if he let go. He laughed and said, "Just like the prophet said, Kospi listing in just 6 months." His voice echoed in the room, triumphant and breathless. A rush of memories flooded his mind. He thought of his father, Ma Dai-chul, a towering figure of success and cold expectations, the man who had always looked at him not with pride, but with disappointment, the man who constantly compared him to a younger version of himself. He said to himself, "My father'll be shocked." No, stunned. He never believed I could do it. He couldn't hold it in. Without hesitation, Ma Kyung-rok dialed his father's number with trembling fingers. When the line connected, he delivered the news like a child desperate for praise. And this time, he got it. A few words of surprise, a rare acknowledgement, and suddenly, the hunger he'd forgotten returned, but not for food, for validation. The whiskey sat untouched now, forgotten, because nothing in that bottle could match the high he felt now. He said, to get listed on Kospi wasn't just business. It was power, legacy, revenge. A company has to be over 3 years old, sales over 100 billion won, capital over 30 billion, net profits of over 6 billion across 3 years. He murmured the numbers to himself, shaking his head in amazement. He had met every condition, surpassed them. His player place Co-Nerlanity, the company reborn from the ashes of Chunma Consulting, had done what even he thought was impossible. And he said, "We're no longer a startup, we're a large corporation now. And more importantly, I've finally earned his recognition." Despite being the eldest son, Ma Kyung-rok had never once felt like the heir. He had the brains, the ruthlessness, the ambition, but his father's gaze always slid past him, as if he were invisible, because his expectations for him were too high. He could still hear the cold voice of Ma Dai-chul, scolding him during every family gathering. "At your age, I built Samsung Electronics from a scrap of nothing, grew it into a titan that holds 65% of our market cap. What have you done?" Those words had carved themselves into his mind like scars. No matter what he achieved, it was never enough. But now, he had done the unthinkable. Heavenly Demon said, he told me to start a company, gave me seed capital, said if I ranked in the top 30 on Kosdaq within 5 years, he'd name me heir. It was a deal. A contract written in cold blood. For 4 years he clawed and bled, pushing Chunma Consulting to its limits. But even after all that, they barely scratched 85th. With 1 year left, he had nearly given up. And then the world changed. The great change turned life upside down. Chaos reigned. Society trembled. But where others fell apart, Ma Kyung-rok adapted, and he said, "They say opportunities only come to those who don't give up." He met Ryu Min, the prophet, his benefactor, his turning point. With his help, the company transformed into player place market, and now, just 6 months later, they were listed on Kospi. It's all thanks to the prophet. A pang of guilt suddenly struck him, and he said, "Didn't I curse him this morning?" He'd been irritated, resentful of Black Scythe's growing presence. His anger had spilled over, and even the prophet hadn't been spared his silent blame. Now regret settled in. He said aloud, straightening his posture, I'll welcome him properly when he arrives. After all, he had already called Ryu, inviting him to hear the news in person. The door creaked open, and a familiar voice entered. Congratulations in advance, President, and Sang Cheol, his ever-loyal dog, gave a respectful bow. He had been there since the beginning, through every backdoor deal, every murder cleanup, every moment of rage and regret. Ma Kyung-rok smiled, this time warmly saying, Chief An, you've worked harder than anyone. Thank you. An bowed again, and he said, I didn't do much, Ma Kyung-rok said, chuckling. No, you did plenty. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. You helped me relieve my stress more than anyone. They both knew what stress meant. Chief An had been the shadow behind every kill, cleaning up bloodstains, manipulating CCTV footage, ensuring not a whisper escaped. He was the loyal shadow to a man with a dark thirst. Then the bodyguard inquired, Did you inform the chairman? Ma Kyung-rok replied, Yes. He didn't believe it at first, asked if it was really true. He laughed and added, Of course he didn't. Even I can barely believe it. The bodyguard asked, Why didn't you tell the prophet? He replied, He already knows, said he'd come to congratulate me. If that isn't a sign, I don't know what is. The mood was celebratory, so much so that Ma Kyung-rok personally arranged a party for the employees. A rare gesture from someone so cold. The bodyguard asked, Did you have breakfast? He said, No, I forgot. When you've waited 5 years for something, you don't really feel hunger. His eyes were shining. The weight of those years seemed to lift from his shoulders all at once. And then a knock. The bodyguard said, President, the chairman is here. Ma Kyung-rok's expression shifted instantly, from joy to guarded tension. He turned. There he was. Ma Dai-chul, towering and stern as ever, stepping into the room with his commanding presence. His tailored suit was flawless, his expression unreadable. But it wasn't just him. Following close behind were Ma Kyung-rok's younger brothers, the second and third sons. And just like that, the smile on Ma Kyung-rok's face froze, turned brittle. He said, voice quieter now, You're here, father. His eyes flicked to his brothers. They weren't smiling, and neither was he. They were family only in name, strangers bound by blood. And now, in this moment of glory, the true battle began. Ma Kyung-rok had 2 younger brothers. The second, Ma Kyung-sang, was a year younger, a sharp, calculating man with a permanent chip on his shoulder. The third, Ma Kyung-soo, was 2 years younger, and though he smiled more often than the others, his eyes never smiled with him. As children, they fought. Oh, they fought like hell. Broken toys, scraped knees, bloodied noses. They had it all, but never anything serious. Never anything they couldn't forget after a shared meal or a scolding from their father. But adulthood was different. They didn't fight over toys anymore. They fought over money, and not just any money, a fortune. The kind of wealth that turns siblings into strangers and rivals into enemies. They hadn't just been born with silver spoons in their mouths. They had diamond spoons, polished and encrusted, waiting to be passed down once their father, Ma Dai-cheol, the patriarch of the mighty Osung group, drew his final breath. Of course, they all knew who the heir was supposed to be. The eldest son, Ma Kyung-rok, a fact that gnawed at Kyung-sang and Kyung-soo like rats in the walls. It wasn't fair, they claimed. Ma Kyung-rok wasn't special. He was stiff, arrogant, a man of average skill propped up by tradition. They had the brains, the drive, the vision. Why should he take it all? They stormed to their father with fire in their eyes and words honed like blades. Kyung-sang had snapped. It's unfair. He's not fit to inherit everything, Kyung-soo added. I've already doubled the quarterly ROI in my division, and he's still riding your coattails. Their arguments weren't baseless. Ma Dai-cheol, a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, wasn't blind. He had said, leaning back in his chair like a king in court, Fine, then let ability decide, not age. Whoever proves their worth shall inherit the group. It was that moment, that exact moment, that the bond between the brothers truly shattered. Now, they stood face to face for the first time in months, in the center of the opulent banquet hall, beneath the glittering chandeliers and the quiet hum of corporate elites sipping champagne. Ma Kyung-rok stood tall in a tailored navy blue suit, his expression cold as ice. His younger brothers approached, expressions tight, smiles faker than the flowers lining the marble pillars. Ma Kyung-rok's voice was sharp enough to slice through the tension. "What are you doing here?" Kyung-sang's lip curled, saying, "What do you think? We're here to congratulate you." Kyung-soo chimed in with mock cheer, saying, "Can't your little brothers offer a few kind words?" Ma Kyung-rak's eyes narrowed. "I don't want your congratulations. Leave," Kyung-sang said, shrugging. "Come on. Do you think we wanted to come? It was father, no, the chairman, who asked us to be here." As if summoned by the name, Chairman Ma Dae-cheol's voice thundered from behind them. "Enough! Must you fight even here?" The old man walked forward, his presence commanding even in silence. His eyes, still sharp despite his age, pierced through all three sons. He said, "I brought you here to witness your brother's achievement, to reconcile, not draw swords." None of them replied. Their silence spoke louder than words. From behind the crowd, another voice chimed in, smooth, charismatic, and loud enough to demand attention. "That's right, boys. Isn't it time you acknowledged your brother?" They turned to see a well-built man striding in, bodyguards flanking him like shadows. It was Ma Dong-won, the mayor of Seoul, their uncle. Ma Kyung-rak blinked in surprise, inquiring, "Uncle, you're here too?" Dong-won gave a hearty laugh and said, "No need to be formal with me, Kyung-rak. I'm still your uncle, remember?" He approached and gave Kyung-rak a friendly pat on the back, saying, "Congratulations. Did you plan all this yourself?" Ma Kyung-rak replied calmly. "I kept it modest," he said. "Modest? For a company that returned to Kospi after 5 years? Nonsense." Ma Kyung-rak's lips curved into a confident smile and said, "This is only the beginning. My goal isn't just a listing. It's to lead Osung. I'm not stopping here." He turned and met his brother's eyes, his gaze dripping with superiority. The smile he wore said one thing: "You've already lost." Kyung-sang's jaw tightened. Kyung-soo's fists clenched at his sides, and they said to themselves, "That smug bastard. If it weren't for him, everything would be different." Mayor Dong-won burst into laughter again. "Ha ha 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 ha." And he said, "That's the spirit. The future heir of Osung needs that kind of confidence." He looked to the chairman and inquired, "Brother, surely you're no longer worried about your successor?" Ma Dae-cheol smiled faintly and said, "No. With these results, there's no more to say." Dong-won said, "He even exceeded your expectations. Wasn't the requirement just to reach the top 30 of Kosdak?" Ma Dae-cheol said, "Yes, and he made it into Kospi. He's done far better than I imagined." At the praise, Ma Kyung-rak bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Chairman." It was rare, incredibly rare, for his father to offer compliments. This one felt like a crown placed on his head. But the faces of his brothers twisted with rage and resentment. If this was meant to reconcile them, it had failed miserably. If anything, it made things worse. But maybe that's what their father had planned all along. Ma Dae-cheol said to himself, "Good. Envy him, resent him, let your hatred fuel your growth." He had no intention of reconciling them. He simply wanted to spark a fire of competition. But he had no idea he was pouring gasoline onto dry wood. Then came the moment that shattered any pretense of civility. Kyung-sang said, his voice suddenly casual, "By the way, brother, isn't it time you told us?" Ma Kyung-rak tilted his head slightly and inquired. "Told you what?" he said. "Your nickname." The room seemed to still. Ma Kyung-rak's expression hardened. The nickname. In the other world, the virtual world they all inhabited as players, your nickname was everything. Your identity, your legend, and your greatest vulnerability. There was only one reason they'd ask. They wanted to track him. They wanted to kill him. He narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Why?" Kyung-sang said, feigning innocence. "Just curious," Ma Kyung-rak countered. "What's your nickname then?" Kyung-soo smirked and said, "Respect your elders. You go first." Ma Kyung-rak's voice lowered like a blade being unsheathed. "Fine, Black Scythe," Kyung-sang snorted, saying, "Stop joking." Ma Kyung-rak said, "I'm serious." Kyung-soo's eyes gleamed with challenge and said, "Then prove it. Use the duel feature. No weapons, no skills. Just your bare hands. Fight both of us." Ma Kyung-rak inquired. "What?" he said. 2-on-1. If you're really Black Scythe, you can handle that, right?" A hush fell over the banquet hall. They weren't just provoking him, they were challenging him, publicly, in front of their father, their uncle, and everyone in power. Ma Kyung-rak clenched his fists slowly. If he had a weapon, it would be easy. If he could use his skills, he'd crush them. But bare-handed, even for Black Scythe, That was a tall order. He looked at them both, his brothers, his rivals, his enemies, and realized this wasn't just a duel. This was war. It was a ridiculous provocation, childish even. But Ma Kyung-rok didn't respond. He couldn't, not without a weapon. Sure, he had guts, but guts wouldn't protect him in a bare-knuckle brawl against trained brothers who smelled blood. If they fought here and now, it'd be suicide. Instead, he drew in a deep breath, clenched his fists behind his back, and forced a crooked smile. He said coolly, "Fine, I lied a bit. I'm not Black Scythe. Are you satisfied?" His younger brother sneered, his lips curling in arrogant triumph. "I knew it. What nonsense pretending you're Black Scythe," the second brother scoffed. "Why lie about something so easily exposed, you bastard?" The word bastard echoed like a slap across the room. Ma Kyung-rok's face darkened, his jaw clenched, the muscles ticking. Around him, his brother's gazes turned colder, sharpened like knives drawn under the table. A shout tore through the thick tension. "What are you doing?" It was Ma Dae-cheol, their father, the chairman. He had been watching silently up until now, but even he couldn't stomach the open hostility anymore. He added, "You, talking about duels and whatnot, are you here to fight your brother?" One of the brothers sighed dramatically and said, "See, we told you we didn't want to come." The other, arms folded, eyes burning with contempt, and said, "But you insisted on dragging us here." The chairman's face turned red with fury, veins pulsing in his temples, and said, What? You rascals!" But his sons didn't flinch. In the past, perhaps they would have bowed their heads, because back then the successor hadn't been chosen, but not now. Ma Kyung-rok had proven himself, had conquered 13 rounds in the other world, had grown the family business into a Kospi-listed behemoth. Everyone knew it. The successor was decided. One brother rolled his shoulders and said, "Honestly, we don't understand why you brought us here." The other waved dismissively, saying, "If it's to tell us to learn from our amazing brother, we're leaving," the chairman roared, half rising from his seat. "You ungrateful bastards," their uncle Ma Dong-won cried, eyes wide with disbelief. "Hey guys, how can you speak to your father like that?" But the brothers were already walking away. Before leaving, one of them glanced back at Kyung-rok, his voice dripping with venom. "Kyung-rok, be careful on dark roads." The other added with a smirk, "Don't get too cocky just because you survived up to the 13th round." Ma Kyung-rok muttered. "What?" His brother added, "Remember, those who hold their heads high stumble over the smallest stones." Then they were gone, leaving only silence and the echo of threats behind them. The chairman stumbled suddenly, clutching his nape, saying, "Ugh, to think I have such ungrateful sons. Ah, my neck." Ma Dong-won rushed to his side, his voice rising in concern. "Brother, are you all right?" He turned toward Ma Kyung-rok, who stood frozen, and he said, "What are you doing? Help your father," he said. "Ah, yes." Snapping back to reality, Ma Kyung-rok moved to support his father, but his expression, his eyes, were somewhere else entirely, distant, cold. He couldn't stop replaying his brother's parting words. Be careful on dark roads, stumble over a stone, thinly veiled threats, murderous even. His temple pulsed. His fingers tightened around his father's shoulder, and he said to himself, "Those bastards, instead of congratulating me, they threaten me." A bitter laugh formed in his chest but didn't escape his lips. Instead, his eyes narrowed, and he said to himself, "They're worse than strangers." He knew his brothers weren't bluffing, not anymore. They truly believed the only way forward was to kill him. He had risen too far, too fast. They had expected him to fail, expected him to die in the other world during the endless trials. But now he had survived. Now he succeeded. They were desperate. Desperate men do desperate things. Then a dangerous thought bloomed in his mind, and he said to himself, "If they want to kill me, should I kill them first?" The idea didn't come with guilt, not even hesitation. It came with clarity. They wanted him dead. Fine. But he wouldn't die quietly. They didn't know him at all. A cynical grin tugged at his lips. His eyes gleamed with malice, and he said to himself, "If they think I'll sit back and wait, they're sorely mistaken." But as the air thickened with murder, someone else was watching, quietly, invisibly. Ryu stood not far away, unseen by all. Thanks to his transparency skill, he had entered unnoticed. And now he listened, and he said to himself, "Ah, what is this atmosphere?" He had come to meet Kyung-rok, summoned on some company matter, but this was far more entertaining. The transparent Ryu walked among them silently, reading every expression, but more than that, he listened to their thoughts, and he said to himself, so much for blood being thicker than water. Typical she-bulls, family, loyalty, unity, forget it. Just another inheritance drama, the scene unfolding in front of him. It was cliché, yet fascinating. 3 brothers, 1 crown, and a family ready to tear itself apart. Ryu added, the chairman won't change his mind. It's obvious he's chosen Kyung-Rok as the next heir, and yet he brought the others. Why? To stimulate them? He miscalculated. Now they want Ma Kyung-Rok dead. Even worse, Ma Kyung-Rok now wanted them dead too. Ryu couldn't help but smirk and said, this might actually work in my favor. He narrowed his eyes, calculating fast, and said, if I play this right, I can separate Christine from Ma Kyung-Rok entirely. Then she'll be mine. She'll have no one left. He had no illusions about Ma Kyung-Rok's feelings for Black Scythe. Ryu added, he hates me, always has. We stayed together for mutual benefit, but that time is over, and so was the company's future. Ryu said, though it passed the listing review, it's not sustainable. Player numbers are falling. After round 15, revenue's going to crater. He had to get out. Now, and he said, time to cash out. Quietly. He couldn't sell everything. That'd be too obvious. But 3%? Enough to walk away with 100 billion won? Perfect. Then Ryu said, I'll call Russell first. Then Christine. I'll spin it just right. Say I need liquidity for a private project. She'll understand. And one more. SEO Aaron. I'll need her help organizing this. His plan was falling into place, clean and silent, just the way he liked it. Finally, Ryu stepped away, fading back into view a good distance from the office. Then he approached Ma Kyung-Rok with a pleasant smile, as if nothing had happened. He greeted casually. Ma Kyung-Rok. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? Ma Kyung-Rok turned to him with a strained grin, the war still raging behind his eyes. He said, nothing much, just family business. Ryu Min leaned back in his chair, staring at the phone in his hand. Before calling Christine directly, he decided to dial Jeffrey first. The line clicked. Ryu Min's voice was calm, but his mind was racing. Really? She's on her way? Jeffrey confirmed, his tone clipped and respectful. Yes, Christine was coming to Korea. Ryu asked, narrowing his eyes. And the reason? Jeffrey replied, she seems to want to hear the next round's prophecy from you, Prophet. Ryu frowned and said to himself, she could have just asked me over the phone. Why would she come all the way here? But then again, it wasn't strange. For someone like Christine, a single prophecy could change the entire course of her life. Asking for such a thing over the phone would have been far too casual, even disrespectful. He gave a small chuckle and said, Jeffrey, tell Christine, I'll contact you when the time is right. Lure her to the place I want. Jeffrey said, understood. Ryu lowered the phone, his gaze turning thoughtful, and he said, I was originally going to use the prophecy as an excuse to summon her, but if she's coming on her own, there's no need to make the first move. And the less she knows I'm involved, the better. Because if Ma Kyung-Rok ever caught wind that he had summoned Christine, things could spiral out of control. And when arrows began to fly, it wouldn't just be him in danger. His younger brother, Ryu Won, might become a target too. That was something he could never allow. So, he played it carefully. Even with stocks, though it seemed absurd for a prophet to lose money, he deliberately held back, pretending he couldn't always see the future. And he said, I need to look like a victim, not a mastermind. His mind jumped to the next piece of his plan, and he said, I'll have to call CO Aaron too, but I can't use my own number. The Black Scythe's identity will do nicely. 2 birds with 1 stone. He would lure both Christine and CO Aaron to the same place and then expose Ma Kyung-Rok's true nature. But first, surveillance. Ma Kyung-Rok's every move had to be monitored, and Ryu didn't have time to do it himself. That task would fall to Ju Seung-tak. Ryu added, I need my focus elsewhere, on Messiah and John Delgado. Yes, John. There was something Ryu had to test. Whether he could truly wield Sariel, his newly summoned entity. He already knew where they would be. The Messiah apostles always gathered in the same place, that secluded wooden cabin. He could almost see it now, their faces lit by lamplight, voices dripping with arrogance, whispering about him, about the swingman. Of course, showing up as swingman would be foolish. No, He'd sneak in unseen, cloaked by invisibility, and listen. At that moment, his brother asked, "Hyung, going somewhere again?" Ryu turned. His younger brother was watching him with curious eyes. He said smoothly, "Yeah, I'm heading abroad for a bit." His brother inquired, "To see that Japanese girlfriend of yours?" Ryu blinked and said to himself, "Japanese girlfriend? Oh, right, that misunderstanding from when he'd mentioned a hot spring trip to Japan." He allowed himself a small smile and said, "Yeah, something like that." His brother laughed, "Ha ha," and said, "Then I approve. Have a good trip, Hyung," Ryu said. "Thanks, I'll be back soon." Not a bad excuse, he thought as he left. Having a girlfriend made his sudden trip seem less suspicious. Meanwhile, in a dark wooden cabin far away, the heavy oak table split in half under the force of a single punch. Shards of wood scattered across the floor. A furious voice roared, "How can this be happening?" It was Yang Chui-wen, his face twisted with rage, veins bulging at his temples. His chest heaved, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the glowing results screen in front of him. The 12th round had ended. The assassination mission against the Black Scythe had failed. And worst of all, there it was, the cursed name at the very top of the leaderboard. Black Scythe. Yang Chui-wen's hands trembled with fury. His teeth ground together. "My mission failed, and that bastard takes first place." But it wasn't just the mission that enraged him. When he returned to reality, he was met with a nightmare. All 28 members of the Black Society, his loyal subordinates, his men, his family, were dead. Only one man remained by his side. His right hand, Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui urged, watching the table splinters still rolling across the floor. "Calm down. At this rate, you'll break the whole cabin." But Yang Chui-wen whirled on him, eyes blazing like fire, and said, his voice cracked with pain and fury, "You think the table is the issue? My people are gone. All of them." The Spaniard, founder of Messiah, raised a hand, speaking in a measured tone. "You can always recruit more. Men flock to power, and you, Yang Chui-wen, are China's #1. Finding replacements won't be difficult." Yang Chui-wen spat the word like poison. "Replacements?" And he slammed his fist against the shattered table again, saying, "Do you think I'm some heartless monster? Those weren't pawns. They were my brothers. They shared their bowls of rice with me, fought beside me, bled for me." The Spaniard fell silent. Even he, with his cold, calculating demeanor, couldn't meet the blazing sincerity in Yang Chui-wen's eyes. The cabin grew heavy with silence, broken only by Yang Chui-wen's ragged breaths. Then he spoke again, voice low and trembling with murder. "I'll find him, whoever did this. I'll cut open his belly, drag out his intestines, and strangle him with them." A shiver passed through the room. Finally, the dark soul, seated quietly until now, leaned forward with a smirk. His voice was sharp, taunting. "Why waste your rage? Hasn't the culprit already been revealed?" Yang Chui-wen's head snapped toward him and inquired, "The culprit? What the hell are you talking about?" Dark Soul said coolly. "Think about it. When it happened, we were all inside the other world, weren't we? None of us could have moved, which means the culprit was someone ordinary, someone who knew your operation, someone close." He tilted his head, his grin widening, and he said, "It's obvious, an inside job." Yang Chui-wen's face went red and shouted, "You bastard! Are you saying one of my men betrayed me?" Dark Soul's eyes glittered with malice and said, "Who else could it be? Surely not one of us in Messiah." Yang Chui-wen shouted, "You'd better shut that filthy mouth." But Dark Soul didn't flinch at the killing intent pouring from Yang Chui-wen. He leaned back casually, enjoying the fury, saying, "Tell me this, then. Didn't you find bodies at the villa before the mission began? Were any of your men missing?" Yang Chui-wen hesitated and said, "Only one." Zhang Chen Dark Soul said softly, a cruel smile tugging his lips. "Ah, then there's your traitor. He must have slaughtered his comrades before the mission, slipped back home, and wiped out the rest of your organization." Yang Chui-wen said, "Impossible." Zhang Chen's body was found with the others. Dark Soul's eyes gleamed and said, "Then someone silenced him afterward. Or maybe he killed himself after finishing the job." Yang Chui-wen roared, "Enough!" His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked and said, "Don't speak of him that way. Zhang Chen would never betray me. Dark Soul tilted his head mockingly. Do traitors announce their intentions ahead of time? Do they walk around with a sign saying, "I'll betray you soon"? Yang Cui-Wen's jaw worked furiously, but no words came. Dark Soul pressed on, saying, "Exactly. The ones best at killing are the ones best at acting. They wear masks every day, pretending to be loyal, until the moment comes to reveal their true colors." Yang Cui-Wen's fist crashed against the broken table again and shouted, "What the hell does a damn Jap like you know?" But Dark Soul only smiled wider, sweeping his gaze across the room. His cold eyes met those of the apostles one by one, and asked, "Well, do you all think I'm wrong?" Silence. Not a single voice rose to defend Yang Cui-Wen, and in that silence, the answer became clear. The Dark Soul leaned back in his chair, lips curling into a wicked smile. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of suspicion. He said, his voice dripping with malice, "I think that Zhang Chen guy was a mole planted by a rival organization. He must have been biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike." The room of apostles stirred uneasily, each face shadowed by the dim cabin light. Someone muttered, hesitant, "No, wait a minute. Maybe it's not a rival organization at all. What if the Black Scythe is involved?" At the mention of the name, silence fell, a heavy silence that carried the weight of dread. One inquired, "The Black Scythe?" Yang Cui-Wen finally spoke, calmer now, though his sharp eyes betrayed his unease. He straightened his back, his tone steady as he recounted his discovery, saying, "I went to Korea to confirm what had happened to my men. I visited the Black Scythe's villa myself." Dark Soul leaned forward, eager, asking, "And?" Yang Cui-Wen said flatly. It was empty, not just empty, abandoned, as if no one had lived there for days. No warmth, no trace of life. It was as if he had vanished, knowing this was coming. Gasps echoed around the table. Dark Soul narrowed his eyes, asking, "You're saying that the Black Scythe figured out our plan beforehand?" Yang Cui-Wen admitted. "Probably. Before we launched the operation, I was assured he was inside that villa. Someone must have warned him." The Dark Soul snapped his fingers sharply, the sound like a whip crack, and said, "Of course!" He figured it out in advance. He bribed Zhang Chen. Then, when Zhang Chen's usefulness ran out, he had another assassin silence him. It was a theory that fit together too neatly, yet one problem remained. Yang Cui-Wen murmured, voice dropping low, "The real question is how he found out about our plan in the first place. Could there be a traitor among us?" The word traitor sent a chill through the room. Instantly, suspicion poisoned the air. Eyes darted from one face to another, hands clenched fists on the table. The apostles, usually bound by iron loyalty, now studied each other with doubt. But John Delgado, seated calmly with his usual Spanish composure, shook his head as if brushing away their panic. He said coolly, though his voice carried a hidden bitterness, "There is a traitor, and I think I know who it is." Every gaze snapped toward him and asked, "Who?" He leaned forward, his tone sharp as a blade, saying, "Obviously the person who's not here." The realization struck them all at once. The only apostle absent from the cabin meeting, Swingman. One demanded, "Why Swingman? Why would he betray us?" John Delgado's calm face twitched with a hint of restrained anger. It had been his hand that recruited each of these members. If betrayal had sprouted within the circle, it was his burden to bear. John Delgado admitted, "I'm not entirely sure, but the possibility is high. Listen, in the 12th round, I partied with the Black Scythe, and among his group, there was a player named Jeffy." Yang Cui-Wen narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "Jeffy, the assassin who provided us with the Black Scythe's hideout?" John Delgado's gaze hardened and said, "Yes. When I saw the nickname, I was shocked. The face didn't match the Jeffy we knew, so I dismissed it. I assumed he'd used a fake name. But what if I was wrong? What if that Jeffy was the same man? If so, he was in league with the Black Scythe all along, feeding us lies." Murmurs rose. Some angry, some fearful. Someone objected. "But we didn't reveal our full plan to him," John Delgado said sharply. "Exactly. Which means the leak had to come from inside. And who was it that brought Jeffy into the fold in the first place? Swingman. If the Black Scythe anticipated our moves, it was likely because Swingman told him." The theory clicked together like a lock sealing shut. Swingman, Jeffy, the Black Scythe, Zhang Chen, threads weaving a tapestry of betrayal. Yang Cui-Wen exploded, slamming his fist on the table, his face twisted with fury. Damn it! That curry-eating bastard! I never trusted him from the start. The others did not shout, but their expressions told the same story. Jawlines tight, teeth grinding, eyes burning with silent rage. Dark Soul demanded. "Where is Swingman now?" one replied grimly. "He's vanished. Not just hiding, he's not showing up in the search at all." A pause, then realization. And one said, "He must have died in the 12th round." A bitter laugh escaped someone's lips, and he said, "What an idiot. Dead before we could even take revenge." The chance for blood had slipped through their fingers, but they would not leave it at that. John Delgado said coldly, "Then there's only one left, Jeffy. If we can't reach the Black Scythe, we'll tear the truth out of Jeffy." Dark Soul growled. "Track him down. Drag him to us." John Delgado nodded. "I know his face. I know his nickname. In the other world, he cannot hide from me. In the 13th round, I'll find him." Their decision was sealed. 4 apostles united in one resolve: hunt down Jeffy, the supposed ally of the Black Scythe, and torture the truth out of him. Later that night, John Delgado returned to his lonely home. The shadows felt heavier than before, the silence pressing in like a suffocating blanket. He let out a long, shaky breath. He chuckled bitterly, but the sound was hollow. Ooh. I survived this round thanks to the Black Scythe. But what about the next? How much longer can I keep cheating death? He shook his head, gripping his temples. The fear of each new round gnawed at him, whispering that survival was fleeting. A faint smile crept across his face, and he said, "No, it's okay. I have an ace. I still have my angel, the angel, once a proud warrior of light, now twisted into a spiritual undead under Delgado's command. Even the Black Scythe had seen it, and spared Delgado's life. A mercy, or perhaps a warning." He added, "Right, forget revenge. Survival comes first." But when he opened his status screen, the words burned into his mind like a curse. Penalty is being applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. All summoned creatures' stats permanently reduced by 50%. His hands shook. Rage boiled over, and he shouted, "Shit, fuck! Why? Why did it have to be him? Why the Black Scythe?" The words echoed through the empty house. But even halved, his angel summon remained formidable, the strongest he had ever bound. He whispered, clutching his head, saying, "Yes, this angel, this is my hope, my path to the 20th round, and when I reach it," his eyes gleamed with madness and said, "I'll use my wish to kill the Black Scythe, or better yet, wish for 1,000 times his power. Then I'll rule the world." He burst out laughing, the manic sound bouncing off the walls. Alone, delirious, triumphant. He said, "Who cares? There's no one here to see anyway. Hehehehe." But suddenly he heard a voice saying, "Except for me." The new voice froze his blood. John Delgado spun around, face pale, eyes wide. His breath caught in his throat. Standing there was a man in a white mask. John Delgado's heart dropped. The memories of the villa, the dreaded footage, slammed into his mind. That mask, he had seen it before. His voice cracked. You're not," the masked figure replied calmly, stepping forward. "Yes, I am exactly who you think." From beneath the cloak, a gleaming weapon slid into view. A black, curved blade. The scythe that had once carved through his limbs. John Delgado's lips trembled as he whispered the name that haunted him. Black Scythe. His voice was hollow, his expression dazed, as if he couldn't believe what his own eyes were showing him. The man standing before him was not just a figure from nightmares, not just the shadow of vengeance lurking in another world. Black Scythe, he was here, in the flesh, in reality, the very man John had sworn vengeance against. John's heart thumped like a war drum. His body screamed at him to freeze, but his mind snarled. He forced himself to breathe, to think clearly, and he said to himself, "This is no time to space out." Once, in his reckless days, he would have attacked instantly, consumed by rage. But now, he knew better. He had seen enough to understand one truth. To challenge the Black Scythe was nothing short of suicide. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, asking, "Are you really the Black Scythe?" The figure before him tilted his head ever so slightly. A cold smile tugged at his lips. With a sudden motion, he swung his weapon, a massive, sinister scythe that gleamed menacingly under the faint light. Ryu said with quiet threat, "Would you still be asking that after seeing this?" The sound of the blade slicing through the air made John flinch violently. Instinctively, he glanced at his arms, his legs, half expecting to see them missing. Only when he confirmed they were still attached did he release the breath he'd been holding. His face turned pale and he said, You really are the Black Scythe. How did you find my house? The scythe lowered, but Ryu's gaze was like a predator's, sharp, merciless, and he asked, Is that what's important right now? John's lips quivered. He quickly shook his head. No, that didn't matter. What mattered was why he came, and deep inside John already knew. His voice cracked. What brings you here? Ryu's answer was a question of his own, delivered with chilling calm. What do you think? It might have sounded like a game of words, but John knew this was no game. The Black Scythe never asked questions without already knowing the answer. John inquired, You're here for revenge, aren't you? Ryu's eyes narrowed, saying, Go on. John swallowed the lump in his throat. His entire body felt like it was in a vice. He said, Our group did something, and you've come to collect the price for it. The corner of Ryu's mouth curled into a smirk, saying, Ha, I thought your head was just for decoration, but it seems you can use it. That mocking tone made John's stomach twist. Then, like a blade plunging straight into his chest, Ryu spoke the truth aloud. As you suspected, I know your group, the Messiah, attempted an assassination, a well-timed one too. Instead of taking one of our men hostage like before, you planned the hit while I was locked in a narcoleptic state. His voice sharpened. Tell me, whose idea was it? Dark Souls, Yang Chu Wen's, or the Spaniards? John's mind froze. His lips parted, but no words came, because Ryu knew. He knew everything. Even their name, even their apostles' nicknames. Cold sweat trickled down John's spine. His mind scrambled. Could Swingman have been the traitor? The thought chilled him further. But what terrified him more was the man before him. Considering what they had done, it wouldn't be surprising if his head rolled right there. He said to himself, I can't die like this. Not like this. The thought of fighting back never even crossed his mind. Against Black Scythe, it would be suicide. How could his summoned angel, fragile like a candle flame, stand against the man who could annihilate 30 enemies with a single bolt of lightning? And with John still burdened by a penalty, her fighting was death. There was only one way to survive. With a heavy thud, John Delgado dropped to his knees. His pride shattered, his forehead nearly touching the ground, his voice cracked, trembling. I've made a terrible mistake, Black Scythe. I am truly, truly sorry. Ryu's gaze hardened, unblinking, and he said, You'll need to explain what you've done wrong for me to understand. John's lips shook, but he forced the words out, each one tasting like ash. I made the mistake of joining Messiah, that pitiful group that dared to oppose someone as mighty as you. I foolishly attempted an assassination that could never succeed, causing you unnecessary trouble. I'll withdraw immediately from that group. I swear it. Just please, spare my worthless life. Ryu tilted his head slightly, studying him like a hawk watching prey grovel. Then, with a faint chuckle, he said, You sure do take your time when begging for your life. But behind that mocking tone, there was something else, a flicker of satisfaction. He could sense it, the sincerity in John's voice, the desperation. And he said to himself, He's not just trying to trick me, he's genuinely afraid, desperate to live. John's bitterness, his dreams of vengeance, all of it seemed nearly gone. He wasn't clinging to revenge anymore. He was clinging to life. Ryu said at last, It's good that you're sincere. John's eyes widened. His heart pounded with hope, inquiring, Then? Ryu said, Yes, I'll spare your life. Relief flooded John like a crashing wave. His lips trembled. Thank you. Thank you so much. But Ryu wasn't finished, and he added, There's a condition. John froze. His brief joy curdled into dread, and he inquired, What condition? Ryu's lips twisted into a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, Just have a duel with me. The words hit John like thunder, and he inquired, What? A duel? Ryu's voice was steady, calm. Yes, a duel. I'll set the conditions. Take a look. It's not a bad deal for you. Decide after you see it. With a wave of his hand, a glowing system window appeared in the air. A duel request. John's eyes widened as he read the conditions. The opponent has sent a duel request to John Delgado. Duel type, a simple sparring match that won't result in death. Victory condition, land a single hit. Winning result. The loser becomes the winner's slave, bound to serve their master for life, obeying all commands. Opponent's penalty, cannot use equipment or skills, cannot move a single step until the duel ends, and must forfeit the first strike. John Delgado's penalty, none. Do you accept this duel? YN. John's jaw dropped. His heart thundered, and he said, a slave contract? This is insane. If he lost, his life was as good as gone, turned into a servant, a puppet. But if he won, if he landed even the faintest touch on Black Scythe, then the tables would turn. He would hold the leash. The idea of making the Black Scythe his slave, it was intoxicating, a far sweeter revenge than killing him. But reality bit hard. Could he win against him? His gut screamed no. Common sense screamed no. And yet, the conditions, no skills, no items, no movement. He even forfeited the first strike. John's eyes trembled. The chance isn't zero. The possibility dangled before him. A poisoned fruit. Even knowing it was a trap, he couldn't say no, because if he refused, the Black Scythe would kill him here and now. So there was only one path forward. John Delgado clenched his fists, his lips trembling. This was it. His one chance, his only escape. With a trembling finger, he pressed, yes, the duel has been accepted. The duel will begin in 10 seconds. And as the countdown began, John's heart thundered louder than the ticking of time. Ryu's lips curled into a sly smirk as he lowered the message. Inside, he was already laughing, saying to himself, I knew he'd accept. John never had another choice. The man had been cornered from the start, and Ryu knew it. The offer had been too tempting for John to refuse. The thought of turning Black Scythe into his slave must have been irresistible, especially when the conditions seemed fair. After all, hadn't Ryu agreed to restrictions? No skills, no movement at first, and even giving up the opening strike. To anyone else, that would have seemed suicidal. But Ryu ? He wasn't worried in the slightest, not with the rune of insight glowing faintly at his side, and the rune of future sight burning in his veins. He leaned forward, his eyes sharp, and spoke in a calm voice that carried a taunt. Go on, I'll let you take the first strike. Don't hold back. John Delgado didn't need to be told twice. The moment the words left Ryu's lips, a storm of crackling energy erupted at the tip of John's staff. His expression twisted with hatred. He roared, "You damn bastard!" From the staff, a ghostly figure tore its way into the world. Bones clattered, wings stretched, and the chilling aura of the undead filled the room. A skeletal angel, Sariel, the kind only vulnerable to magic, stood tall, its empty eye sockets glowing faintly with a cold, lifeless light. John commanded with venom, "Kill him!" Sariel didn't hesitate. It shot forward, its speed so fast that to the naked eye it was almost like teleportation. The weapon in its bony hands flashed through the air, slicing down at Ryu, the promised first strike. But Ryu barely moved. His body swayed, his expression calm, almost bored. With nothing more than a tilt of his shoulders, the angel's attack sliced through air. Then his lips moved. A single word. Discharge. The room erupted in blinding light as lightning tore through Sariel's body, ripping upward and blasting straight through the ceiling of the house. John's face went pale. "Well, what?" Sariel, his prized high-ranking angel summon, crumbled into ash instantly. But John's shock wasn't from losing the angel. His eyes widened with fury. He spat. "You said skills were prohibited!" Ryu chuckled darkly, his smirk never fading. "This isn't a skill, it's a rune effect." John's teeth ground together and shouted, "You cheating bastard!" But rage didn't cloud his judgment. Forcing his breathing steady, John tightened his grip on the staff and began his next incantation. One after another, ghostly figures clawed their way into existence. 5 ethereal undead, each with glowing skeletal wings, surrounded Ryu Min, circling like predators closing in. They didn't wait for orders. At once they lunged, but Ryu's expression never changed. He simply raised his hand and muttered, "Discharge!" A wave of electricity exploded outward, obliterating every undead in an instant. Bones shattered, wings scattered like ash, and the battlefield was cleared as if nothing had existed. John, however, did not falter. With a grim smile, he summoned again. More angels, more bodies, spreading them out strategically this time. John said to himself, his grin widening, "So, there is a limit? There must be a cooldown on that blasted ability." This was his strategy. Endless summons, scattered and relentless, force Ryu Min to burn through his powers and wait for the opening. For the first time, hope glimmered in John's eyes, but that hope was crushed in the next second. From the darkness at Ryu's side, shadowy orbs began to form. They floated silently for a moment, then split apart into dozens of spinning blades of pure darkness. Scatter, the command was soft, deadly. The blades shot outward, slicing through the angels, tearing them apart piece by piece. Screams that weren't human echoed through the air as every last one of them fell. And among them, John Delgado himself. His eyes went wide as one of the dark blades embedded itself into his forehead. His staff clattered to the ground. The system message rang in Ryu's ears. The duel is over. Black Scythe is victorious. The opponent has lost and is now your slave, serving you as their master for life and obeying your commands. The dark blades faded, leaving silence. Ryu stood over John's kneeling figure, his smirk returning, and he said to himself, everything went according to plan. John, his forehead wound already healed by the system, lowered his head. His pride shattered and said, I greet my master. Ryu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction and said, good. Then listen carefully, John. I have something I want to test. John said obediently, bowing low. Just give the order. Ryu gestured toward the staff, saying, summon the angel again. He said, the cooldown is 5 minutes. Please wait, Master. 5 minutes later, the skeletal angel reappeared, blank and lifeless, summoned once more. This time, Ryu's gaze sharpened, and he said, let's see if killing a summon still counts toward the demon rune stacks. He raised his hand, lightning already sparking between his fingers, and said, discharge. Sariel's body disintegrated once more, vanishing into nothingness. But there was no message, no change. Ryu clicked his tongue and said, as I thought. Summoned angels don't count. It was the same as monsters. Summons never gave experience, never dropped gold. If they did, the world would already be flooded with powerhouses abusing summoners. Still, Ryu tested again. Again, no result. A flicker of frustration crossed his face and he said, so it doesn't matter how many times I kill Sariel, only the first time counted. He folded his arms deep in thought and said, no choice then. I'll have to test this differently. If John can create corporeal undead angels, not ethereal ones, then maybe, just maybe, the kills will count. A cold smile tugged at his lips. If that was true, John Delgado, once his enemy, would become his greatest asset. Ryu added, if I can farm angels through him, I'll keep him alive forever. For now, John remained kneeling, awaiting orders. Ryu's smirk widened, shadows dancing across his face. Everything was falling into place. Ryu decided to meet Russell since he was already overseas. There were some things he wanted to discuss in person, and he was also curious about Russell's financial situation. The bustling crowds of New York's JFK International Airport moved in waves, but among them, one man stood out, Russell. His face lit up the moment he spotted Ryu. He shouted, waving with childlike enthusiasm, Mr. Ryu, long time no see. Ryu, calm and composed as ever, greeted him with a warm smile and extended his hand. He asked, did it take long to get here? Russell laughed, shaking his head, saying, not at all. I just watched a movie, took a nap, and poof, here I am. It was impressive. Traveling from the UK to the US was no small feat. 7 long hours across the ocean. Originally, Ryu had considered visiting Russell himself, but Russell had insisted on flying out. It spoke volumes about his eagerness. Ryu suggested, are you hungry? How about we talk over lunch? Russell's eyes widened and said, oh, how did you know I was starving? Let's do that. Minutes later, they were seated inside a steakhouse at the airport. Plates of sizzling steak, mashed potatoes, and roasted vegetables covered the table. Russell's eyes sparkled like a child in front of candy. Ryu teased, saying, you seem pretty hungry. Think you can eat all this? Russell grinned proudly, saying, of course. If I want to keep up my strength, I need to eat this much. Ryu said casually, don't worry about the bill. I'll take care of everything. But Russell immediately shook his head. Almost offended, said, hey, what are you talking about? I should be the one paying. I can't just freeload after receiving a free prophecy from you. Besides, I'm wealthy now. At the mention of money, Ryu leaned back slightly, remembering the advice he had given. His gaze sharpened, asking, by the way, did you sell the stocks? Russell nearly choked on his steak, excitement flashing in his eyes, saying, "Oh yes, I sold them right after hearing your advice. Thanks to you, I made more money than I've ever seen in my life," Ryu asked calmly. "How much?" Russell puffed up with pride. 40,000 pounds. Ryu's lips curled into a faint smile. Russell had originally invested just 14,000 pounds into Ma Kyung-rok's company, and now 40,000 pounds, nearly tripled, enough to fund his blacksmithing for years without worry. Ryu acknowledged. "You made quite a bit," Russell admitted, his voice filled with awe. "For someone like me who barely scraped by before, handling such a sum feels unreal. It's all thanks to you, Prophet. That's why, about that bank account." But before he could finish, Ryu raised a hand and shook his head, his eyes gentle yet firm, and said, "That money is all yours, Russell." Russell blinked in disbelief, saying, "Huh? But you provided the capital? I should at least repay the loan," Ryu asked. "Do you remember what I told you when we first met?" Russell hesitated, then slowly nodded. "You said you were investing in me, based on my potential," Ryu said. "Exactly. I already placed my investment in you, Russell. I have no intention of withdrawing it until you've reached the pinnacle as a blacksmith. Money should stay with those who need it, not with me." Russell stared, speechless. His eyes trembled with gratitude, as if he didn't know whether to smile or cry. Ryu added, his tone reassuring, "If you feel uncomfortable, keep the principal and spend the rest as you see fit. You earned it through your own choices." The blacksmith clenched his fists, his expression filled with determination, saying, "Though I feel shameless, I'll use this money to live and craft. Thank you, truly thank you." Ryu simply smiled and said, "It's nothing, but there's something far more important I need to tell you." Russell straightened immediately and said, "Ah, that's why you came here, isn't it? Go ahead, I'm listening." With a serious expression, Ryu leaned forward and said, "Have you heard of the name Black Scythe?" Russell nearly dropped his fork and inquired, "Black Scythe? Of course! Who hasn't?" Everyone in the world of players knew that name. The rank one. The man who stood at the top. Ryu paused, letting the words sink in. "In the next 13th round, Black Scythe will come looking for you." Russell's eyes widened in shock and inquired, "What? Black Scythe? Why would someone like him look for me? He doesn't even know me." Ryu admitted. "He doesn't, but he soon will, because I'm going to tell him to meet you." The meaning was clear and terrifying. Russell's voice trembled. Wait, do you mean you actually know Black Scythe?" Ryu replied with a calm nod. "Yes, somehow we ended up becoming acquainted." Russell sat back, staring in awe. Slowly, his shock shifted to realization. If Ryu was truly a prophet, then of course he would know the true identity of Black Scythe. Russell laughed nervously and said, "To think you have such a terrifying man as an acquaintance. Ha, Prophet, you must have nerves of steel." Ryu asked curiously, "Is Black Scythe really that frightening?" Russell's voice rose. "Of course. While others run 1 lap, he runs 10 without breaking a sweat. He takes first place as easily as eating breakfast. In many ways, he's a monster." Ryu's lips curved faintly. He already knew this, but it was amusing to hear others describe him this way. Then Russell asked anxiously, "But what am I supposed to do when I meet him?" Ryu explained. "For you to grow in the 13th round, you'll need his help, to be specific." And then, with careful words, he laid out the strategy for the coming round. Russell listened with rapt attention, nodding vigorously. "I see. So that's why I need to meet him. I understand," Ryu assured, saying, "I'll talk to him as well. He'll come to help you, but just in case, prove your worth when you meet him." He inquired. "My worth?" Ryu explained. "Your blacksmith buffs. Show him what you can do. He'll realize your value." Russell clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes, and said, "Got it." As Russell nodded, Ryu allowed himself a small smile and said to himself, "With this, I've linked Russell and Black Scythe. A blacksmith is a supporter, a buffer. If we stick together until the 20th round, he'll be invaluable." Just then, Ryu's phone buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID, Ju Seong-tak. Ryu said to himself, "It must have started." He excused himself politely, saying, "Please excuse me for a moment." Russell replied, "Of course, Prophet. Take your time." Stepping aside, Ryu answered, "What's the situation?" "Ma Kyung-rok just arrived at a warehouse. He's pacing outside, smoking, waiting for someone." Ryu said, "He must be waiting for the offering. What's the location?" He said, "Bongbaesan, Gwangju." Gyeonggi Province. Ryu Min's eyes sharpened. As he expected, it was Ma Kyung-rok's usual hideout. Ryu said, "Good. Send me the exact location via text. Keep watching. When the time comes, join Jeffrey and follow the plan." He said, "Understood." After ending the call, Ryu immediately contacted Jeffrey. "Jeffrey, what about Christine?" Jeffrey replied, "She just landed in Korea." Ryu said, "Perfect. Lead her to the location I'm sending. You remember what to say, right?" He said, "Of course." Ryu said, "Then proceed immediately." Jeffrey said, "I'll carry out your orders." After sending the location to Jeffrey, Ryu switched his tone. This time, when he dialed Seo Aaron, he spoke in the voice of Black Scythe. On the other hand, Ma Kyung-sang and Ma Kyung-soo were never the type of brothers who shared laughs or warm memories. No, their childhood was spent under the watchful eye of a strict father who raised them not as sons, but as rivals. From the beginning, the family's massive fortune, the Osung Group, was the prize, and they were merely players on a bloody chessboard. So, every glance was filled with suspicion. Every word was sharpened like a blade. Sure, they bickered like ordinary brothers, but behind those arguments was always the same thought. He's my competition. If he wins, I lose. To them, money wasn't just power, it was survival, and the other, just an obstacle in the way. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. Their endless rivalry, years of scheming, fighting, and outmaneuvering collapsed in a single moment last year. Because it wasn't either of them who started climbing toward victory. It was their eldest brother, Ma Kyung-rok. Ma Kyung-rok's company began to grow, little by little at first, but soon enough it was undeniable. He was proving himself. He was getting closer and closer to fulfilling their father's conditions for succession. And for Kyung-sang and Kyung-soo, that was unacceptable. So the two enemies joined hands. A temporary truce, a fragile alliance built on nothing but desperation. That night, inside a quiet apartment, the brothers sat across from each other. Kyung-soo, the youngest, leaned forward, eyes glimmering with ambition. He said smoothly, "Kyung, have you thought of a plan?" Kyung-sang frowned, rubbing his chin. His face was calm, but his eyes betrayed hesitation, and he said, "Yeah, I thought of a few, but it seems your plan, Kyung-soo, is the best." A sly grin spread across the younger's lips, and he said, "Right? It's realistic. High success rate, too." Kyung-sang gave a reluctant nod, saying, "Yeah, seems that way." The plan was simple, brutally simple. They would kidnap Kyung-rok on his way home from work. Masks on, weapons ready, and then they'd force him into a duel where the rules were bent in their favor, a duel he couldn't possibly win. Of course, Ma Kyung-rok would refuse, but with a knife to his throat or a gun pointed at his chest, what choice would he have? None. He would accept, trembling, maybe even crying, and once he did, the game was already over. Kyung-soo's smile widened as he explained, voice dripping with confidence. "Young, once he accepts, it's finished. The duel's outcome will decide succession, and we'll make sure the odds are on our side. Kyung-rok will lose everything. His pride, his position, his chance at Osung." Kyung-sang hesitated and said, "And then, it'll just be between us?" Kyung-soo's gaze hardened and he said, "That's right. But until then, no backstabbing." "Got it, Hyung?" Kyung-sang scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "Backstab you? Me? You're the one I should be worried about." They both chuckled, lightly, uneasily. But deep inside, Kyung-soo's thoughts were darker than his words, and he said to himself, "Once Kyung-rok's gone, you're next, brother." Yet even as they schemed, cracks began to show. Kyung-sang asked suddenly, his voice uncertain, "What if Kyung-rok resists? Do we really have to fight to the death?" Kyung-soo's eyes flashed with irritation. Pathetic, he thought, staring at his brother. The second son of Osung, and he's trembling like a child. Still, he forced a reassuring tone. "Yeah, maybe. We'll try not to kill him, but if he resists too much." His lips curled, and a chilling gleam lit up his eyes, saying, "We'll have to kill him." Kyung-sang's face twisted in shock and said, "Hey, isn't that going too far? Killing him is—" Kyung-soo snapped, saying, "Then what about kidnapping? Is that okay, Hyung?" He said, "That's still better than murder." Kyung-soo leaned closer, his voice low and sharp as a blade. "Do you think you can inherit Osung without blood on your hands? Or are you planning to bail out after we've already gone too far?" The older brother swallowed hard, stammering, and said, "No, I was just thinking, maybe there's another way." Kyung-soo said coldly, slowly. That's why we're giving him a choice. A duel or death. Either way, he's finished. Kyung-sang looked away, muttering under his breath. Still, don't you ever get a strange feeling about him? Kyung-rock Hyung. Sometimes his eyes, they give me chills. Like he could be a serial killer or something. Kyung-soo burst out laughing, saying, "What? You think Kyung-rock is scary? Don't tell me you're chickening out, Hyung," he said. No, I'm not scared. I'm just saying, Kyung-soo said. Don't worry about it. He's not Black Scythe. Between the two of us, we'll crush him, Kyung-sang muttered. Yeah, but the unease in his eyes never faded. Later that night, in the underground parking lot of Kyung-sang's apartment, the brothers parted ways. Kyung-soo smirked as he slid into his Porsche and said, "Hyung, let's finalize everything tomorrow." Kyung-sang waved, turning toward the elevators, saying, "Fine, text me the details." But as soon as Kyung-soo started the car, beep, beep, a red warning light flashed. He stepped out, crouching beside the front tire, and shouted, "What the? Damn it, it's flat." Kyung-sang frowned and inquired, "All of a sudden, there's a hole here. Someone must have slashed it." The older brother crossed his arms, scolding. "Didn't I tell you? Stop sneaking out at dawn to race with your car club," Kyung-soo snapped, saying, "Hyung, I quit that ages ago. Besides, this wasn't an accident. Someone did this." Sighing, he muttered, "Guess I'll have to borrow your car." Reluctantly, Kyung-sang groaned. "Fine, wait here, I'll get the keys." Left alone in the dimly lit parking lot, Kyung-soo lit a cigarette. He raised the lighter, but the flame wouldn't catch. He cursed under his breath. "Shh, come on." That's when he felt it, a presence, a shadow approaching fast. He said, "Hyung, you're already back." But a shield slammed into his face. His body crumpled like a rag doll. Darkness swallowed him whole. Minutes later, Kyung-sang returned, keys dangling in his hand, and he said, "Kyung-soo, where are you?" "Hey!" He froze. On the ground lay his brother's cigarette and lighter. He inquired, "What's this?" Kyung-soo's confusion clouded his face. He bent down, picking them up, only to sense movement. He turned, relieved, and said, "Oh, Kyung-soo, there you are." The shield struck again, this time against his face. His vision exploded with stars before everything went black. In the shadows, a man stood tall, adjusting his grip on the shield. And Sang Cheol. Without a flicker of emotion, he dragged the unconscious brothers toward a van. Pulling out his phone, his voice was calm, almost casual. "It's done, sir. Yes, I'll bring them in now." The van's engine roared to life, and in seconds it disappeared into the night, taking with it two ambitious brothers whose schemes had ended before they even began. Kyung-soo slowly opened his eyes, his head throbbing, his vision hazy. For a moment, he thought he might be in a parking lot, dark, cramped, cold. But no, this wasn't a parking lot. The air was different, damp, musty. A foul odor of rotting trash stung his nostrils, making him grimace. He muttered, his face twisting in disgust. "Ugh, what's that smell?" Then, clank, his eyes widened. His wrists, his ankles, both bound tightly in iron chains. They clattered and dug into his skin when he tried to move. The realization hit him like ice water. Kidnapped? He remembered it now. The ambush in the parking lot, the shield smashing against his face, his jaw clenched. He shouted, "That bastard!" Whoever had attacked him, they had dragged him here and chained him like some criminal. Panic crawled into his chest. He forced his eyes open wider, straining to see through the darkness. "Are you awake now, Kyung-soo?" The voice came from right beside him. "Hyung?" His vision adjusted just enough to see the outline of another figure tied up in the same way. His elder brother, Ma Kyung-sang, sat slumped in the chair next to him, also bound with chains. He inquired, "Hyung, you too?" Kyung-sang gave a bitter nod, his lips twisted with frustration. "Yeah." Kyung-soo ground his teeth and shouted, "Damn it! Who's the crazy bastard that kidnapped us? Do they think chains can hold us?" His eyes burned with defiance, his voice full of bravado. "They picked the wrong people. I'll break these in no time." He tensed every muscle in his body, his face flushing red as he let out a roar. "Ha!" But the chains didn't even budge. His shoulders shook, sweat dripping down his temple. The more he pulled, the more hopeless it felt. Kyung-sang's voice was low, weary. "Stop wasting your strength." "I already tried. It's no use." That tone, defeated, almost broken, made Kyung-soo snap his head toward his brother, and he said, "Hyung, don't talk like that. We can't just sit here and give up. We have to try." Kyung-sang hissed, his eyes darting nervously to the door. "Quiet! What if the kidnapper hears you?" Kyung-soo shouted back, his teeth bared like an animal. "Good! Let them hear me! I want to see the bastard's face myself!" And as if the world itself had been listening, the heavy warehouse door groaned open. Both brothers turned at once, their hearts hammering. The light from outside spilled in, outlining the silhouette of their captor. At first, they expected to see the shield-wielding attacker, but no, this figure was far too familiar. "Ma Kyung-rok?" The brothers froze, their blood running cold. Their eldest brother stepped inside, the faintest sneer curling across his lips. His expression wasn't that of someone who had come to rescue them. No, his calm, cruel smile told them everything. Kyung-soo spat, his eyes blazing with fury. It was you!" Ma Kyung-rok tilted his head almost mockingly. "How strange, talking down to your elder brother the moment you see him. Have you gone mad? Or should I cut you open and pull out your guts until you come to your senses?" Kyung-soo growled, straining against his chains. "You psycho bastard! You still want to act like an elder in this situation?" But Kyung-sang's voice trembled. Unlike his younger brother, his eyes were wide with fear, his lips quivering, saying, "Kyung-rok Hyung, don't do this. Please, just let us go." Ma Kyung-rok's eyes glimmered with amusement, saying, I was thinking of letting one of you go if you behaved. Maybe Kyung-sang." Kyung-soo's face twisted with rage, asking, "And what about me, huh?" Ma Kyung-rok said, "Our youngest still needs to relearn respect for his elders." He raised his sword. From its blade seeped a dark, writhing aura, like shadows alive, slithering toward Kyung-soo. Kyung-soo's bravado faltered as the black aura coiled around his arm. His eyes bulged, and he said, What is this? Get it off! Ah!" The shadow gnawed at his flesh like hungry fangs, tearing away chunks. His scream pierced the air. "It hurts! It hurts! Ah!" Kyung-sang flinched violently, trembling so hard his chair rattled. He turned his face away, eyes shut tight, but the sound of tearing flesh and his brother's screams still rang in his ears. Kyung-soo's arm, now reduced to a bloodied, worm-eaten ruin, hung lifelessly. The pain was so overwhelming that his head dropped forward and he passed out. Ma Kyung-rok stepped closer, casually slapped his cheek until he stirred awake again and inquired, "When did I say you could sleep?" Kyung-soo's lips trembled, and he said, "Sorry, Hyung." His voice was weak, broken. Ma Kyung-rok sneered. "Pathetic. If you were going to break so easily, why resist in the first place? Now you've lost an arm for nothing. Not that it matters. You're both gonna die anyway." The word "die" made both brothers stiffen, fear etched across their faces. Kyung-sang begged, his eyes glistening, saying, "No, please. Spare us, Hyung. We'll give up everything. We won't fight for the heir position anymore." Ma Kyung-rok chuckled darkly. His laughter echoed in the warehouse, low and venomous, saying, "The heir position? You thought you could take what was mine? Just because we shared the same table, you believed the food on my plate was yours too? Greedy little rats," Kyung-sang stammered, nearly sobbing. No, Hyung, we were wrong. We won't ever again. Just forgive us this once." But Ma Kyung-rok's expression grew cold, unnervingly calm, as though he was wearing anger like a mask. His eyes pierced them like a predator playing with prey, and said, "Be honest. You were planning to kill me, weren't you?" Kyung-sang's pupils shook. In an instant, his face twisted with desperation. He pointed at his younger brother, saying, No! It wasn't me. It was Kyung-soo. He planned everything." Kyung-soo snapped, glaring daggers at him. "What?" Kyung-sang ignored it, his words spilling out like vomit. "It's true. He wanted to duel you, and if you refused, he said we should kill you. I told him not to, but he wouldn't listen." Kyung-soo's chest heaved, rage boiling through his veins, and shouted, "You lying bastard! You were the one who agreed. You even asked when the strategy meeting was." Kyung-sang screamed back, panic distorting his face. "Shut up! Do you want us both dead?" Ma Kyung-rok, amused, leaned back and laughed, a cruel, delighted laugh that filled the room. And he said, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. My brothers fighting like starving dogs over scraps. Keep going. Who betrayed who? Who's the real snake here? Show me more." But both brothers fell silent, their faces pale. Ma Kyung-rok mocked, lifting his sword. "Why stop now? Fine. Let me set the stage for you." The sudden attack made the brothers flinch. For a moment, they thought they were about to die. But then their chains fell to the ground, severed cleanly. Both Ma Kyung-sang and Ma Kyung-soo froze, staring at their freed limbs in shock, their eyes wide, inquiring, "What?" From the shadows, Ma Kyung-rok tilted his head with a sly smile, tugging at his lips. His sword sword still shimmered faintly with a sinister black aura. He asked, his tone playful, almost mocking. Now it's easier to move, right? Ma Kyung-sang's face twisted in confusion and inquired, Why would you untie us? Ma Kyung-rok chuckled, his eyes gleaming, and said, Why? Because I want to enjoy the show. I want to watch my two little brothers fight. Kyung-rok continued, raising a finger. A deal. The one who wins gets to walk out of here. Their eyes darted to each other. Disbelief etched on their faces. Kyung-soo's lips trembled, inquiring, You mean you want us to fight? Ma Kyung-rok corrected, his smile widening into something cruel, and said, Oh, not just fight. I want you to fight for your lives. Only one of you leaves. The other, his sword hummed with that dark aura again, dies. The two brothers exchanged glances, dread settling over them like a suffocating fog. Kyung-sang muttered, shaking his head. No way. Ma Kyung-rok's voice dropped into a chilling whisper, saying, Think about it. One lives, one dies. Or both of you die by my hand. Your choice. He raised his sword slightly, the blade catching a faint glimmer of light, as if to emphasize his words. Ma Kyung-sang's face went pale. He clenched his jaw, his body trembling, and he said, I'll do it. We'll fight, But he never got to finish. Blood sprayed into the air. His eyes bulged, frozen in disbelief as pain tore through his neck. Kyung-soo stood there, his expression twisted, clutching a dagger dripping with his brother's blood. The move was fast, too fast. A desperate strike. Kyung-sang's body hit the ground, his eyes still open, staring lifelessly at nothing. Kyung-soo didn't even look back. His chest heaved with frantic breaths as he wiped the blood from his dagger. His voice trembled but carried desperation. It's done, right? Kyung-rok Hyung, I won! You said you'd let the winner go. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air. Then Ma Kyung-rok chuckled softly, nodding. All right. A promise is a promise. Our youngest passes the test. Kyung-soo's face lit up with fragile hope and inquired, So, I can leave? Ma Kyung-rok's lips curled into a sinister grin, saying, Of course. But the sound of a heavy door creaking open cut through the silence. Kyung-soo spun toward the sound, only to see someone blocking his path. And Sang Cheol? The man stood firm, a shield strapped to his arm, his expression cold. Ma Kyung-rok's voice rang out from behind, sharp and merciless, saying, I said I'd let you go. I never said I'd let you live. Kyung-soo's breath hitched. What? Ma Kyung-rok commanded, his tone casual, like ordering tea. Mr. An Sang Cheol replied calmly. Yes, sir, he said. Don't let him escape. I'll kill him myself. And Sang Cheol said, Understood. Kyung-soo's heart pounded. He gritted his teeth, fury and fear twisting his features, shouting, You bastards! He darted into the shadows, activating his stealth skill. The night cloaked him, and for a moment, he thought he had slipped away. The next instant, and Sang Cheol's shield slammed into him with brutal force. The assassin was ripped from the shadows, his stealth broken, his body tumbling across the ground. Dust and dirt scattered as he rolled, coughing and groaning, one hand clutching his injured arm. But still he pushed himself up, his teeth clenched, his body trembling, but his eyes burned with a single desperate thought. I have to survive. Even if it meant rotting in prison, even if it meant being hunted forever, he would live. He had to live to expose Ma Kyung-rok's crimes to the world. With staggering steps, he tried to run again, but he didn't get far, and a voice came out. Where do you think you're going? From the darkness, Kyung-rok's aura lashed out like a living shadow, curling around Kyung-soo's ankle and yanking him to the ground. He hit the dirt hard. Desperate, he scrambled to rise, only for a blade to slice across his knee. Pain exploded in his body as he collapsed, clutching his leg. Ma Kyung-rok loomed over him, his sword dripping with malice, asking, Now you can't run anymore, can you? Tears streaked down Kyung-soo's face. He clawed at the dirt, his voice breaking. Please spare me. No, Hyung-nim, Kyung-rok Hyung-nim. I'll give up everything, I swear. I'll leave the country, I'll vanish. You can have the airship, the company, everything. We're family, aren't we? Please, I'm begging you. Ma Kyung-rok tilted his head, watching him with detached amusement, and said, You really do talk too much. It's always funny, watching what people say when death is right in front of them. Kyung-soo froze. In Ma Kyung-rok's eyes, he saw it. The same chilling emptiness his other brother had once described. The look of someone who took pleasure in suffering. It hit him then, like ice water down his spine. He's not going to let me live, no matter what I say. Panicked, Kyung-soo screamed, his voice echoing in the night. Help! Somebody, please save me! Ma Kyung-rok laughed, shaking his head, saying, No one's around. That's why I love this place. A perfect spot to deal with criminals. Kyung-soo stammered, inquiring, Criminals? criminals? Ma Kyung-rak's smile deepened, dark aura writhing around his blade like hungry snakes, saying, "And right now, I see another one right in front of me." He screamed, "Well, wait! No, no!" The shadows surged forward, wrapping around Kyung-soo as if to swallow him whole. His screams turned ragged, desperate. He said, "Hyung, please, don't do this!" Ma Kyung-rak whispered to his aura. "Eat him up!" Kyung-soo shrieked, writhing as the darkness began to consume him. And then, a clear voice rang out, shattering the night. "Stop it!" Ma Kyung-rak's head snapped up, his expression flickering with irritation. Slowly, he turned toward the sound, and there they stood, his fiancée Christine, her face pale but determined, and beside her, Seo Arin, her eyes burning with fury. Ma Kyung-rak's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise breaking through his cruel amusement. Christine, 3 hours earlier. Christine had only come to Korea with 2 intentions. First, to hear the prophet's prediction for the next round, and second, to make inquiries about the mysterious figure known as the Black Scythe. That was the plan, but fate clearly had other ideas. No sooner had she stepped off the plane and dragged her suitcase into the bustling airport than her eyes landed on someone she never expected to see. Her steps faltered, and her brows furrowed in sharp suspicion. She muttered, her voice filled with disbelief. "Jeffrey?" The man in question stood calmly, his gaze fixed on her as if he had been waiting all along. Christine's lips curled into a thin line, her chest tightening with the weight of old, unresolved emotions, saying, "How did you get here? Don't tell me you're following me under my father's orders?" Jeffrey, unfazed by her accusatory glare, shook his head. His voice was calm but firm. "No, I'm here on the orders of the Black Scythe." Her eyes widened slightly at the name, and for an instant her anger was swallowed by surprise. She inquired, "The Black Scythe?" Hearing him mention that name felt surreal. Of all people, Jeffrey? Christine never would have imagined it. Her suspicions deepened like a storm cloud. She crossed her arms, inquiring, "How do you know the Black Scythe? What connection could you possibly have with him?" Jeffrey met her eyes without hesitation and said, "We were in the same party during the 12th round. When he found out I knew you, he asked for my phone number." Christine froze. Her voice cracked, caught between shock and disbelief. "What?" she said to herself. "He exchanged phone numbers with him, without me knowing?" For the briefest moment, a pang of jealousy stirred in her chest. Hot, irrational, but undeniable. She quickly pushed it down and regained her composure. She said firmly, "Don't lie to me, Jeffrey. As far as I know, the Black Scythe avoids meeting anyone in real life." Jeffrey's lips curled into the faintest smirk. He pulled out his phone and extended it toward her, and said, "Then see for yourself. I just video called him." Christine blinked, startled, inquired, "What?" Cautiously, she took the phone from his hand. On the screen, a figure appeared, a man in a stark white mask, holding a scythe that radiated the same aura she remembered from the other world. Christine's heart skipped. The masked figure asked, "Is that Christine?" Her lips parted, inquiring, "Black Scythe?" The figure nodded slightly. His voice was exactly as she remembered. "Yes, you look the same in both the other world and reality." Christine's chest tightened and said to herself, "So he recognizes me that easily, even though I made some changes to my face and skin." A tiny spark of disappointment flickered inside her, but she quickly dismissed it. This wasn't the time to worry about appearances. This was the man, the savior she had long yearned to meet. Her voice trembled just slightly. "I never imagined I'd be speaking with you in reality," Black Scythe admitted. "I didn't expect it either, and I exchanged numbers after hearing about you from Jeffrey." Christine leaned closer to the screen, anticipation brimming in her eyes, inquiring, "You exchanged numbers after hearing about me. Do you have some business with me?" But the response wasn't what she had hoped for. Black Scythe said evenly, "There's something I want to show you. I'll tell you the place. Jeffrey will guide you." Christine's shoulders dropped and said, "Ah, I see." The call ended, leaving her staring at the darkened screen. Slowly, she handed the phone back to Jeffrey, forcing a small, embarrassed smile, and said, "I'm sorry I doubted you. You really did make contact with the Black Scythe." Jeffrey gave a small nod. "Yes, it's quite a curious connection, isn't it?" Christine admitted, still studying him with a mixture of wonder and suspicion, inquiring, "How did you end up in a party with the Black Scythe?" Jeffrey's eyes glinted, but he merely gestured toward the exit, saying, "I'll explain on the way. For now, let's get moving." Christine slid into the passenger seat of the sleek car Jeffrey had prepared. The city lights flashed by the window as her mind swirled. She asked herself, what could it be that he wants to show me? Will the Black Scythe himself be there? Her heart thumped faster the deeper they drove into the countryside, until finally the car veered onto a secluded mountain path. path. The road narrowed, hemmed in by trees thick with shadows. Jeffrey pulled over and said, "We're here." Christine stepped out, her heels crunching against gravel. She looked around at the wilderness, inquiring, "Is this the place?" Jeffrey said, already moving toward the trail. "Yes, please come." She followed without hesitation. If she had come here with a stranger, every step would have been filled with dread. But this was Jeffrey, someone she had known since childhood, someone she trusted to protect her. Besides, she had just spoken with the Black Scythe himself. She said to herself, "Jeffrey wouldn't harm me. I'm sure of it." The two climbed the mountain path until Christine noticed shapes ahead. Her eyes narrowed and said, There are people over there." Indeed, two figures stood behind a tree. As Christine squinted, recognition struck. Her voice slipped out in shock. "SEO are in?" the woman exclaimed back. "Chrissy?" Both women called out their usernames almost at the same time. Their surprise quickly melted into delight. Christine hurried over, her face brightening, and said, "Hello, I never thought I'd meet you here, Seo Aren." Seo Aren smiled warmly and said, "Same here, Christine. I knew someone else was coming, but I didn't expect it to be you." Christine tilted her head, surprised by the fluent English, and inquired, "You speak English well?" Seo Aren replied modestly, "I picked it up while taking acting classes. It's awkward if the pronunciation is off during English lines." Christine nodded knowingly. She already knew Seo Aren was an actress, something she had revealed during their brief time together as party members. That was also when Christine had learned Seo Aren was under Ma Kyung-rak's company. Christine observed, smiling, saying, "You look exactly the same as you do in reality." Seo Aren replied with a genuine grin, "And you too, Christine." Christine chuckled softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, and said, "Well, I did tweak a few things." Seo Aren tilted her head, feigning surprise. "Really? I didn't notice. You're beautiful in both worlds." The two exchanged compliments with ease, like friends reunited after a long separation, their bond strengthened by the shared shadow of Black Scythe. A man cleared his throat politely. Christine turned to find a stranger beside Seo Aren, a man she hadn't met before. She asked curiously, "And who is this?" The man straightened, speaking quickly as if to leave no room for doubt. "My name is Ju Seong-tak. I was in a party with the Black Scythe in the 12th round, though there was a language barrier." Seo Aren deftly translated. Jeffrey stepped forward, nodding. "Oh, and this is Jeffrey. Please, everyone, introduce yourselves." Jeffrey and Ju Seong-tak locked eyes, exchanging only a silent acknowledgement. No words were necessary. They already understood each other. Both were tied by loyalty to the same man. Ju Seong-tak finally spoke. "You were all summoned here because the Black Scythe has something to show you." Christine's heart skipped and inquired, "What exactly does he want to show us?" Ju Seong-tak simply pointed through the trees. Below, in a small clearing, stood a rundown warehouse. In front of it lingered a familiar figure. Christine's breath caught, inquiring, "Is that Ma Kyung-rak?" she demanded, her voice laced with disbelief. "Why is Ma Kyung-rak here?" Seo Aren's expression hardened and said, "The Black Scythe said he wanted to show us Ma Kyung-rak, his true nature." Christine whispered, her eyes fixed on the man below, inquiring, "True nature?" From their vantage point, they saw Ma Kyung-rak pacing, as though waiting for someone. Soon his phone rang, and he answered quickly before disappearing inside the warehouse. Christine's pulse quickened, inquiring, "What could the Black Scythe possibly want to show us?" Seo Aren shook her head and replied, "He said we'll find out if we wait and watch. So that's what I'm doing, with no choice." Christine settled beside her, every muscle taut with anticipation. Then, headlights cut through the trees. A van rolled into the path, stopping near the warehouse. From the driver's seat emerged a man Christine instantly recognized. Her stomach churned and she said, "And Sang Cheol, Ma Kyung-rak's right-hand man." The man moved briskly to the back of the van, yanking the doors open. To their collective horror, he dragged out two limp figures, unconscious, or perhaps already dead. Christine's eyes went wide, her breath catching in her throat, inquiring, What is that? Is this a kidnapping?" Seo Aren's face drained of color, saying, "No, that can't be right." The night air grew heavier as the warehouse door shut behind An Sang Cheol, leaving the women trembling in silence. Whatever truth the Black Scythe had wanted them to see, it was only beginning to reveal itself. A short while later, An Sang Cheol returned, this time fully armed, his face grim and eyes sharp. He positioned himself at the warehouse entrance like a sentinel, cold and unyielding. Then it came, the muffled thuds, followed by ear-piercing screams from inside the warehouse. The cries were so loud and desperate it that they reached Christine and Seo Aaron even from dozens of meters away. Christine's eyes widened in horror. Those screams, she thought, her voice trembling as she whispered. Those screams. They must be from the people who were just brought in. Seo Aaron's face turned pale. Her lips quivered as she asked softly, "What's happening inside?" But Ansang Cheol didn't flinch. His face remained unreadable, as if he already knew what was unfolding behind those walls. He stood firm, expression stone-like, as if he had long buried his humanity. Christine and Seo Aaron, unable to summon the courage to peek inside, crouched anxiously behind the trees, exchanging fearful glances. Christine whispered, desperate, Seo Aaron, "Can't you use a fairy to take a peek inside?" Aaron shook her head, frustration twisting her expression, saying, "It's no use. I'm not in communication with any fairies right now." The screams rose to a blood-curdling peak, and then silence. The sudden absence of sound was even more terrifying. Moments later, the heavy warehouse doors creaked open. Ma Kyung-rok stepped out, his steps deliberate, his face shadowed with menace. Beside him stumbled one of the kidnapped men, beaten and terrified. Ma Kyung-rok's cold voice cut through the night air. "And director," Sang Cheol replied immediately, stiff and obedient. "Yes, sir," Ma Kyung-rok said. "Don't let this bastard escape. I'll kill him with my own hands." Christine's heart skipped, inquiring, "Kill him?" And Sang Cheol raised his shield, blocking the man's escape route. Ma Kyung-rok drew closer, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. Without hesitation, he slashed his brother's knee. The scream ripped through the night as blood sprayed across the dirt. Ma Kyung-rok sneered, his eyes glittering with sadistic satisfaction, saying, "Now you can't run, can you?" The man cried, his voice shaking with terror. "Please, brother, spare me!" At that plea, Seo Aaron gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She grabbed Christine's sleeve with trembling hands and whispered, "That man, he's Ma Kyung-rok's younger brother." Christine's jaw dropped, inquiring, "His brother? He's family?" Aaron nodded, her face pale as moonlight, saying, "It seems there was a dispute over the succession issue." Christine's stomach turned cold and said, "But even so, to do this to family." Her heart pounded as she stared at the man she once believed she knew. The fiancé who had seemed so polished, so noble, now stood before her like a deranged butcher, a sadistic psychopath basking in his brother's agony. Then Ma Kyung-rok spoke, his tone like a dark incantation. "Devour him." From the shadows, his dark aura rose like a monstrous beast, writhing hungrily toward the wounded man. His younger brother's scream echoed as the black energy engulfed him. "No, no! Ah!" Christine couldn't watch any longer. She stepped forward, her voice trembling but firm. "Stop this!" Ma Kyung-rok's eyes snapped to her, startled. He froze for a moment. Then his gaze shifted in disbelief. "Christine? Seo Aaron too?" But though surprise flickered across his face, he did not retract the command. His brother's body convulsed, then was silenced forever, swallowed alive by the darkness. Christine's breath caught in her throat. Her face turned ashen as she whispered, What have you done?" Even Ansang Cheol seemed unsettled as he muttered, "Sir." Ma Kyung-rok inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, his expression sliding back into confidence. He raised his chin as if preparing to justify everything, and said, "I know what you're thinking, Christine, but you're mistaken." Her eyes blazed, inquiring, "Mistaken?" He said, "Yes. As you saw, I did kill someone, but it wasn't an innocent person." Christine's voice shook with fury. "The person you killed was your brother," Ma Kyung-rok admitted without hesitation. His voice carried arrogance, not remorse. "Yes, he was my brother, but that scum tried to kill me first. He even murdered our older brother inside that warehouse." Christine stared at him, her face twisted in disbelief, saying, "Do you even hear yourself? You killed your own brother and you're claiming it wasn't your fault," Ma Kyung-rok said flatly, his expression cold. "Because that's the truth. I did nothing wrong." Christine's voice rose, heavy with outrage, saying, "Even if that's the case, shouldn't you have tried to resolve it another way? How could you kill your own family?" Ma Kyung-rok snapped, his eyes narrowing, saying, "I told you, he tried to kill me first." Christine shot back, her hands clenched, and said, "I saw you abduct him and drag him here." Ma Kyung-rok replied smoothly, "I brought him here because he attempted to assassinate me. I wanted to ask why, but then he drew a knife on me and as you saw, I was forced to kill him in self-defense. Christine's voice dripped with scorn. Self-defense? Are you seriously calling that a tragic accident and not deliberate murder? Ma Kyung-rok nodded, utterly shameless. Yes, I had no choice but to kill him. Christine's eyes flared, saying, "No choice? I saw you laughing like a psychopath while you killed him," Ma Kyung-rok said coolly, as though dismissing a child's fantasy. "That can't be true. You must have misunderstood." Christine staggered back, disgusted. She had witnessed every detail with her own eyes, yet he twisted the truth as if reality bent to his will. Ma Kyung-rok said firmly, "The fact is, he tried to kill me first. Please understand that." Christine's voice shook with fury. "That doesn't justify murder." He said, "I was nearly killed myself." She said, "There were other ways to handle it." He said, "No, there weren't." Christine glared at him, her voice sharp as a blade. "So, can you publicly admit to the world that you killed your brother, and that it was purely self-defense?" At that, Ma Kyung-rok's face hardened. His eyes flickered with calculation and rage. He knew he couldn't admit such a thing. Public opinion would destroy him, succession would vanish. Everything he'd built would crumble. Worse, if investigations began, all his hidden murders might come to light. A cold decision settled in his mind. His gaze darkened, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. And he said to himself, "The cleanest solution right now is to leave no witnesses." He let out a weary sigh, though his tone was laced with malice. "I didn't want it to come to this." Slowly, deliberately, Ma Kyung-rok drew his sword. Its tip gleamed in the dim light as he pointed it at Christine, saying, "If you're determined to make me the villain, then I guess I have no choice but to play that part." Behind them, Sang Cheol subtly moved into position, blocking their escape. Christine and Seo Arin stiffened, their faces tight with dread. They weren't fools. They could see the killing intent surrounding them. Ma Kyung-rok's voice dropped, low and menacing, saying, "Before I kill you, tell me one thing. How did you know we'd be here? Were you following me?" Christine's lips pressed shut, refusing to answer. Ma Kyung-rok sneered, saying, "Well, you don't have to answer right now. I'll make sure you talk soon enough." He gripped his sword tighter, preparing to strike. In his heart, Christine was nothing but a tool, suitable for business, but disposable when secrets were at risk. But fate had other plans. A dagger suddenly whistled through the air and struck against Ma Kyung-rok's blade, forcing him to parry. Sparks scattered in the night. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said, "So there were more of you." From the shadows, Jeffrey and Ju Song-tak emerged, faces hardened, weapons ready, and the true battle began. A bitter curse slipped through Jeffrey's clenched teeth. Damn it, his expression twisted with regret. His plan had been flawless, or so he thought. He hadn't revealed himself at the start, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with a surprise attack. But that attack was blocked as though his presence had been known from the very beginning. Ma Kyung-rok's sneer was sharp, saying, "So there were more of you hiding," his mocking eyes scanning Jeffrey and Ju Seong-tak with cold amusement. The corners of his lips curled up in cruel disdain. He chuckled darkly, shaking his head. "A butler and a cripple. Heh, you're not seriously thinking you're safe just because it's 4 against 2, are you?" "Christine?" Christine's gaze was sharp and unyielding. Before she could answer, a calm yet resolute voice cut through the tension. "Who said it's 4 against 2? Ma Kyung-rok's head whipped around. Standing there, as though she had stepped out of the shadows themselves, was Seo Arin. Her eyes glimmered with determination, her presence commanding as her summoned army materialized behind her. 4 fairies hovered gracefully, radiating golden light. 3 golems, towering and solid, planted themselves like immovable guardians. 2 spirit knights, their armor gleaming faintly, unsheathed their spectral blades with solemn precision. Seo Arin's voice was steady, though her expression betrayed her disappointment. "Director, isn't it time to stop? Do you really think this will solve anything?" And Sang Cheol said, "Seo Bei-woo." At the sound of that name, Ma Kyung-rok's brow furrowed deeply, his face twisting with displeasure. His tone was filled with venom, saying, "I took in a talentless woman and raised her this far, only for her to betray me now." Seo Arin countered, her lips pressing into a thin line, saying, "You invested in me because you saw potential, didn't you?" Ma Kyung-rak's eyes narrowed and said, "Now you even dare to talk back. Surviving until the 12th round has made you cocky, more player-like, She shot back, her gaze unwavering, saying, "I've been through enough to learn, and the first thing I learned was not to trust someone like you." A faint twitch pulled at Ma Kyung-rak's face, and he said, "So, that's why you've been distancing yourself lately?" "Plotting this betrayal all along," she said coldly. "Don't play the victim. Pretending like this won't erase the murders you committed." His laugh rang with madness. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained bloodlust as his lips stretched into a psychotic smile, saying, "Why wouldn't it? It's simple, really. Just kill everyone here." The murderous intent rolling off him was so thick it made the air heavy. Seo Arin murmured, her hand tightening as she mentally issued a command to her summons. "Looks like I have no choice. I'll have to subdue you." Ma Kyung-rak barked out a cruel laugh. "Do you really think you can subdue me with your pathetic skills, Seo Baewu?" His mocking words were cut short. A golden beam of light streaked past the space where he had been standing just a heartbeat earlier. He twisted his body instinctively, narrowly avoiding the scorching blast. Ma Kyung-rak spat, grinding his teeth. His hand gripped his sword, pulling it free with murderous resolve, shouting, "This sneaky little woman attacking in the middle of a conversation." Gone was his playful sneer. Now, his eyes burned with the raw determination to kill her. He roared, charging at her. "I'll cut you down without even bothering to devour you." Before his blade could reach Seo Arin, 3 golems stomped forward, their massive forms blocking his path like living fortresses. Ma Kyung-rak's face twisted in fury, shouting, "Damn rock heads," as he swung his sword, the blade dripping with writhing dark aura. The golems cracked apart, their solid bodies shattering like fragile glass under his merciless strikes. His dark aura, an energy that could slice through iron chains as though they were paper, tore them apart effortlessly. Just as he raised his sword for the final blow, Ma Kyung-rak froze mid-motion. His eyes narrowed. 4 fairies unleashed beams of searing light at once. He twisted his body, barely dodging, the heat searing the edge of his clothes as the ground hissed and smoked where the beams struck. He grimaced, saying, "Tish, annoying pests." His defense skill, dark armor, was nearly useless against magic. He couldn't afford to be careless. Then the air whistled as the blade of a spirit knight slashed where he had just been standing. The knight's voice reverberated with authority as its sword cut downward. "Where do you think you're going, ugly beast?" Ma Kyung-rak countered, his own aura-clad sword cleaving through the knight's body in one brutal stroke. He muttered with a cold smile, "Only one left." But then the last spirit knight suddenly swelled, its form growing until it stood 1.5 times larger. Ma Kyung-rak's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the—" In a flash, the knight vanished from sight, only to reappear right before him. Instinct screamed, and he raised his sword just in time. The impact rattled his arm. The strength behind the knight's attack had multiplied, and its speed was terrifying. Strike after strike rained down, forcing Ma Kyung-rak to defend, his expression twisting in irritation. He realized, gritting his teeth, saying to himself, "This power! Seo Arin must have learned a summoning enhancement skill after reaching level 60. To think I'd have to kill such a useful asset myself." Then he ordered, "Devastating slash!" His sword glowed with condensed dark aura, ready to obliterate the knight entirely. But suddenly, his body jerked sideways, his strike misdirected. He inquired, "What? A provocation skill?" One of the remaining golems had taunted him, pulling his focus. His devastating slash came crashing down on the wrong target. The golem shattered to rubble under the overwhelming strike. Seo Arin's eyes widened, but she didn't hesitate, saying, "The power! Now's the chance! Subdue Ma Kyung-rak." Her fairies and the remaining spirit knight charged forward in perfect unison. But Ma Kyung-rak only smirked, dark aura swirling menacingly around his entire body. He ordered, "Dark dimension." The world warped around him, his body phasing into space itself. The fairies' beams and the spirit knight's slash struck at once, but instead of harming him, their attacks were twisted, reflected, and hurled back at them. The fairies screamed in flashes of light before vanishing. The knight, cut apart by its own strike, dissolved into nothing. Seo Arin gasped, her face draining of color. In the blink of an eye, all her summons had been wiped out. She thought frantically, trying to call them back. "Summon! Summon more!" But the system's merciless message appeared. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Her eyes widened in horror as Ma Kyung-rak appeared before her, his sword already raised. next. He said, "Time to die." The killing strike never landed. His blade was stopped by a small but sharp dagger hurled from the side. Ma Kyung-rok's gaze snapped to the source, his face twisting in irritation. He snarled, "You're really annoying for an assassin." More daggers whistled through the air, forcing him back as Jeffrey leapt forward, his face set with grim determination. Seo-arin used the chance to retreat, her breathing ragged. Ma Kyung-rok clicked his tongue, his patience snapping, saying, "Seo Bei-woo can't fight right now. She's useless without her summons. I'll deal with this pest first, then kill her." Dodging Jeffrey's rapid throws, he closed the gap like a predator hunting prey. Jeffrey's movements were quick, his expression sharp and unyielding. But Ma Kyung-rok knew better and said, "He won't block with a dagger. He knows he'd die instantly if he tried." With a smirk, he sent his dark aura snaking out. The shadow-like energy coiled around Jeffrey's ankle, flinging him aside like a rag doll. Jeffrey coughed, pain flashing across his face as he hit the ground hard. Ma Kyung-rok raised his sword, eyes glowing with bloodlust, saying, "It's over." The blade plunged mercilessly into Jeffrey's chest. "Ah!" Jeffrey's scream echoed through the battlefield, piercing, raw, and filled with agony. Jeffrey let out one final, desperate scream as his body collapsed to the ground. Ma Kyung-rok's lips twisted into a cruel grin, savoring the victory, until his eyes narrowed, inquiring, "What's this?" The corpse shimmered, dissolving like smoke. It wasn't a real body at all. And he said, "A clone? Impossible." A cold chill ran down his spine as the realization dawned, inquiring, could it be an assassin's level 60 skill? But it was too late. By the time the thought formed, Jeffrey was already behind him. The assassin's eyes gleamed like sharpened steel, his blade raised for the kill. Jeffrey hissed, his voice heavy with murderous intent. "Die!" The blade came down. The attack was cut short by the jarring slam of a shield. Jeffrey's strike was deflected, his killing blow shattered. And Sang Cheol stepped forward, shield still raised, his expression firm, inquiring, "Are you all right, Director?" Ma Kyung-rok exhaled heavily, a bead of sweat trailing down his temple, saying, "Thanks, Manager Ann." I almost ended up dead. Jeffrey's face twisted in frustration. His chance had slipped away, but across from him, Ma Kyung-rok's grimace turned into something more dangerous. He was smiling now. Jeffrey had used both his clone and invisibility. His trump cards were gone. Ma Kyung-rok thought coldly, "He's as good as dead." His gaze slid past Jeffrey to Seo-arin and Christine, saying, "Once he falls, I'll kill them both next." But just as he was basking in the thought of their defeat, a strange unease prickled at him. Wait, wasn't there one more? The cripple, the man with the prosthetic arm and leg. He was nowhere to be seen, no trace of his presence at all. Ma Kyung-rok tried to sense him, but it was as if he'd fled, swallowed by fear. Then he said, all the better. I'll just kill the three standing before me." Confidence swelled in his chest. His dark aura pulsed outward, filling the air like suffocating smoke. None of them could withstand it. Even Christine, the so-called saint, could only heal. Her spells couldn't stop his blade, nor shield them from the aura that cut down anything in its path. A cruel smirk curved his lips, saying, "It's over for all of you." And so, with calm certainty, Ma Kyung-rok relaxed. That arrogance would soon become his undoing. But suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught movement. The cripple, Ju Song-tak, stood there, not fleeing, but smiling slyly. His expression was calm, almost mocking. A sudden knot of unease coiled in Ma Kyung-rok's chest, inquiring, what is he smiling at? His eyes followed Ju Song-tak's gaze. There, on the ground, lay the lifeless body of his brother, Ma Kyung-soo. Ju Song-tak said, "Corpse explosion." The words were spoken so softly, but they rang like a death knell. The corpse convulsed, then erupted. A searing wave of fire and gore blasted outward. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widened in shock as the explosion hurled him through the air, smashing him against the warehouse wall. The world rang with chaos. Ugh! Gah! His skin burned. His body screamed in agony. But somehow, he forced himself upright. His breaths came ragged, but he knew better than to lower his guard now. Ju Song-tak's lips moved again. Corpse explosion. This time, it was Ma Kyung-sang's body. The second explosion tore the warehouse apart. Wood splintered, flames roared, and Ma Kyung-rok's body was flung once again like a rag doll. The impact stole the air from his lungs, leaving him coughing, wheezing, struggling just to rise. He staggered, dropping to one knee. His body trembled violently. A steady hand caught his arm, and Sang Cheol's voice was tight with concern, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Ma Kyung-rok spat blood onto the ground, saying, "My ribs, ugh, I think think they're broken, and Sang Cheol said, "This isn't the time. We should retreat and regroup." Ma Kyung-rok's teeth ground together. Frustration burned in his chest. Retreating now was humiliating, but he had no other choice, and he said, "Let's do that." With Sang Cheol supporting him, he turned to leave. Jeffrey's voice rang out sharp with fury as he tried to give chase. "Where do you think you're going?" But Ma Kyung-rok's eyes, cold, venomous, froze him in place. His words dripped contempt, spoken in perfect English. "If you're confident, come at me. Killing a bug like you is nothing to me." Jeffrey swallowed hard, saying nothing. And with that final threat, Ma Kyung-rok vanished into the shadows with Sang Cheol. No one followed. Not Jeffrey, not Seo Arin, not Christine. They all knew. His strength was beyond them for now. Seo Arin asked, her brows knit with worry. "In the end, we let them get away. What should we do?" Someone said, "There's nothing we can do." The voice that answered startled them. Seo Arin turned, eyes widening in recognition. "Ah, Yamtinim?" Relief lit her face before confusion quickly replaced it. Inquiring, "How are you here, Yamtinim?" She replied, "I heard about the situation from Black Scythe." Seo Arin nodded faintly. Of course, Yamti was Black Scythe's acquaintance. That explained her sudden arrival. Seo Arin said, "If you came to help, you're a bit late." Yamti's lips curled ever so slightly, saying, "Is that so?" No disappointment touched her features. If anything, she seemed satisfied, as though her goal was already achieved. Seo Arin blinked, unsettled by the expression. Strange, but she shook it off. Surely it was just her imagination. She had no idea how wrong she was. Later in the forest, Ma Kyung-rok leaned against a tree, his body trembling with pain, saying, "Phew, let's take a short break before we continue." And Sang Cheol said, "Yes, Director." The wounds were too severe. Each breath was fire in his chest. His skin burned raw. Ma Kyung-rok muttered. His eyes gleamed with a mix of fear and grudging respect. That cripple. He was much stronger than I expected, using corpses as bombs. Someone like that must be in the top 5. And Sang Cheol crouched nearby, inquiring, "How are your injuries?" Ma Kyung-rok said with a bitter grin, "Don't worry about me. Just a few broken ribs and charred skin." But deep down, he knew. Without Christine's healing, his body wouldn't recover quickly. He chuckled, a humorless sound, saying, "Damn it, to think I tried to kill her just moments ago. Now, I actually miss her." But Sang Cheol's silence grew heavy. The atmosphere shifted, thick and suffocating. Finally, he spoke. "You should consider going back." He inquired, "What did you just say?" And Sang Cheol replied, "If you return, Christine can heal you. Confess your sins. Receive treatment." The smile slid from Ma Kyung-rok's face. His eyes hardened into ice, saying, "Manager An, are you suggesting I get healed only to rot in prison?" He said, "It's better than losing your life, don't you think?" Ma Kyung-rok's lips curled in irritation, saying, "You speak as if I'm already dead." And Sang Cheol's gaze was steady, unflinching, saying, "You are dead, because I'm going to kill you." Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widened, stunned. A blade pierced his chest, hot blood bubbling from his lips as he stared down in disbelief. The sword buried in his flesh belonged to none other than Sang Cheol. His voice broke, choked by blood. "You!" And Sang Cheol said nothing. His silence was colder than the steel in Ma Kyung-rok's chest, and for the first time, true fear flickered in Ma Kyung-rok's eyes. The report came to an end with a calm voice over the phone. "That concludes the report. I've also taken care of the task you assigned." Ryu's tone was low but steady. "Good work. Stay close to them until the situation is fully resolved. Just in case." The reply had come promptly, firm and loyal. "Understood, Master." Now, alone, he sat in silence, but his mind was anything but quiet. His eyes narrowed into slits, a shadow of determination crossing his face, saying, "If you call it long, it's long. If short, short. But this bad blood ends here." He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. Truth be told, he had never intended to kill Ma Kyung-rok, not in the beginning. His lips curled into a thin line as he recalled his earlier thoughts. "I considered keeping him alive until the 20th round. He had potential." Ma Kyung-rok was, without question, powerful. A force on the battlefield. A man who could deal devastating damage. But power was not enough. Ryu shook his head slowly, saying, "What I need more than a damage dealer with an inferiority complex is a reliable supporter." And when weighed against Christine, the choice was simple. His eyes softened, a fleeting warmth flickering in them. Christine was worth far more. Sure, Ma Kyung-rok could have been brought under control. With Yamti, domination was easy enough. But Ryu's gaze darkened again, saying, "But he tried to kill his own brother. That alone was enough. A man who would slaughter slaughter his own flesh and blood could not be trusted. He and his brother were cut from the same cloth, rotten, dangerous, unworthy of salvation. No, there was no need to save Ma Kyung-rok. Instead, Ryu saw an opportunity to use this dark nature. He devised the plan with cold precision. Christine and Seo Arin would witness Ma Kyung-rok's true self with their own eyes. Disgust and revulsion would grow naturally in their hearts. They would distance themselves from him, and Christine would become his. The plan worked, flawlessly even, almost. Ryu's lips pressed into a thin line, saying, the problem was Christine's intervention. She had stepped into the fray. She had saved Ma Kyung-soo. Compassion had driven her into danger, a risk Ryu had not foreseen, and with that single act, everything shifted. Because of that, Christine and Seo Arin were placed in mortal danger. It was natural for a criminal to silence witnesses. Ryu had anticipated that. That was why he had placed Jeffrey and Ju Seong-tak nearby. Yamti had been his final safeguard, the ace in the hole. He thought that with Yamti there, nothing catastrophic would happen. Yet, unexpectedly, it wasn't Yamti who played the decisive role. Ju Seong-tak had stepped forward, his expression grim, his hands channeling power. With an explosive corpse, he struck Ma Kyung-rok hard, so hard that the man crumpled, gravely injured. Ryu allowed himself a small chuckle, saying, but he didn't kill him. That much he left unfinished. So Ryu made the choice himself. His eyes gleamed as he recalled the command he had given. He had whispered into Yamti's mind, his tone cold as steel. Approach the two secretly, dominate Ansang Cheol, order him to pretend to help Ma Kyung-rok escape, and when the chance comes, kill him. Yamti had carried out the order perfectly. Not only had Ma Kyung-rok been slain, but Ansang Cheol had been commanded to erase the body, dispose of the evidence, and then take his own life. The operation was swift, clean, ruthless. Ryu said to himself, I hadn't planned to kill Ma Kyung-rok, but once Christine became involved, there was no other path. He tried to kill her, the witness. That made them irreconcilable. I couldn't keep them both. The decision was made, and the system confirmed the outcome without mercy. Target Ma Kyung-rok cannot be found. No such person exists. Target Ansang Cheol cannot be found. No such person exists. Gone. Erased. Exactly as planned. Ryu's lips curved into the faintest of smiles, saying, Ansang Cheol erased Ma Kyung-rok's body, then ended his own life, just as I ordered. The matter was over, wrapped neatly with no loose ends. Now came the rewards. He had held back on selling his shares before, careful not to draw suspicion from Ma Kyung-rok. But now there was no reason to wait. He said, I should sell them all, every share. That alone will earn me nearly $1 trillion, and when I do, the company will collapse. He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. It's about time it collapses. Without Ma Kyung-rok, it has no future. The thought lingered, cold and sharp, when suddenly his device buzzed. A video call request. Jeffrey. Ryu's eyes glimmered with amusement as he slid on a white mask, his voice calm when he answered. Jeffy. On the other side, Jeffrey bowed slightly, his expression grim. Black Scythe Nim. Ryu tilted his head, feigning ignorance, inquiring, why the grim face? Something happened? Jeffrey showed the devastated scene through the camera, explaining the incident in a grave tone. Ryu listened, nodding slowly as if this were his first time hearing of it. Of course, Yamti had already reported everything. Ryu said, I see. So there was a conflict after all. Was anyone hurt? Jeffrey hesitated, saying, no one was hurt, thankfully. However, the people here would like to hear your explanation, sir. At that moment, Christine and Seo Arin stepped into view. Their faces were tense, but their eyes burned with questions. Christine spoke first. Hello, Black Scythe. I'm sorry for the sudden call, but we have a question. Ryu's masked face tilted slightly, his tone calm as though he already knew, saying, let me guess. You want to know how I knew about Ma Kyung-rok's crime? Seo Arin added firmly. That's right, and also why you called us here. Ryu's eyes lowered, as though choosing his words carefully, saying, some of you may already know. I've been in communication with a prophet named Ryu Min. Our connection has only been for a short time. The women exchanged glances, curiosity in their eyes. Ryu added, he told me something, that a man known as Cheonma, Ma Kyung-rok, was destined to kill his own family at a certain place. And he told me this man was connected to you both, one as a fiancé, the other as a boss. Christine and Seo Arin gasped softly, realization dawning on their faces. Christine asked, her voice low, when did you receive this prophecy? Ryu Min answered calmly. Before the 12th round began, she inquired. So, So, almost a month ago? He replied. Yes, he sighed, his shoulders dropping ever so slightly, saying, I couldn't see Cheonma in a favorable light after that. That's why I rejected his party invitation in the 12th round. Seo Arin blinked, her lips parting in surprise, saying, Oh, that's why. The sting of rejection she had once felt now made sense. Ryu's voice softened further, carrying the weight of inner struggle. As the rounds progressed, I debated with myself. Should I tell you that one among you was tied to a murderer, or should I remain silent? I wrestled with that choice. Christine's eyes widened slightly. Black Scythe, agonizing over their safety. It was unexpected, almost unthinkable. Ryu added, If I hadn't heard the prophecy, I might have left things alone, but after hearing it, I couldn't just sit idly by. And when I discovered that Jeffy knew Christine, I asked him for a favor. Christine leaned forward, inquiring, To bring us here? Ryu nodded solemnly, saying, I couldn't move directly, so I had Jeffy and Ju Xiong Tak gather you all in one place. I wanted you to see Ma Kyung-rok's true nature with your own eyes. There was truth in his words, mixed skillfully with lies. He added, I could have told you over the phone, yes, but would you have believed me? I doubt it. That's why I arranged this meeting. Seo Arin's shoulders dropped slightly, understanding flickering in her expression, saying, Oh, I see. Ryu finished, his voice calm but heavy. Whether you chose to cut ties with him was up to you. I never expected things to escalate like this. Christine lowered her gaze, sadness in her voice. We didn't either. We never imagined Ma Kyung-rok was such a murderer. Seo Arin's face tightened, fear flashing in her eyes, saying, Although he escaped, won't he seek revenge on us someday? Neither of them knew the truth, that Ma Kyung-rok and An Sang-cheol were already erased, their existence snuffed out by Ryu's hand. Behind his mask, Ryu's eyes gleamed with cold certainty. They'll find out soon enough. Ryu didn't bother mentioning anything more. Instead, he chose to wrap up the tense conversation with calm authority. His voice carried a subtle weight, leaving no room for doubt. Are your questions answered? He asked smoothly, eyes half-lidded, as if already thinking several steps ahead. They said, Yes, Black Scythe. We understand now. There was a pause. Then one of them asked hesitantly, But why do you think the prophet shared that prophecy with you, sir? Rao's expression didn't flicker. His gaze was sharp, but his lips curved into the faintest of unreadable smiles. He said vaguely, Who knows? I couldn't really tell you. He's a man whose intentions are difficult to grasp. His words were deliberately ambiguous. He knew that defending the prophet too strongly would only make them suspicious. It was better to leave them guessing, letting them build their own conclusions in their minds. He asked, his tone more of a quiet command than a genuine question. And what will you do now? They said, First, we should report this to the police. 2 people have died. Ryu Min cut them off gently but firmly. His dark eyes gleamed with quiet confidence. Leave that to me. As the deputy commander of the CPF, I can handle it. He had already anticipated this outcome. If the prophet was mentioned during an official investigation, matters would become complicated. This was his way of blocking that possibility before it even surfaced, he said, his voice softening just slightly, almost like a comforting hand on the shoulder. I'm sorry you had to go through such a tough experience. Go home and rest. They said, Thank you for your concern. You rest as well, Black Scythe, he said. See you in the next round. They said, Yes, goodbye. When the line went dead, Ryu lowered the phone slowly, his face once again a mask of calm calculation. Without missing a beat, he typed out a quick message. Black Scythe, speak to the police chief and clean up the situation. Announce that Ma Kyung-rok is dead, but make sure no mention of the prophet comes out. Almost instantly, Yamti replied, Yamti, yes sir, I will execute it immediately. Ryu slipped the phone into his pocket and began walking down the street. The incident with Ma Kyung-rok was resolved neatly, tied off like a severed thread. His business in the United States was complete. Now, it was time to return home, back to Korea. A week later, the world had already shifted. Though only a short time had passed since Ma Kyung-rok's death, many things had changed. The first and most shocking, Ryu himself had surpassed even a conglomerate in wealth. By selling off his shares, he had amassed over 1 trillion won, a staggering fortune. Even just letting it sit quietly in the bank would yield him more than 100 billion won in annual interest. He could have hired fund managers, multiplied his fortune even further. But Ryu wasn't a man consumed by greed. His wealth was not his goal, but a tool, so he let it rest safely, untouched. The second change was the dramatic collapse of Ma Kyung-rok's empire. With 31% of the shares suddenly withdrawn, the foundation of his company crumbled overnight. Ryu thought coldly. It was bound to fall apart. Even if I hadn't sold, sold. Without Ma Kyung-rok, there was no reason for anyone to hold on to those shares. And in truth, the company had no future. The number of players was halving every round. By the 15th, only a quarter of them would remain. Under such circumstances, a business relying on players was doomed to fail. Their survival up until this point had been nothing short of a miracle, Ryu mused. And now, even the CEO is dead. The day after his quiet order to the police chief, the news broke. Articles spread like wildfire. The eldest son of the Oseong Group, Ma Kyung-rok, had killed his siblings during a succession battle, only to be betrayed and killed by one of his own subordinates. The revelation was a bombshell. Public opinion turned savagely against him. Oseong Group's stock plummeted in free fall, dragged down by scandal and outrage. But the real death blow came when investigators uncovered Ma Kyung-rok's private warehouse. There, the evidence of his bloody crimes spilled into the light. His past murders, meticulously hidden, were now paraded before the world. The name Ma Kyung-rok became synonymous with cruelty and corruption. Stock prices fell like a roller coaster plunging down the rails. Oseong Group itself staggered, its once unshakable reputation now tainted. Even the powerful chairman Ma Dae-cheol was not spared. His name dragged into disgrace alongside his dead heir. Ryu thought with cold detachment. It'll be a long time before they recover from this. The internet boiled with speculation. With all the heirs dead, who would inherit Oseong Group? But Ryu didn't care. And he said, that has nothing to do with me anymore. He had cashed out at the peak, walked away with immense profits, and erased Ma Kyung-rok from the board entirely. His ties to Oseong Group were severed for good, he told himself. This chapter is closed. Ma Kyung-rok had been a threat waiting to blossom into danger. He had even dared to move against Christine and Seo Arin. Sparing him would only have led to regret. If left alive, Ma Kyung-rok would have hunted them, and Ryu himself. There were no regrets about killing him. None at all. He reflected, lips curving faintly, saying, and no one even knows I did it. The world believed An Sang-cheol had killed his master before taking his own life. His body had been found in the mountains, while Ma Kyung-rok's corpse had conveniently vanished. To outsiders, it looked like An Sang-cheol had disposed of the body before committing suicide. And really, that's what had happened. Why had he betrayed his master? That was the mystery. Ryu said, let them speculate. Some believed An Sang-cheol had finally broken free after years of exploitation. Others whispered that he had been a double agent planted by the siblings. Conspiracy theories spun in every direction. Ryu added, whatever they choose to believe, it's no longer my concern. And just like that, Ryu detached himself entirely from Oseong Group. It was true that the player place market he had built collapsed in the process, but it didn't matter. The items he needed could now only be acquired from one source, the dwarves, and the 13th round's task was to meet them, he thought, his eyes sharpened with anticipation. Before the next round begins, I have one more matter to attend to. I must meet Aged Man No Gay. Aged Man No Gay had already reached level 60. That meant one thing. He could help Ryu obtain the legendary Hero's Rune. A faint smile tugged at Ryu's lips. He whispered to himself, it's time. Time to pay a visit to the Death Church. In the quiet countryside of Yangpyeong, Gyeonggi-do, there stood a house that at first glance seemed no different from any other in the village. Its faded roof tiles, creaking wooden doors, and the faint smell of damp earth made it blend seamlessly into the rural scenery. But one detail set it apart. Above its entrance hung a wooden plaque with an ominous Chinese character carved deep into it, Sashinkyo, the death god's sect. To an outsider, it might look like the lair of some dubious cult, the sort of thing villagers would report to the authorities. Only those who belonged to the sect recognized its true purpose. Inside, the air was heavy. The room smelled faintly of old paper and burning incense. Behind a cluttered desk sat Aged Man No Gay, the sect leader, his brows knitted tightly as he tapped a worn pen against a ledger. Across from him stood Cardinal Eom Jun-seok, his expression sharp yet curious. The cardinal's voice broke the silence. Kyojunim, Aged Man No Gay looked up, his face weary. He muttered, "Ah, Cardinal Eom," Eom asked, though his eyes already hinted that he knew the answer. "What has you so deep in thought?" Aged Man No Gay let out a long, exaggerated sigh, slumping back into his chair like a man carrying the weight of the world, saying, "It's the finances. What else?" The words hung heavy in the air. Running the so-called temple, a shabby little house that barely qualified as one, cost more than he'd ever imagined. During the week, they traveled across the nation, desperately recruiting new followers. followers. On weekends, they held gatherings, hoping to keep those same people from leaving. And then there were the costs, he thought bitterly, taking groups out for drinks, paying for their entertainment, at least 500,000 won every outing, and that's just one night. The numbers stacked endlessly in his head. Every week, the same story. Every week, the same drain. Aged man Noge rubbed his temple, frustration bleeding into his voice. No wonder the money's running out, and to make matters worse, I've got no job, just lounging around here like some useless bum. He clenched his fist and whispered with a tinge of regret. This is my fault. I was too naive, too eager to grow Sashinkyo, and I didn't see reality clearly. Cardinal Eom tilted his head, concern flashing across his face, inquiring, is the situation that dire? Another sigh, another crack in aged man Noge's composure, and he said, even selling items isn't an option anymore. I've already sold everything worth anything to cover our living expenses and operating costs, and now the player place market site is about to shut down. That door's closing too. His words trailed off, leaving behind only silence and the faint creak of the wooden beams overhead. Cardinal Eom's gaze sharpened as he offered cautiously, what about collecting offerings? At that, aged man Noge let out a humorless laugh, saying, it's not that I haven't thought of it. Of course I'd love to gather offerings, but what if asking for money drives away the few followers we still have left? His voice trembled with the weight of the dilemma, saying, they already give us their time. If we demand money too, who would stay? Eom pressed, his expression thoughtful, saying, if we explain our situation honestly, maybe they'll understand. Maybe they'll step up. Aged man Noge's tone carried a bitter edge of skepticism. Do you really think so? He knew all too well. People were generous when it came to spending someone else's money, but when it came to parting with their own, their hearts closed like steel doors. The two men shared a long sigh, their voices overlapping in weary resignation. Just then, the sound of the front door opening echoed through the quiet hall. Both men froze, their heads snapping toward the sound. Aged man Noge muttered, who could it be? Our regular meeting isn't until tomorrow. He rose from his chair, convinced it was nothing more than a curious villager or perhaps a lost passerby. But as he stepped into the entryway, his eyes widened, then nearly popped from their sockets, saying, B. Black Scythe Nim. Standing at the threshold was a figure cloaked in dark attire, exuding an aura of dominance that made the air itself feel heavier. His face remained hidden. Ryu Min, the Black Scythe, the one whom Sashinkyo revered as their spiritual pillar. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he spoke. You recognized me as the Black Scythe right away. This must be the first time we've met in reality, isn't it? Aged man Noge stammered, his body trembling with a mix of fear and reverence, and said, how could I not recognize you, you our god? He felt his knees weaken as he bowed deeply, words tumbling out of his mouth in a rush. To think I'd meet Black Scythe Nim in reality. I'm truly honored, but what brings you to this humble place? Ryu's voice cut through the air, calm yet sharp. Do you think the sect you created for me is humble? The sect leader's face flushed with embarrassment. He waved his hands nervously, saying, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant, as you can see, the place is rather shabby. Black Scythe's gaze swept across the room, taking in the worn furniture, the faint cracks in the walls. His words followed, cool and piercing. It seems your finances aren't in great shape, aged man Noge admitted, his shoulders sinking. That's correct, Ryu inquired. How many followers does Sashinkyo have? He swallowed hard, saying, originally, excluding Cardinal Eom and myself, we had around 30, but now we're down to 10. Ryu said, I see. Many must have died during the 12th round. Aged man Noge nodded gravely. Indeed, out of 690 players in Korea, only 175 remain, Ryu asked. Are all 10 of your followers players? He replied, yes. He spoke quickly, his eyes flicking nervously to the man standing before him. Each question felt like an inspection, like Black Scythe was evaluating them the way a commander inspects his troops. Is he here to judge us? The thought clawed at aged man Noge's chest. But before he could spiral deeper, Black Scythe's voice broke through, calm yet commanding. I'm here because I have a request. Aged man Noge's eyes widened once more. His his heart thundering in his chest, inquiring, A request? Aged man No-Gay had always believed that Black Scythe was on a level far above him, but when the man spoke to him, it wasn't as a ruler giving an order. No, his words came like a request, gentle, almost considerate, and that alone made Aged man No-Gay's heart pound with unworthiness. He stammered, bowing his head so low it nearly brushed the floor. His voice shook, filled with awe. You don't need to ask me for anything. Just tell me what must be done. But Black Scythe's eyes remained calm, his lips curving in the faintest of smiles, saying, I can't do that. You've already gone through the trouble of creating a sect in my name, humble as it may be. Aged man No-Gay's throat tightened, his words stumbling out. Yes, that's true. And then, without warning, Black Scythe dropped a request so heavy it left the man's mind spinning. He said firmly, So, I'd like you to relocate. Aged man No-Gay blinked in confusion, his brows furrowed, inquiring, Relocate? Do you mean abandon this place and move somewhere else? His heart tightened. They were barely surviving as it was. Moving? Starting over? How could they manage such a thing? He began nervously, wringing his hands together, saying, But, as I told you before, we're not in a position to— Black Scythe interrupted, his tone steady, confident, absolute. I'll find you a new building. Building one from scratch would take too much time, so we'll purchase a church that's already up for sale. I'm thinking Soul. His sharp gaze locked on him. What do you think? For a moment, silence. Aged man No-Gay just stared at him, lips parted, unable to believe what he had just heard. His jaw worked, but no words came out. He swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. Did you just say you'll provide us with a building? Black Scythe tilted his head slightly, saying, I didn't say I'd give it to you. It will be purchased under my name. His tone was matter-of-fact, as if talking about groceries, not real estate. He added, but Soul should be suitable, shouldn't it? Aged man No-Gay's voice cracked. Soul would be perfect, but it's far too expensive. Black Scythe mused aloud, tapping a finger against his arm as if calculating. Even so, it should be around 20 billion won, correct? Aged man No-Gay's mouth dropped wide open. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Black Scythe spoke of 20 billion won as though it were spare change rattling in his pocket. He asked calmly, his gaze unshakable. So, are you willing to relocate if I provide the building in Seoul? Aged man No-Gay said. Well, His words tangled up. His mind swirled with doubts, fears, and questions. Could this truly be real? Could such generosity actually exist? But before he could gather his thoughts, Black Scythe leaned closer, his tone lowering, more decisive, saying, There's no need to worry. I'll cover the operating costs as well. Then Ryu pulled out his phone and said, I'll send you 100 million won right now. Consider it a year's budget for your sect. The color drained from Aged man No-Gay's face. His lips trembled uncontrollably, saying, Well, what? Oh, 100 million won? Ryu narrowed his eyes with a touch of annoyance, saying, Stop being so surprised and give me your bank account details. Aged man No-Gay blinked at him in disbelief. The man was serious, deadly serious. As if in a daze, he fumbled out the words. Oh, yes, it's Nong Yup Bank, 291. The moment the numbers left his mouth, Ryu's fingers danced across his phone screen. A faint chime rang. Transaction complete. Black Scythe said simply, Check it. Hands trembling, Aged man No-Gay pulled out his phone. His eyes widened until they seemed ready to pop. The balance on his account had changed. The money was there. It was real. He looked up slowly, his lips quivering, his voice cracked with emotion. It's really been deposited. Is it truly okay to give me such a large sum of money? Black Scythe waved a hand dismissively, saying, Don't worry about it. That amount is nothing to me. Use it for the sect's operating expenses. To Ryu, after all, 100 million was little more than pocket change, barely a drop in the endless ocean of his wealth. Tears welled up in Aged man No-Gay's eyes. He dropped to his knees and said, Thank you so much. Ryu's gaze sharpened, his tone shifting ever so slightly. There's no need for thanks. As I said before, this is not an act of generosity. I have a favor to ask. Aged man No-Gay's head shot up, eyes shining with devotion, saying, anything. Just tell me what you wish. Without realizing it, he was already groveling like a slave, the sheer weight of money breaking his pride. Ryu's expression remained unreadable and said, You possess a skill, Black Seed. Learned at level 40. It allows you to summon a demon by planting a seed into the ground. Aged man No-Gay's eyes widened and said, Yes, that's right. Ryu added, Now that you've reached level 60, the skill should be enhanced. The demon summoned should be much stronger. He said, That is correct. Ryu asked. I want you to plant that seed at a location I'll designate and summon the demon when I give you the signal. Can you do that? There wasn't even a moment of hesitation. Aged Man Noge bowed deeply and said, yes, of course. It's a simple task. But a flicker of suspicion crossed his face and he inquired, but how did you know about that skill? I don't think I've ever shown it to you. Ryu didn't even blink and said, I saw another dark mage using it. Of course it was a lie. The truth lay hidden within Ryu's past visions. He had seen a future where Aged Man Noge had planted such a seed inside Minjuri's body, using it as a threat. But this was just an illusion of the system. That Aged Man Noge was not the one kneeling before him now. Then Aged Man Noge asked nervously, and that's really all you want me to do? Ryu replied coolly, yes, that's all. In return, I'll provide you with a building in Seoul, cover your expenses, and even help you recruit more followers. Aged Man Noge's jaw unhinged once again, saying, help us? Recruit followers too? Ryu gave a faint smile and said, 10 followers is far too few, don't you think? Aim for at least 100. He gasped. His lips twitched, inquiring, 100? Is that even possible? Black Scythe's voice was calm. Absolute. It is. Thanks to the power of money, or rather, the power of points. He inquired, P-points? What do you mean? Black Scythe's eyes gleamed, saying, do you know of the cafe? Player's Haven? Aged Man Noge said quickly, of course. I'm a member there as well. Ryo said, good. Post a message there. Announce that you've established a new sect in Seoul. Aged Man Noge admitted, his shoulders slumping, saying, I've already tried that. But hardly anyone joined, Ryu said sharply. Of course, no one will join just because you asked. That's not how people work. He inquired, then how? Ryu said, offer them points. Aged Man Noge froze and inquired, but pardon? Points? As in reward points? Ryu said, promise 10,000 points to anyone who joins. The dark mage nearly toppled over. His face went pale, inquiring, what? 10,000 points? Points. Those were worth more than gold, more than treasure. In desperate times like these, they were life itself. Ryu continued, his voice carrying iron conviction. After the results of the 11th round, they know I possess 20 million points. If Black Scythe himself promises to hand them out, they'll come running. Aged Man Noge trembled, his voice little more than a whisper. Yes, they would. If points are on the line, people would flock like crazy, Ryu said with satisfaction. Exactly. That solves your recruitment problem. 100 new followers. For Ryu, giving away 1,000,000 points was nothing. He thought silently. The more, the better. Devotees to surround me, to strengthen me, to help me claim the hero's rune. He clenched his hand behind his back, determination burning in his eyes. And Aged Man Noge, still trembling, still lost in disbelief, had no idea just how many would actually flock to the banner of Black Scythe. A week before Christmas, something incredible appeared on the Player Haven forum. The title alone was enough to catch anyone's attention. Join the Reaper Church and receive 10,000 points on the spot. The post began, hello, I am Aged Man Noge, the leader of the Reaper Church. First, I would like to express my sincere respect to all the Player Haven family members who have survived up to the 12th round. Truly remarkable. We are currently recruiting valiant warriors like yourselves to join our Reaper Church. The Reaper Church is an organization dedicated to serving the Black Scythe, who is ranked #1 in all regions. Anyone who loves and admires the Black Scythe, regardless of nationality, can join. The only requirement is simple. You must be a player and bring identification when you join. You'll need to fill out some basic information during registration. Unlike other religions, we do not charge any membership fees or donations. Important. And now, in celebration of our relocation to Seoul, we are holding a very special event. On December 25th at 10 a.m., anyone who joins our church will receive 10,000 points, personally granted by the Black Scythe himself. Don't miss this opportunity to join, earn points, and meet him in person, an opportunity you won't want to miss. Existing members will also receive points on the spot, so please make sure to attend. At the end, he even provided a neat 3-line summary. Event date, December 25th, 2022, at 10 a.m. Event content, join the Reaper Church and receive 10,000 points directly from the Black Scythe. ID required. Location, Reaper Church, 625 Shinsadong, Gangnam-gu, Seoul. Now, in Player Haven, points weren't just numbers on a screen. They were a special currency, usable only in the special shop, more valuable than gold itself, since the angel had declared that they couldn't be earned in any other way. So when the forum readers saw that this church was giving away 10,000 points for free, disbelief spread instantly. One person asked, asked, "Do you really give 10,000 points just for joining?" The reply came fast, cheerful, and confident. "Of course." Another asked suspiciously, "Is the famous Black Scythe really going to be there?" Came the reply. "Yes, this is your chance to meet him in person." Someone complained, "Why did you schedule the event on Christmas? Are you trying to ruin relationships?" The church leader defended himself quickly. "No such intention. We just thought it would be meaningful like an Easter event." Really? Of course, there were skeptics too. One commented, "What if it's a scam?" But the reply was cocky, even playful. "Go ahead and try. Let's see what happens." LOL. Another scoffed, "How could you scam people when you have to give your real name and face?" LOL. The response made readers smirk. "If you try to scam us, the Black Scythe will probably come after you himself." The post exploded with activity. Over 50 comments in just a short time, and to each one, Heo Tai-seok, the leader, replied with excitement. For him, this was new. He had posted promotions before, but never had he received so much attention. In only 2 days, the post had more than 120 views. Out of the 130 Player Haven members, that meant nearly everyone had read it. Considering his previous posts barely reached 20 views, this was nothing short of a miracle. He thought, heart racing. Will they all come? Finally, the long-awaited Christmas day arrived. In front of the newly prepared church, Ryu and aged man No-Gay stood waiting for their believers. The location was good, prime Gangnam real estate. Passers-by occasionally stopped to look, curious about the strange gathering. Ryu asked, "How much time is left?" Aged man No-Gay replied, his voice shaking with excitement. "It's 9 a.m. now, so we still have 1 hour left," Ryu said. "Then we wait patiently." But to their surprise, players began arriving early. One said, "Hello, is this the Reaper Church?" Aged man No-Gay beamed, saying, "Yes, you've come to the right place. I am aged man No-Gay, the leader of this church." The newcomer's eyes then shifted nervously to the figure standing beside him, a man in extraordinary equipment, a white mask concealing his face, and a massive scythe gleaming in his hand. The man inquired, "Then is this person?" Ryu's voice was calm, steady, yet carried a weight that made hearts tremble. "I am the Black Scythe." The man gasped, overwhelmed, saying, "Ah, it's an honor to meet you." They shook hands lightly, but behind the mask, Ryu was silently probing the man's heart, testing for deceit. He noted no ill intent. This man was genuine, a true admirer who had come only out of respect. Another church member said, stepping in with a welcoming smile, "Hello, I'm Cardinal Aom Jun-seok. Here's your queue number and registration form. Please read it while you wait. We'll start the process shortly." Registrations weren't taken immediately, partly because the official event time hadn't arrived and partly because they wanted to keep the people from wandering off. Aged man No-Gay thought, eyes gleaming with anticipation. We must gather as many as possible, and his prayers were answered. Soon, the church began to fill with people. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, this is the Reaper Church?" Another marveled, "Awesome! I didn't expect it to be this huge." By 9:40 a.m., the hall was crowded. Their target of 100 attendees had already been surpassed. Aged man No-Gay thought, "At this rate, we might even hit 130. The registration process was simple but strict. Each person sat down, had their photo taken, filled out their registration form with their name, date of birth, phone number, and address, then signed an agreement. One service per month unless there was a genuine excuse. This rule was crucial. The church wouldn't allow people to join just for points and disappear. And then came the moment everyone waited for. Each member stepped forward, face to face with the legendary Black Scythe himself. One said, his voice trembling with excitement, "Oh, wow, really 10,000 points. Thank you, Black Scythe." Ryu nodded, saying, "Congratulations on joining the Reaper Church. Use your points wisely." The man asked, almost sheepishly, "Can I go home now?" Ryu replied, "You may, but I recommend staying for the speech. I'll be sharing some information that you might regret missing." But there wasn't much time for long conversations. One by one, people lined up. Then Ryu called out calmly, "Next, member number 38," though his eyes scanned the line like a hawk. And then he froze. A familiar figure stepped forward. She said, "Black Scythe?" Ryu inquired. "Minjuri." The two locked eyes. Though masked, Ryu's voice carried a note of recognition. She blinked in surprise, her lips parting slightly, saying, "It's our first time meeting in real life, but you recognized me right away?" He replied evenly, "Your face is similar, and the leader already mentioned you had joined." Her cheeks flushed as she giggled softly, leaning closer and said, "Heh heh, now you know all my personal information. You're responsible for me now, Black Scythe." Her words were playful, a little teasing, but Ryu's response cut straight through the air, calm and serious. I am. For a moment, Minjuri forgot how to breathe. Her face turned red, eyes wide. She fumbled with her words, clearly flustered, while he remained as steady as ever, his tone unshaken. Is there anything else? If not, we'll talk later. The next person is waiting. She stammered, saying, yeah, see you later. Then scurrying off, her steps hurried, as if running away from the intensity of his seriousness. Ryu's lips curved into the faintest smile as he watched her go. Then, without pause, he turned to the next in line, and once again his composure was tested, inquiring, Seo Arin? You're in the Reaper Church, too? The young woman before him beamed like the sun itself. Her smile was radiant, confident, and she said, how could I not be? As the CPF's ambassador, I couldn't miss out on the Reaper Church. She accepted her 10,000 points gracefully, bowing her head slightly, saying, thank you for the points. I'll use them well. Oh, and she glanced left, then right, lowering her voice as she leaned in close to his ear and said, thank you for what you did last time. Ryu tilted his head slightly, inquiring, last time? She said, when President Ma died, you made sure we didn't get into trouble. Her eyes softened, filled with gratitude. He said calmly, I just did what was right. You weren't at fault, after all. She whispered again, her smile tinged with sincerity. Still, thank you. Without his intervention, she would have been dragged through endless police questioning. But thanks to him, she had walked free, he said firmly. Oh, the next person is waiting. I'll see you later. Seo Arin lingered for just a second longer, reluctant, before stepping aside with a small sigh of disappointment, and the endless line continued. Ryu's hands never rested, his words steady and sharp. He thought, glancing at the crowd. There's no rest. It was almost 10:30, and already 130 people had gathered. His initial goal of 100 had been surpassed. Even his hopeful estimate of 130 had been reached. Yet still, they came, flowing in like a river that refused to dry. He said to himself, non-members must have heard about this and found their way here. Indeed, the news had spread beyond Player Haven. Even the media had caught wind of it. He thought, his heart steady but sharp with anticipation. This should be enough. The conditions are perfect to acquire the rune of the hero. It was then that his sharp eyes caught movement, faces he recognized immediately. Jo Young-ho, the mercenary king himself, entered with his band of hardened fighters. Ryu almost chuckled, saying, at this rate, every player in the country might gather here. But the time for marveling was over. The plan had to begin. He turned slightly, his gaze falling on aged man No-Gay. The man stiffened as their eyes met. And then, Ryu adjusted his mask, a silent signal. Aged man No-Gay swallowed, understanding. He turned toward the courtyard where the black seed had been planted. The place was filled with hundreds of players, shoulder to shoulder, laughter and chatter echoing off the church walls. And he said, if I activate the seed now, his lips trembled. An upper-tier demon would appear before them all. The crowd would panic, maybe even scatter. But he reminded himself, it was Black Scythe's command, divine, absolute. Without another second of hesitation, he whispered the word, sprout. Earth trembled. A stalk burst upward from the ground, thick and dark, rising higher and higher like a monstrous telephone pole. Its leaves split open like giant clawed hands. The players inquired, what the, what's that? Cries of alarm rippled through the crowd. And then, viscous saliva dripped from the opening leaves. A shadow pushed through, its form unfolding, its guttural laugh slicing through the chaos. The demon was massive, nearly 2 meters tall. Its skin glowed red like fire, its face twisted with malice. A Devlin. It rasped, broken syllables scratching at the ears of those who couldn't understand demon tongue. Finally, I have arrived in the human world. Gasps filled the air. The gathered players staggered back, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror. The demon sneered. Humans! So many humans gathered here. It's surprising that... But it never finished its sentence. In a single flash, its head was severed. Blood sprayed, its body collapsing with a heavy thud. The head rolled across the dirt, eyes still frozen in disbelief. The scythe gleamed, and standing tall behind it was Black Scythe himself. His voice was cold as winter, echoing across the courtyard. Summoning a demon in a sacred place. Are you out of your mind? The players stood frozen, then erupted into murmurs. Did you see that? He cut it down in one strike. Their fear slowly shifted into awe. Ryu's gaze swept across them all like a storm, saying, whoever it is, do not use skills in this place. Silence fell. No one dared disobey. Meanwhile, aged man No-Gay's heart raced wildly. His palms were sweating. This hadn't been explained to him. He whispered, his voice shaking. Black Scythe. About what just happened, Ryu interrupted smoothly. You did well? Aged Man Noge blinked, stunned. He had followed the order, only to see the demon beheaded instantly. Yet Black Scythe praised him without a shred of doubt. He told himself, exhaling slowly. There must be a reason, a very clear reason. And there was. Because at that moment, a glowing message appeared before Ryu's eyes. You have saved 100 players by defeating an upper-tier demon for the first time. Ryu Min allowed himself the faintest smile, his mask hiding the satisfaction burning behind his calm eyes. The plan was working. The hero's rune. It shimmered faintly in Ryu's hands, etched with golden runes that pulsed as if alive. For a moment, he simply stared at it, his breath caught in his throat. Then, with a trembling chuckle, he whispered under his breath, Finally, I've obtained it. The hero's rune, one of the 18 essential runes, a treasure sought after by countless players. And for Ryu, it was more than a weapon or a tool. This was a lifeline. He scanned the effects, his eyes widening with every line. Every time you save someone, you gain 1 stack, maximum of 100. For every stack, all stats increase. Consume 100 stacks to activate Hero's Protection. His lips curved beneath the mask. He muttered, tasting the words like sweet victory. Hero's Protection. In his mind, a picture bloomed. His younger brother ambushed, on the verge of being struck down, only for a brilliant golden barrier to erupt around him, an absolute shield that lasted 10 whole seconds, an eternity in battle, invincible, unbreakable, and during that time, Ryu would feel it, the pull of the bond. He could instantly summon his brother to safety, or teleport straight to his side with Hero's touch. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Perfect, the ultimate safeguard. No matter what happens, he'll never face danger alone again. His eyes glimmered as he read on. 100 stacks means 100 points to all stats. Strength, agility, intelligence, endurance, everything. That's more than worth it. Of course, there was a catch. To build the stacks, he had to save people. 100 lives, 100 rescues. But Ryu's grin widened, saying, That's not a problem. I'll exploit the system, just like when I acquired the rune. Summon a demon, destroy it, and the system will count it as saving people. Simple. The only limitation was that once someone was saved, they couldn't be counted again. He had already used up 100 individuals, which meant he needed new faces. And tonight, he had plenty. After the long process of registration, gathering, and persuasion, the number of followers had swelled to over 170, a mixture of Player Haven members and outsiders who had pledged allegiance. Ryu said, with 175 Korean players, nearly all of them joined. Even Ryu, usually reserved in his expectations, couldn't help but marvel. It had cost him 1.7 million points to gather them, but staring at the sheer number of players before him, he knew it had been a bargain. He thought, a flicker of ambition sparking in his chest. It would have been nice to have 200, but this isn't my only chance. Satisfied, he gave a subtle glance toward Aged Man Noge. Their plan was already set. Aged Man Noge understood instantly, nodding in silent agreement. The time had come to summon the second demon. Aged Man Noge moved casually through the crowd, blending in, his hand slipping into his robe. From it he pulled a seed, black, ominous, pulsing faintly with dark power. Without hesitation, he pressed it into the earth. The ground shuddered. The seed melted into the soil like thick tar, vanishing from sight. The players around him shifted uneasily, sensing something unnatural. Then, the earth split open. With a violent tremor, a trunk as wide as a tree erupted skyward, tearing stone and soil apart. A guttural roar shook the air, rattling hearts and freezing blood. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Even he hadn't expected this, and he said, A requiem? That's one of the top-tier demons! The crowd panicked instantly. Screams pierced the night. Players stumbled back, some drawing weapons, others too terrified to move. But the chaos lasted only seconds. Ryu moved like lightning, his massive scythe gleaming under the dim light. With a single, ruthless swing, he cleaved the demon's head clean in two. The Requiem's roar cut off mid-scream as its body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Silence fell. He straightened, the scythe dripping with gore, and spoke coldly to the trembling crowd. Even after my warning, someone dares summon another demon? It seems my words fell on deaf ears. His voice was heavy with anger, though behind the mask, his lips curled into a calm, satisfied smile. Because in front of his eyes, a glowing notification had appeared. Hero's rune stack, 70 out of 100. All stats stats increase by 70 due to the effect of the hero's rune. The mask hid his smirk, but his heart swelled with triumph. Good. And he said to himself, just 30 more stacks to go. He tightened his grip on the scythe, already envisioning the moment he would reach full stacks, the moment his brother would be untouchable under Hero's protection. There was no rush. The night was long and the people were many. He would gather the rest at his own pace. For now, all was proceeding exactly as planned. He added, now, everything's taken care of. Ryu exhaled, his grip easing slightly on the scythe. The words left his lips calm and steady, but deep inside, he knew it wasn't quite true. Almost everything was taken care of, but there was still one final task, something even more important than slaying demons. He lifted his gaze toward the mass of players gathered in the distance. 170 souls had pledged themselves to his banner. Their expectant eyes, their silent anticipation, it all pressed heavily on his shoulders. He had information, critical information, not just for his close circle, not just for a handful of allies this time. No, this was for everyone. With the 16th round looming closer, survival wasn't something that could be left to chance. The more people who endured, the more influence he could wield in the chaos ahead. His eyes hardened beneath the mask, and he said to himself, I can't just look out for my brother, or Minjuri, or a select few anymore. If I want the future I've seen to truly unfold, I need to make sure as many people survive as possible. Of course, he had no intention of saving villains, but these men and women, he had looked into their hearts. None of them were truly corrupted. None of them carried bloodstains so heavy that they deserved death. Sharing the strategy wouldn't bring him regret. Still, there was one truth he would bury. No one could know about the existence of the prophet. That secret was his alone. Instead, he had prepared a story, a perfect excuse. He would say he obtained this knowledge from a special reward box, a prize only a victor like him could claim. Suddenly, someone said, shortly, the cult leader and Black Scythe will give their speeches. For those who have completed registration, please enter the building. The voice belonged to Aom Junseok, loud and commanding. His words rippled across the crowd, urging them to move. Bit by bit, the players filed inside. The hall they entered was vast, a chamber designed to hold 700 seats. Yet now only a fraction was filled. Rows of faces turned forward, brimming with curiosity and expectation. Then, the first figure stepped onto the stage. Aged man Noge. His robe swept the floor as he stood proudly before them, his expression solemn. His voice rang out strong, filling the hall. Welcome, followers. I am the cult leader of the death cult. My real name is Heo Tai Seok. I appreciate how many of you have come. The words were plain, brief. He was not the star of the show, and he knew it. His role was to set the stage, not dominate it. He added, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Now, here's the man you've all been waiting for, Black Scythe. The moment the name left his lips, a wave of anticipation surged through the room. Ryu stepped forward. The masked figure mounted the platform with calm, deliberate strides. His presence was overwhelming, dark, commanding, mysterious. 170 gazes locked onto him at once, a silence descending as though the entire hall held its breath. His voice rolled out, deep and measured. Greetings. As you know, I am Black Scythe. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot reveal my face or my real name. I hope you understand. The crowd shifted, whispering briefly, but there was no protest. They wanted answers. Yes, but more than anything, they wanted what he had promised. Information. Ryu tilted his chin slightly, sweeping his gaze over them, saying, I've gathered you here to share crucial information. Information that is classified. Information that should not, must not, be divulged to anyone else. Someone whispered aloud. Classified? A ripple of murmurs ran through the room. Questions buzzed in low tones, unease mixing with anticipation. And then Ryu dropped his bombshell, saying, I have information about the next round, and I intend to share it with you all. The hall froze. The whispers died instantly, cut down as though by an invisible blade. Silence stretched heavy, punctuated only by the faint rustling of robes and the sound of someone swallowing nervously. The next round. Knowledge of it beforehand was something no one had dared imagine. And yet, here was Black Scythe, declaring it openly. He continued, his tone calm and steady, almost too casual for the gravity of his words. I know you're curious about the source of this information. It's simple. When you rank first in any region, you're rewarded with a special selection box. One of the rewards is information about the next round. I've occasionally chosen that option to make my path easier. Gasps echoed through the hall. Among the listeners, Minjuri pressed a hand to her lips. Her eyes widened, shimmering with realization. She whispered, awe flooding her voice. Ah, so that's how Black Scythe was always so insightful about the rounds. She had admired his uncanny foresight for so long, wondered how he managed to always be one step ahead. Now, at last, the mystery unraveled. Ryu let the silence linger, then spoke again, his voice deep with conviction. I'm revealing this now because I can no longer stand by while players continue to die. That is why I intend to share the strategy for round 13 with all of you so that we may survive. Together, the words struck the crowd like lightning. To sacrifice his own advantage, to give up the edge that had carried him so far, just so others could live? Ah, Black Scythe, murmurs rose, this time filled not with suspicion but reverence. Some players even clasped their hands together, moved beyond words. Behind the mask, Ryu allowed himself a secret smile. He declared, I hope you all survive for the 16th round. And then he began to share the strategy. Far away, in a realm untouched by mortal hands, the angels gathered. Their radiant forms shimmered with light, wings outstretched, faces grave. Sariel has not returned. We suspect that he is dead. The announcement fell like thunder. Gasps of horror, cries of disbelief filled the chamber. Some angels clutched their chests, their voices breaking with grief. Others, however, sneered. One said, I saw this coming. The voice was sharp, dripping with scorn. It belonged to Raguel, the Archangel of Justice, ranked 5th among his kind. His eyes glinted with disdain. If the 7th-ranked angel fell, it's no surprise that the 6th-ranked would as well. His words cut the chamber like a blade. Angels flinched, their eyes narrowing at his arrogance. Raguel scoffed again, his voice laced with bitterness. What was Michael thinking? Deciding that one angel would be enough? The insult was bold, too bold. Raguel, a stern voice rang out, resonating like a bell of authority. Gabriel, his expression carved from steel, glared at him with burning eyes, asking, Are you criticizing the Archangel of Archangels simply because he is not present? The warning struck hard, and Raguel fell silent. His jaw tightened, his wings twitching with suppressed anger. But still, he could not keep from muttering, his face twisted with resentment. He hissed, Am I wrong? We've gone from 7 archangels to 5 because of his poor decision. This was clearly a misjudgment. His words hung in the air, poisonous, undeniable. And for the first time, even those who would normally silence him said nothing. January 1st, 2023. A brand new year had begun. In the real world, people would be writing down resolutions, swearing off cigarettes, making promises to hit the gym, or vowing to study harder as the bell tolled the new year. But here, none of that mattered. For the players, such dreams were luxuries of another life. Here, there was only one resolution, only one promise worth making: survival. Ryu stood in the vast, colorless void, his sharp eyes scanning the empty horizon. The lifeless gray stretched endlessly, suffocating in its sameness. After 12 rounds, the space had long since grown tedious to him. He exhaled, the sound closer to a weary sigh than a breath. He thought, as expected, round 13 begins once again with the new year. His gaze swept over the sea of faces. Nearly 10,000 people stood around him, some whispering nervously, others fidgeting in silence. Yet, compared to the countless bodies that once crowded this place, this was a shadow of what used to be. The corners of Ryu's mouth tightened and he said, To think the number of participants has dwindled to just this much. Round 12 had been merciless. The Cave of Trials, a round that demanded a summoner, had reduced the once mighty army of players to scraps. 3 out of every 4 had perished inside its depths. He thought, his jaw clenched. Too many died, and there was nothing I could have done about it. He knew it was true. He couldn't have explained every strategy to the thousands who stood before him. He couldn't hold their hands through every trap. They had been doomed the moment the trial began. But this time, things would be different. He said, Now that the numbers have decreased, it's time to look after the others, not just those close to me. At the very least, he would protect the followers of the Death God cult. For their sake, he had already revealed the strategy for round 13. His mind ran the calculations again, saying, if half survive this round and half survive the next, we'll still have around 2,500 left. But then his eyes darkened, because he knew what was coming. The true problem was round 15, a cursed round that allowed only a quarter of the survivors to pass. A meat grinder. Even if 2,500 entered, barely 600 would crawl out alive, and in truth, less than 50 usually survived. He added, That's why round 15 16 is the most crucial of all, aside from the final round. His fists curled tight, and he said, I must save as many people as possible in round 15. I won't allow a shortage like in round 12. He resolved it there and then. He would save all 600, because the more survivors he had when facing the final boss, the better his odds. Ryu added, we have no information about the final boss. Numbers will be everything. That's why I'm focusing on the Death God cult, and why I must also prepare for round 16. Korean players in particular had to survive in strong numbers to clear the 16th round. For that reason, Ryu had released the round 13 strategy guide publicly. If followed, every Korean player could clear this round without difficulty. He thought, if all goes well, every Korean player might survive this round, but his preparations hadn't stopped there. He had also shared the strategy with players outside Korea: Christine, Jeffrey, Russell, Victor, even John Delgado. Then a voice came out, Black Scythe! The voice snapped him from his thoughts. A woman walked toward him, Minjuri. Ryu said, You're here? Death God cult follower. She scratched her cheek, smiling awkwardly. Ha ha ha, it feels strange to be called a follower. Please, just call me Democracy, like usual. Or you can just use my name. He shook his head. Minjuri is less comfortable for me than Democracy, she asked, a little surprised. Is that so? Her lips curved into a soft smile, but her eyes followed his gaze toward the other participants. Though they were technically competitors, there was a strange bond among them. After 12 brutal rounds, anyone still standing couldn't help but feel a sense of comradeship. Juri said quietly, It's New Year's, and instead of watching the sunrise, all these people are trapped in a survival game. It's kind of sad. Ryu glanced at her and said, That's pretty sentimental of you. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, saying, Are you saying I'm not usually sentimental? He replied flatly, I never said that. Not in the mood to argue. Ryu turned his head and spotted Seo Arin and aged man Noge walking toward them. Arin called, her voice bright. Black Scythe? Ryu asked. Are you upset you couldn't see the sunrise too? She inquired. Huh? What do you mean? He explained calmly, because of the time limit. None of us could have seen the sunrise anyway. By the time we return, it'll already be 10 a.m. Arin's eyes widened in realization. Aha! I get it now. Did Democracy want to see the sunrise? Juri fumbled, her cheeks heating, saying, I never said that. I just... Arin teased, leaning closer. Who did you want to see it with? A boyfriend? Juri blurted, flustered, saying, I don't have a boyfriend. Arin said, Huh? Someone as beautiful as you doesn't have a boyfriend? Juri said, Don't joke around. Arin replied with a sly grin. I'm not joking. The group's laughter grew, but Ryu stayed silent, his mind elsewhere. He asked himself, by the way, how's the necromancer doing? John Delgado, his slave. Ryu had given him one crucial command: avoid meeting any other apostles in this round. He had no choice. The Messiah's group had set their eyes on Jeffrey. They wanted him, needed him, and if they captured him, things would unravel quickly. But Ryu had already accounted for that. He said, they probably plan to capture Jeffrey in this round for interrogation, but it won't happen. I already know their plan. Only John, who had been in Jeffrey's party, could track his location. By ordering John to deliberately avoid the apostles, Ryu had shattered their strategy before it could even begin, even if it meant John would earn their hatred. Then more voices called out, Black Scythe! Eom Jun-seok, Ju Seong-tak, and Yamti approached. Then Christine, Jeffrey, and Jo Yong-ho's group arrived too, swelling the crowd even further. When Jo Yong-ho came, he wasn't alone. Over 30 mercenaries flanked him, every one of them Korean and a sworn follower of the Death God cult. Ryu watched them gather, arms crossed, saying to himself, as expected from the mercenary king, all I did was win over Jo Yong-ho, and now I have all his men on my side. Not bad. The chatter grew livelier, the mood brighter. Yet all conversation stopped the moment the angel appeared and said, Greetings, humans. Its voice was mockery itself. The angel added, You've come back once again today, I see. Everyone glared. They had no choice in the matter, and the angel knew it. It laughed, its wings spreading wide, saying, Oh dear, there are fewer than 10,000 survivors across all zones. Last round was a bit tough, wasn't it? But don't worry, in a few more rounds, that number will drop to double digits in no time. One inquired, Double digits? Are they insane? The angel chuckled, delighted by their panic, and said, Hoo. Well then, shall we see the quest? This one won't be too difficult, so relax. I mean it. It flapped its wings. A blinding light spread, forming glowing letters in the air. Round 13 raised the reputation of a race to very friendly within 10 hours. Multiple Unified Zone CA-EA001. Participants, 9,994. Completion, 0/4997. The crowd's gasps echoed echoed through the void. Compared to the horrors of the Cave of Trials, this quest seemed deceptively simple. But while others fumbled in confusion, Ryu's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. He thought, the easiest quest yet. I've already completed it. The quest of the 13th round sounded deceptively simple. For Ryu, it was by far the easiest quest compared to all the previous brutal challenges he had faced. He smirked faintly, his thoughts calm and confident. I've already completed it. Then, as if to confirm, the angel's voice rang out like a bell, echoing in the minds of all players. This round's quest is to raise your reputation with a race to very friendly. Compared to other rounds, this one is quite easy, don't you think? A murmur of confusion rippled among the players. Someone repeated, their brows furrowed. Very friendly? Another asked, blinking in disbelief. You could raise reputation? Most had no idea that such a system even existed. To them, races were either allies or enemies. Reputation had never been part of their survival strategy. Ryu, however, only gave a knowing smile, saying, if they've never raised it before, of course they wouldn't know. Long before this moment, he had already secured his ties with the elves, pushing their reputation to very friendly back in round 8. Not only that, he had raised 3 other races to the same level, and with the elves, his reputation had surpassed even that. He had reached the highest bond possible, the level of eternal ally. This was all thanks to a certain treasure, the Rune of Reputation, an artifact that boosted every reputation rank by 1. Because of this, he had nothing to fear in this round. His quest was already complete before it had even begun. Meanwhile, his followers, the 170 members of the Death God cult who had received his prior guidance, were in a different situation. Ryu said, I've already shown them the fastest quests to increase reputation. They'll survive as long as they follow what I taught them. The angel, unaware of the schemes playing out beneath the surface, continued to explain, their voice both instructive and urgent. You've done missions in fantasy worlds before where you had to complete side quests, right? It's the same idea. Completing side quests that appeal to certain races will raise your reputation with them, and as a bonus you'll receive experience, gold, and items as rewards, a player muttered, scratching their head. So, to raise reputation, we have to do side quests? Another concluded. Basically, we have to pick one race and spam their quests, the angel said. Of course, the difficulty of the quests will determine how much reputation and rewards you earn, so choose wisely. In conclusion, you have 10 hours to raise your reputation with a race to very friendly, or you won't survive. The crowd of players stiffened, and one said, they gave us 10 hours, so it must be tough to raise it that high. Another groaned, despair written all over their face. Ugh, this isn't going to be easy. Fear spread like wildfire. Most players felt as if they had been dropped into the middle of a raging sea without a boat, but the followers of the Death God cult did not share in that despair. Unlike the others, they already had a compass, Ryu's guidance. At least they knew which quests would quickly bring them to safety. The angel pressed on, saying, you won't have much time to waste. The faster you raise your reputation, the faster your name will appear on the survivor list. Of course, if someone has already completed the quest, they'll have 10 hours of free time. But there's no way someone could have done that yet. Oh? The angel's voice faltered. Their expression stiffened as her eyes darted toward the glowing survivor list, saying, hold on. Someone already completed it? They've already reached very friendly? A ripple of shock swept through the players. Although no name was mentioned, everyone knew exactly who it was. Ryu chuckled softly, his gaze steady and unshaken, saying to himself, that would be me. With that, he had secured 10 hours of absolute freedom. The angel, flustered, hurriedly shifted the topic, saying, well then, let's move on to choosing your starting location. Then a glowing window appeared before everyone's eyes. Please select the region where you would like to begin. Pa 1, Albit's Kingdom, +2, Bram Kingdom, +3, the Holy Empire, +4, El Sorium. If you do not choose within the time limit, a location will be chosen for you randomly. Time remaining to choose, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 59 seconds. Panic spread once more as players agonized over their choices. Some looked like gamblers staring at a roulette wheel, uncertain of where to place their bets. But for the Death God cult, there was no hesitation. Aged man man Noge said firmly. We'll go ahead, Black Scythe, Seo Aaron added. Me too. Just as they were about to select, Minjuri raised her hand and called out urgently. Ah, wait, don't forget your buffs before you go. Her hands glowed as she cast her spells, wrapping her allies in layers of protection. One of them cheered. Thanks, democracy, another added gratefully. You're a lifesaver, she encouraged with a bright smile. Good luck, everyone. They returned her smile, exchanging words of encouragement before vanishing one by one into their chosen starting locations. When only Ryu remained, Minjuri turned to him and said, Black Scythe, you too. Here's your buff. He nodded. Thanks. A faint smile tugged at his lips as the magic enveloped him. He didn't truly need it, but in a survival game like this, even the smallest edge mattered. He added, You never know when the Archangel might show up again for revenge. The memory of Sariel's sudden appearance lingered. If it had happened once, it could happen again. As Jo Young-ho's mercenary group and Minjuri faded away, Ryu stood alone before the glowing list of regions. His mind was already made up. Option 4, Elsorium. The moment he touched it, the world around him dissolved. The gentle sound of birds filled the air as he reappeared in the heart of a dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, scattering golden rays across the ground. He inhaled deeply, saying, This is the place. His reason for choosing Elsorium was simple. He said, I need to obtain the rune fragments stored in the elves' treasure vault. For anyone else, the treasure would have been out of reach. But for someone with the bond of an eternal ally, the elves would welcome him with open arms, vault included. Even their princess herself would not object. After all, in Elsorium, the Council of Elders wielded true power, leaving the princess with little authority. Brushing aside the heavy foliage, Ryu pressed forward. His steps carried him to the edge of something unseen. He felt it before he saw it. A faint shift in the air, an invisible line waiting to be crossed. The moment his foot stepped over it, the forest vanished. In its place stood a breathtaking city of towering marble spires and radiant bridges. Elsorium, the hidden city of the elves, revealed at last. Ryu's eyes glimmered with admiration, saying, Impressive. A rainbow-colored river shimmered beneath him as he crossed the bridge, approaching the grand entrance. But before he could take another step, 2 elven guards blocked his path. Their spears crossed menacingly. One demanded coldly, A human? What business do you have here? The other snapped, their sharp eyes glaring. Turn back at once! Despite their hostility, Ryu remained calm, his gaze steady as he waited. Then a message flickered before his eyes. The round's special ability, Translation, is currently active. You can now communicate with beings from other realms. All players can now speak and understand all languages. The guards barked again. Human! Are you deaf? We said turn back! Did you not hear us? But then, as they finally looked closer at his face, their words faltered. Their eyes widened in shock. One stammered, Wait! Are you Black Scythe, the warrior from another world? Ryu replied curtly. Isn't it obvious? The guard's demeanor changed instantly. They straightened and bowed deeply, their voices trembling with respect, saying, We deeply apologize for not recognizing you sooner, esteemed one. Please forgive our earlier rudeness. Their pride and arrogance had melted away in an instant. To them, this man wasn't just a visitor. He was an ally who had once saved their entire race. An eternal ally was treated as royalty, Ryu said with quiet authority. Enough. Fetch the council elders. I need to speak with them. One inquired, You wish to see the elders? Ryu replied, Yes, I have some important matters to discuss. One said, Please wait here. We will summon them immediately. The guards rushed off in a flurry, leaving Ryu standing tall at the gates. His eyes reflected a quiet satisfaction, the faint smile of a man who had already planned every move on the board. Ryu glanced at the distant warp gate and muttered under his breath. Had it been about 3 minutes already? Before his thought could settle, a sudden flash of light shimmered from the portal. Out of it rushed 5 figures, their robes fluttering as they panted heavily. It was them, the 5 elders, the hidden powers behind Elsorium. One of them clutched his chest, struggling for breath. Huff, huff, it's really him, the Black Scythe. Another elder's eyes widened, awe brimming in his voice, saying, To think the Black Scythe himself would visit our elf village. Ryu couldn't help but find it amusing. This was their first time meeting him, yet they reacted as though they had known him forever. He read their thoughts with ease, confirming that this wasn't just vague recognition. They truly believed he was a hero. Ryo thought with a faint smile. Ah, that must be because I saved their princess back in the 8th round. It makes sense that my face would spread, but I didn't expect such a warm welcome. They treated him like a savior of their people. And Ryu, rather than questioning it, simply decided to play along. After all, trying to explain the logic of reputation in a world where resurrection was possible was pointless. The eldest among them straightened his back and bowed deeply, saying, "We apologize for the wait. Please come this way. We will escort you to the palace." Ryu clasped his hands neatly behind his back and gave a calm nod. Very well. If the elves wanted a hero, then a hero he would be. They guided him to the warp gate, and one elder gestured respectfully, saying, "Please, step up here." The moment Ryu's boots touched the stone platform, light engulfed him. A heartbeat later, he stood inside the grand palace of Elsorium. The elders led him through glittering halls until they reached the guest chamber. Inside, several maidservants were lounging idly, but the moment they saw who had arrived, their eyes went wide in shock. One elder barked, "What are you doing? A distinguished guest has arrived, and you haven't even served tea yet." The maids nearly stumbled over themselves as they bowed, saying, "Yes! We apologize, elder." And with that, they scurried out of the room. The elder turned back to Ryu with a beaming smile and says, "Please make yourself at home. We will bring you warm tea and food shortly." Ryu lowered himself onto the cushioned chair, his composure regal, as though this treatment were the most natural thing in the world. Very well, why refuse? He had time to spare. His quest was already complete. As he leaned back, his eyes swept the chamber, admiration flickering in them, saying to himself, "I've visited Elsorium a few times, but it never stops fascinating me. Their lives, they're almost indistinguishable from humans. The elves' society resembled a kingdom so perfectly, you could almost forget they weren't human. And yet the items here, furniture, utensils, ornaments, were clearly human-made. Imported, no doubt," Ryu mused. Interesting. Officially, elves dislike humans for destroying nature, and yet here they are, living surrounded by human goods. It was a contradiction, but one that amused him. Still, he knew how difficult these elves were to win over. Among all the races, they were the hardest. Without extraordinary acts, like saving lives, such respect was unthinkable. At last, the maids returned, balancing silver trays, saying, "Here is the tea and refreshments." Ryu accepted the cup, lifting it to his nose. A strong scent of pine needles drifted up, fresh and calming. He said to himself, sometimes a break like this isn't so bad." He brought it to his lips. Slurp. The flavor washed over his tongue, crisp and refreshing. He didn't even bother suspecting poison. They had no reason to harm him. He was practically a hero to them, and besides, he trusted the reputation system. By the third sip, the door opened again. The elders returned, but this time, they were not alone. Walking gracefully at their side was a familiar figure, the princess herself. Beside her strode the captain of the royal knights, Ugrito. Ryu said to himself, so that's where they went. They must have debated how to honor me, and their answer was to bring the princess herself. Sure enough, a quick read of the elders' thoughts confirmed it. Presenting the princess was their way of solidifying ties with him. The elder said with a polite bow, Black Scythe, "How is the tea? Does it suit your taste?" Rao set down his cup with calm authority and said, "The aroma is quite pleasant." The elder's smile deepened and said, "It is made from Tiberi leaves, purchased at a high price from the kingdom of Braham. It is said to clear the mind." Ryu nodded appreciatively, saying, "It certainly has that effect. I noticed your people seem to be in frequent contact with humans, despite cherishing nature." The elder sighed and said, "We cannot remain isolated forever. If there are good things to be learned, then we should embrace them. But don't mistake us. We are not particularly friendly with humans. We still remain mostly neutral." The elder's eyes flickered with caution, as if gauging Ryu's reaction. He continued, "Unlike with other humans, we wish to maintain a positive relationship with the Black Scythe, just as we are now," Ryu replied smoothly. "I wish for the same." For a moment, the elder froze, startled by the weight of his words. Then he broke into hearty laughter, clearly relieved, saying, I nearly forgot to introduce her. You've met before, haven't you? This is our princess." The young elf stepped forward, her gown swishing elegantly, and said, "It's been a while, Black Scythe. It is an honor to meet you again." She curtsied with practiced grace. Ryu took her in, her features more mature now than when he had last seen her. She had grown into her beauty, radiating a poise that caught even his attention for a heartbeat. And in that heartbeat, he caught the elder's thoughts brushing against his mind. Even the Black Scythe is human, can't take his eyes off the princess. So it's true, humans cannot resist the beauty of elven kind. Ryu suppressed a smirk. A simple glance had already sparked strange misunderstandings. Sensing the atmosphere, the elders excused themselves tactfully respectfully, saying, "Well then, we will leave you two alone. We have urgent matters to attend to. Please enjoy your time together." But just as they turned, Ryu's voice cut through the air. "Hold on. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here?" The room fell silent for a brief moment. One of the elders blinked in confusion, his wrinkled face tightening, inquiring, "Why, you're here?" Ryu tilted his head slightly, a teasing smile forming on his lips. "Did you think I come to see the princess?" The elders exchanged puzzled looks. Their pointed ears twitched nervously as if the question itself was a trap. Even the princess, standing nearby in her shimmering white gown, gazed at him with wide, curious eyes. They were all waiting, expecting something from him. Ryu could almost hear their thoughts. He said to himself, his smirk softening into a charming smile, "No need to disappoint the princess." Then he said smoothly, his tone gentle yet firm, "Of course, I was concerned about the princess's safety. What knight wouldn't worry after hearing that a fragile lady had been attacked?" The words lingered in the air like sweet perfume. The princess's eyes widened, her cheeks turning a soft shade of pink. She breathed shyly, lowering her gaze. Clearly, she wasn't used to such flattery, especially from the man known as the Black Scythe. Ryu chuckled inwardly, saying to himself, "She likes that kind of talk. Typical princess." He paused, his smile fading into a more serious expression, saying, "Well, that's part of the reason," he added, "but there's also something else, something I wanted to confirm." The shift in his tone drew every gaze toward him. One elder frowned deeply, asking, "Something else?" Ryu's eyes glimmered with purpose and said, "I heard that Elsorium holds a treasure vault, passed down through generations of elves. Is that true?" The reaction was immediate. The five elders stiffened, their shoulders jerking slightly, their eyes darting from one another as if exposed by a secret they'd vowed never to reveal. They clearly knew something. One stammered, his voice trembling. Where did you hear such information?" Ryu replied coolly, "It doesn't matter where I heard it. What's important is why you've kept the existence of this treasure vault hidden from me." The elders began to sweat and said, We didn't mean to hide anything," another blurted, his tone desperate. "We never even considered such a thing." Ryu crossed his arms, his expression unreadable, and said, "Then you can show me the vault. Led me to the treasures." A heavy silence followed. The elders exchanged hesitant glances, their lips twitching, as if torn between obedience and fear. Finally, one sighed. All right, we'll show you. This way." As they turned, their thoughts, unspoken but clear, hung in the air. Where on earth did he hear about the treasure? The princess alone isn't enough for him. Is that it? He really is different from those lustful humans. Their reluctant faces said it all. They didn't want him near their most sacred vault. Ryu smirked slightly and said to himself, "Well, it makes sense. The treasure vault contains the legacy of hundreds of years of elven history. Even a hero would struggle to part with something like that. To them, I'll always be an outsider." As his patience began to thin, the elders, pressured by his silent authority, started moving. If it weren't for his excellent reputation, he knew they'd never allow it. They would have called it a lie and thrown him out. He mused silently. "It's not like I can just break down the door myself. That's how the system is set up. The vault was protected by an impenetrable magical barrier, one no sword or spell could pierce. Even Ryu, strong as he was, couldn't force his way in. He knew that all too well. He'd tried once before, in a previous round. Soon they reached the palace's underground, a vast stone chamber carved into the earth. One elder said softly, his voice echoing in the dim corridor. "Here we are." Ryu's eyes narrowed as he took in the massive stone door ahead. The elder continued, "Inside lies the history of Elsorium, accumulated over hundreds of years." Ryu replied, "I'd like to see it." One said, "Please, wait just a moment." The five elders gathered before the door. Together, they began to chant, low, melodic words in the ancient elven tongue. A brilliant ring of light appeared, swirling across the stone's surface, inscribed with intricate runes that glowed brighter with every syllable. The heavy door rumbled as it slowly opened, revealing a blinding radiance within. At that moment, a message flickered before Ryu's eyes. Condition: open the treasure vault door with the five elders. You have completed the subquest. You may select 3 treasures as your reward. The elder stepped aside, bowing slightly, saying, "Please come inside." Ryu walked past them. A soft gasp escaped his lips as he entered the vault. The chamber glittered like a dream. Countless treasures filled the room, jewels piled like mountains, golden armor gleaming in torchlight, and magic weapons radiating with ethereal energy. Ancient spellbooks and artifacts floated gently in the air, humming with power. Ryu thought, his eyes scanning the treasures with calm precision. jewels, magic swords, magical armor, spellbooks, artifacts, an assortment of everything. One of the elders stepped forward nervously and said, "These are the treasures we've gathered over the past 500 years in Elsorium. Feel free to take whatever pleases you." Ryu raised a brow. "Does that mean I can take as many as I want?" The elder stammered. Well, yes. But given the historical value of these items, wouldn't 3 be sufficient?" The elders collectively held their breath, waiting for his reaction. When Ryu didn't argue, they sighed in visible relief. He thought, "I don't need more than 3. They'll suffice." Even if he wanted more, he knew the system wouldn't allow it, he said at last. "I'll settle for 3, one elder exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow. "Thank you." Ryu moved among the treasures like a man on a mission. His movements were deliberate, his eyes sharp. It was as if he already knew exactly what he wanted. Moments later, his system window flickered again. "You have chosen the rune of one versus many. You have chosen the rune of resistance. You have chosen the rune of endurance. You have selected all your rewards." The elders watched curiously. One said, "You've chosen the magic stones," another added, beaming in relief. "Oh ho, an excellent choice." They truly had no idea what he'd just taken. For a player like Ryu, rune fragments were priceless, far beyond jewels or gold. He held the glowing runes in his hands, feeling the energy pulse through his veins as he engraved them onto his body. The runes shimmered faintly, merging with his skin. Rune of one versus many. Effect: your stats increase in proportion to the number of enemies within a 100-meter radius. The effect applies to up to 100 enemies with a maximum stat boost of 100%. Rune of resistance effect: increases resistance to status effects by 50%. Rune of endurance effect: increases resistance to elemental damage by 50%. Ryu's lips curved upward. He could feel the strength coursing through him, steady, immense, intoxicating. He said to himself, "With these I've become even stronger. Strength is like money. The more you have, the better." Satisfied, he turned toward the elders and said, "I've seen all I need." "Time to head out," they replied, bowing deeply. "Yes, sir." Ryu ascended from the underground vault, each step echoing through the marble halls. As he reached the surface, he activated his tracking skill, focusing on a name that appeared in his mind. Match found for name and face. Tracking target's location. Target Russell Daniel, located 4,395 meters away. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. A small smirk played at his lips, saying, "Let's head to the dwarf village with Russell next. I'll need god-tier material soon, and this'll help him grow stronger too." He turned to the princess, who watched him with a look of disappointment, and he said, "I must be off. I have other matters to attend to," she asked softly. "Already? You're leaving so soon?" he said, giving a faint bow. "Yes, thank you for the tea." The princess lowered her eyes, her lips trembling slightly. "I see." Without another word, Ryu turned and walked away. The moment he stepped outside the palace, he muttered one word: "Ascend." A surge of dark energy erupted from his back as enormous black wings unfolded, stretching over 10 meters wide. The gust of wind sent leaves swirling, and the elders and princess gasped in awe. He said, glancing back over his shoulder, "I'll see you again next time. Stay healthy, princess," she stammered, blushing again. "You too, Black Scythe." But by the time her words left her lips, he was already high above the sky. A dark silhouette soaring through the clouds, the shadow of a reaper gliding across the bright elven city below. While others were still hesitating over their regional choices, one man made his decision without a second thought. Russell immediately selected the Kingdom of Albitz. His hand didn't even tremble as he clicked the name on the screen. He reminded himself, clenching his fist. "Mr. Ryu told me there's no need to hesitate. Just wait for the Black Scythe in the Kingdom of Albitz. That's all I need to do." He trusted those words completely. Though he knew the strategy for the 13th round, the Prophet had told him something different from everyone else. No quests, no fighting, no wandering around, just patience. As a blacksmith, his natural connection with dwarves would make things easier for him than for others. Russell said with awe, "The Prophet told the Black black scythe exactly what to do. His help is absolutely necessary for me. So he waited and waited. The sun slowly shifted across the sky, and nearly an hour had passed. Russell began to fidget nervously. Sweat trickled down his neck. He thought, biting his lip, could it be that he's not coming? Just as anxiety was about to consume him, a shadow passed overhead. Something black was soaring through the sky, cutting through the clouds like a blade. Russell gasped, shielding his eyes. What the? The figure descended swiftly, wings spreading like those of a fallen angel. Dust rose around him as he landed gracefully without a sound. It was him, the black scythe. The aura surrounding him was suffocating, dark, cold, and commanding. Russell's knees almost buckled as he spoke. The man asked, his voice deep and calm. "Are you Russell Daniel?" He replied, "Yes, that's me." "Are you the black scythe?" Even though names didn't appear in this world, Russell somehow knew. There was no mistaking the presence of the legendary figure before him. Ryu answered simply, "Yes, I am the black scythe." Russell's eyes widened in admiration, saying, "It's an honor to meet you, sir." Ryu replied, his tone steady, "There's no need for such honors. I've heard about you from the prophet. He told me to take special care of you since you two are close," Russell asked, almost trembling. "The prophet said that?" When the black scythe nodded, a wave of emotion washed over him. Russell thought, eyes glistening, to think Mr. Ryu would regard me so highly. He really is like a saint. Determined to make a good impression, he straightened his posture. Then he remembered something the prophet had told him. He said to prove my worth when I meet the black scythe, didn't he? Russell swallowed hard and spoke up, his voice hesitant but full of determination, saying, "I've heard that you can help me grow, sir." Ryu replied, studying him. "That's what I've been told," Russell continued, bowing slightly. "I know it's presumptuous, but could you help me? I want to grow faster." Ryu Min crossed his arms, considering, saying, Russell quickly added, "In exchange, I'll cast a buff that will help you hunt. Just a moment. Could I see your weapon?" Ryu frowned slightly and inquired, "You want me to hand over my weapon?" Russell said quickly, waving his hands. "Oh, no. You don't have to give it to me. Just let me touch it." After a brief pause, Ryu held out his enormous black scythe. Its blade gleamed faintly, pulsing with dark energy. Russell gently placed his hand on it, closed his eyes, and began to chant softly. A faint golden glow spread from his fingertips. Then, a message flashed before Ryu's eyes. The effect of the skill Weapon Polishing increases weapon attack power by 150%. The buff will last until the end of this round. Ryu's eyes widened slightly and said, "My attack power increased by that much?" He had heard about blacksmith buffs before, but this was the first time he'd experienced one. Russell asked proudly, "Your weapon's attack power increased, didn't it?" Ryu Min admitted. "Yes. I'm surprised by how much it increased," Russell said with a grin. "Ha, you're not done being surprised yet. Could I touch your armor this time?" When Ryu nodded, Russell placed his hand on the armor. A second glow shimmered, followed by another system message. The effect of the skill Equipment Polishing increases armor options by 10%. The buff will last until the end of this round. Ryu Min thought, what? The options increased? Instantly checking his armor's status window, 2,200 plus 1.1 to all stats per level, 73.7% chance to evade when hit. The numbers had all risen by exactly 10%. Russell asked eagerly, "Your stats improved, right? I can buff all your equipment like this." "Oh, except for accessories," Ryu inquired. "Really?" Russell said confidently. "I'll do it right now. Let's start." One by one, he touched Ryu's helmet, gloves, and boots, chanting softly each time. Each piece glowed faintly as its stats increased by 10%. While the improvement might not have seemed massive on its own, the cumulative effect was astonishing. Ryu crossed his arms, impressed, saying, "For equipment like my black armor, which has probability-based effects, I could potentially push the evasion rate close to 100%. He hadn't realized blacksmiths possessed such powerful support skills. As he marveled, Russell's chest swelled with pride. Russell said, smiling, "Surprising, right? Even I didn't realize how efficient the equipment polishing skill was when I learned it at level 60. Ryu Min mused. "Repair, weapon polishing, equipment polishing. What other skills do you have?" Russell explained. There's one called material crafting, but it's not a buff skill, so it's not that useful. It just lets me gather junk items to create higher-level materials. Ryu nodded slightly, saying materials could be bought, so that skill wasn't something he needed. But for Russell, it could prove handy. He thought, still, weapon polishing and equipment polishing alone make him invaluable. Russell asked eagerly. Did it help? Ryu replied with a rare smile. Very much. Hearing that, Russell felt a surge of pride. He had done it. He had proven his worth to the Black Scythe. Ryu said suddenly, turning. Let's go. I'll help you grow even more, Russell said, bowing. Thank you. Where are we going, though? Ryu said. The prophet told me to head to a place called the Cargago Mountains. We need to find a dwarf city there. Russell's eyes lit up, inquiring, Do you know the way? Ryu replied with a confident smirk. Of course. I've got some connections with the dwarves. He tapped his menu and changed his title to Ahead of the Pack. Above his head, glowing letters appeared faintly. Russell's mouth fell open, inquiring, What's that above your head? Ryu-min explained. It's a title. It gives you various effects. If you strengthen your relationship with the dwarves, you'll get one too, or so the prophet said. Russell nodded, eyes shining with curiosity. Oh, I see, Ryo said, turning toward the horizon. Let's not waste time. Let's go. Russell hesitated. Sir, Ryo stopped, glancing back sharply, inquiring, What now? Russell asked nervously, his face pale. Are we going to fly again? I'm afraid of heights. A faint smirk appeared on Ryu's lips. He said coolly, Don't worry, we'll walk. The dwarf city is underground after all, and with that, the two men set off side by side, one cloaked in darkness, the other radiating the warm light of the forge, toward the hidden depths of the Cargago Mountains. Near the kingdom of Albits lies the Cargago Mountains, and beneath those mountains is the dwarf city known to everyone, Iron Gray, and the sound of hammering echoed from all around. Russell's voice trembled in awe as his eyes darted from one glowing forge to another. Wow, this is the dwarves' city! Ryu, standing beside him, sighed and gave a warning look. Close your mouth. They're staring at us. Sure enough, a few dwarves turned their heads, frowning. Though they had long engaged in trade with humans, there was still a deep-seated pride and a hint of mistrust in their eyes. Outsiders were tolerated, not celebrated. But Russell didn't seem to care. His eyes were gleaming like a child in front of a candy store. Ryu thought, watching him. It's not just amazement, it's admiration for their passion. Russell couldn't help himself. He pointed excitedly at every workstation around him, saying, Look at that! Their hammering is like art. Not even the slightest wobble in their strikes. Wow, look at their hands. The way they shape the metal. It's incredible. They must be making armor plates. How do they do it with those small but sturdy hands? Oh, and those pieces behind them. Are they all handcrafted? I want to touch them. Ryu's tone sharpened. Russell, get a grip and come this way. Russell scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Oh, sorry. Ha ha. And he hurried after him. Like a cat walking past a fish market, his eyes kept darting back longingly as Ryu led him into the largest forge in Iron Gray, Hammerfall, the most renowned workshop in the city. Ryu said, stopping before the massive steel doors. This is it. Let's go inside. But before they could enter, Russell froze. His eyes widened as if staring at something invisible in the air, and he said, Wait a second. Something just popped up in front of me. Ryu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, A quest? Russell said, still focused. Yeah, a sub-quest just appeared. It says to work as an assistant in Hammerfall for 3 hours. Ryu crossed his arms and inquired, What's the reward? He said, It says I'll become highly friendly with the dwarves, and my skills will be upgraded by 1 level. It's only available for blacksmiths, though. A faint smile tugged at Ryu's lips and said to himself, A skill upgrade and reputation boost? That's perfect for him. It was, without a doubt, the best sub-quest Russell could have hoped for. Even if it took 3 hours, it was nothing compared to what other players had to endure. Ryu mused. Others will spend at least 6 hours doing repetitive reputation tasks. But Russell, he's got a shortcut. He looked at his companion with a hint of amusement, saying, As long as he can get the job, that is. But that's where I come in. With that, Ryu pushed open the forge's heavy door. A wave of heat washed over them, the air thick with smoke, sweat, and molten metal. Russell whispered again, Wow. his eyes glimmering as the sight of dozens of forges filled his vision. Before they could take another step, a young dwarf approached, his gaze cautious and suspicious. He asked, his voice gruff, "What business do humans have here?" But then his eyes widened. Recognition flashed across his face, inquiring, "Wait, are you the ahead of the pack?" Ryu nodded calmly. At this point, he wasn't even surprised anymore that strangers knew his name. His reputation had spread far and wide. Ryu said, "I'm here to see Blacksmith Heimer of Hammerfall," the young dwarf repeated. "Heimer? Please wait a moment." He hurried off, disappearing behind the clanging forges. Moments later, he returned with a broad-shouldered dwarf, Blacksmith Heimer, the very same man Ryu had met during the 8th round. Heimer's booming laugh filled the room. "Oh, it's an honor to have you visit Iron Gray, the ahead of the pack. I've been hoping to see you again." Thanks to their highly friendly relationship, Heimer greeted him like an old friend. Ryu said, glancing at the roaring furnaces, "This place is too noisy. Let's go somewhere quieter." Heimer agreed, saying, "Let's do that." They moved to a small break room, quieter but still filled with the faint scent of burning iron. Ryu gestured toward his companion and said, "Let me introduce my valued acquaintance, Russell Daniel." Russell blinked in surprise at the word valued, but quickly bowed, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Please call me Russell." Because of their height difference, they didn't shake hands. Instead, they exchanged respectful nods. Heimer said warmly, "Nice to meet you. But what brings you to our city, the ahead of the pack?" Ryu smiled and said, "Actually, I wanted to ask you a favor. Could you employ this young man here?" Heimer's brow furrowed, inquiring, "Employ him?" Rao continued, saying, "Just for today. He's very eager to learn from the best dwarven blacksmiths. He's particularly skilled in metallurgy and really wants to learn from the top-tier craftsmen." Heimer's eyes shifted to Russell, scanning him up and down with the scrutiny of a veteran smith, and inquired, "Have you done any blacksmithing before?" Russell replied quickly, "Yes, sir. Though I only have 6 years of experience, I can handle the basics." Heimer asked, "And what have you crafted?" Russell replied, "Oh, all sorts of things. Long swords, daggers, bracelets, armor, protective gear. Pretty much anything you can think of I've made." Heimer's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Ho ho, that sounds like you're beyond just a beginner." Ryu caught the subtle smile forming on the dwarf's face, saying, "Looks like it's going well." As expected, Heimer finally nodded, saying, "Very well. Since you've been introduced by the ahead of the pack himself, I'll make an exception and hire you as an assistant for today." Russell's eyes shone with excitement and said, "Thank you so much." Heimer added, "However, it's getting late, so you'll only be able to work for 3 hours. Is that fine?" Russell replied, "Of course. That's more than enough." The young man could barely contain his joy, and Heimer chuckled, clearly pleased by the enthusiasm. And he said, "Shall we get started right away?" Russell said eagerly, "Yes, yes, please." Heimer then turned to Ryu and inquired, "And what about you, the ahead of the pack?" Ryu replied, "My business here is done, so I'll be on my way." At that, Russell rushed over and bowed deeply, a full Korean-style bow of gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Black Scythe. If it weren't for you, I never would have gotten this chance." Indeed, the quest would have been impossible without Ryu's reputation and introduction. Russell vowed, his voice sincere, "I'll definitely repay this favor. I swear it." Ryu smirked faintly, saying, "I'll hold you to that promise." A bond of gratitude was formed that day, one Russell would never forget. But before leaving, Ryu turned to Heimer again and said, "Oh, before I go, there's something I need to discuss with you." Heimer tilted his head, inquiring, "With me? Is there something you need?" Ryu said calmly, "I've heard a rumor that special materials are sold here in Iron Gray." Heimer's bushy eyebrows lifted, asking, "What kind of materials are you talking about?" Ryu listed them one by one, rare and powerful crafting ingredients. As he spoke, Heimer's expression slowly changed. The dwarf asked cautiously, where did you hear such rumors?" Ryu said, a faint smirk on his lips. "I have my ways. So, do you have them or not?" Heimer hesitated and said, "We do have them, but..." Ryu said, "Can you sell them to me?" The old dwarf frowned slightly, troubled for the first time, and said, "Well, these are difficult materials to come by, so we can't just give them away." Ryu interrupted, his tone firm but calm. "I'm not asking for a handout. I'll buy them all." Heimer stroked his beard and said, "These materials are quite expensive, you know." Ryu's confident grin returned, and he said, "Don't worry. I've got more than enough gold." Heimer blinked in surprise as Ryu listed the items he wanted. Heimer inquired, "Is this correct? Mandragora's magic stem, adamantium plate, new material leather, wind spirit's feather, magic core, core, and 2 pieces of black iron powder? Ryu's smile deepened, saying, "Exactly. I'll take them all." Then Ryu said, his calm yet confident voice cutting through the warm air. "How much is it all?" Heimer, the master blacksmith, scratched his beard nervously, saying, give me a moment. Let me calculate." The dwarf's fingers fumbled across his old abacus, beads clicking rapidly as sweat rolled down his forehead. When the final number formed in his head, his face stiffened, and he let out an uneasy chuckle, saying, "Don't be too shocked. The total cost for the 7 materials is 5,932,900 gold." The air went still for a moment. Russell, standing beside them, nearly jumped out of his boots. His eyes widened like saucers, inquiring, "What kind of materials are this expensive?" Heimer sighed deeply, shaking his head as though the weight of the world rested on his shoulders, saying, "They're that hard to come by. We barely managed to get them." Russell still looked like he couldn't believe his ears and said, "Still, a price of over 800,000 gold for each item." The disbelief in his tone was so thick you could almost touch it. His eyes narrowed suspiciously at Heimer, the way one might look at a sly street merchant rather than a renowned blacksmith. Thanks to our friend who supported the channel financially in the previous video. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially. Price of over 800,000 gold for each item. The disbelief in his tone was so thick you could almost touch it. His eyes narrowed suspiciously at Heimer, the way one might look at a sly street merchant rather than a renowned blacksmith. Heimer's proud face twitched, and his voice cracked as he defended himself. "Hey now, don't look at me like that. I'm not cheating anyone." He looked genuinely hurt, like a master artisan suddenly accused of being a scammer. But Ryu didn't flinch. He looked at the materials and gave a slight, knowing smile. Inside, he was already calculating the worth, and said, "This is fair. These are materials used for god-tier items after all. For less than 1,000,000 gold per item, it was a bargain, especially considering what he planned to craft. After all, Ryu wasn't short on money. His coffers were overflowing with gold, about 65 million to be exact. After slaying the angel, his wealth had multiplied several times over, and now he stood like a man who could buy kingdoms if he pleased. He thought, eyes narrowing with foresight, "I won't have much use for all this gold now, but it will come in handy later, especially during the 17th round. Gold will be key." Russell, still reeling, tried to talk some sense into him. "Isn't this a bit too much? Maybe you should think about it more." But Ryu didn't hesitate and said, "I'll buy it." Heimer blinked, certain he'd misheard, saying, "Wise decision, so let's just—" "Wait, what?" Ryu repeated, his tone steady as a mountain. "I said, I'll buy the materials." Heimer's jaw dropped open, saying, "This is a sum even the Hormos Merchant Guild would hesitate to pay." Ryu replied smoothly, "I've got plenty of gold. Let's just make the deal." In an instant, a glowing trade window appeared before him. "Please freely select the items or gold you wish to trade." No items selected. Gold, 5,932,900 G. Materials, Mandragora's magic stem, adamantium plate, new material leather, wind spirit's feather, magic core, 2 pieces of black iron powder, gold, 0 grams. Trade. Both parties must agree for the transaction to be completed. Ryu pressed the button without hesitation. A faint chime sounded, metallic, final. His gold vanished, and the 7 rare materials shimmered into his inventory. A small, satisfied smirk curled his lips, and he said to himself, "Now I have everything I need to craft the god-tier boots and weapon, except for one thing. The missing piece, the core material condensed ether, wasn't something Heimer could provide. That Ryu would have to earn himself," he thought. "I already have 1 ether from killing Sariel, so I can at least make the boots." He would have preferred to start with the weapon, but that required 2 pieces of condensed ether, a treasure that could only be obtained from defeating archangels. Ryu added, "If I take down 2 archangels like before, I should be able to get it." But whether archangels would appear again this round, that was uncertain. Heimer suddenly broke into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief, saying, "Ha, I can't believe you're really buying these materials. How could someone like you have such wealth?" Ryu's lips curved faintly as he gave a curt answer, saying, "I got lucky." With that, he turned away, cloak swaying lightly as he waved a hand behind him, saying, "Now that I'm done here, I'll take my leave." Heimer gave a respectful nod and said, "It was nice to see you, the ahead one." Ryu smiled slightly, saying, "I enjoyed our meeting too, Blacksmithheimer." Then he looked at the young man beside him and said, "Russell, keep up the good work. I'll be back in 3 hours, so see you then." Russell blinked, inquiring, "You're coming back? Why?" Ryu's eyes gleamed with confidence, saying, "I want to see how much stronger you have gotten." Russell straightened, his voice firm and resolute. "Understood. I'll work hard and wait for your return," Ryu said. "Good. See you later." With a final nod, Ryu stepped outside the smithy. The ground cracked slightly under his feet as he pushed off. 2 vast wings of darkness burst from his back, spreading like a storm of shadow. In one powerful motion, he soared upward, cutting through the sky like a streak of night. While Russell busied himself with his training quest, Ryu flew high above the clouds, deep in thought. "I've already passed this round, and I've completed all my objectives." He couldn't just idle around. That wasn't his style. There was always something more to do, something to gain. After a moment of reflection, a thought crossed his mind, and he said, it might be best to take on a mercenary quest. He recalled his current mercenary rank, Veteran. Only 1 step remained before reaching Master, and that rank came with a crucial privilege, the right to hunt dragons. He said, his eyes narrowing with determination, "I need to kill a dragon. The items, titles, and runes you get from it are invaluable." Dragon hunts weren't just about glory. They yielded god-tier accessories, one of the 18 essential runes, and even a special title. For someone like Ryu, there was no reason to pass that up, but reality had its limits. Ryu said, "I can't do it now. The impenetrable barrier is blocking access." Even knowing where a dragon's nest was didn't help. It was like standing before a sealed treasure vault, just like Elisorium's vault, which no one could break into by force. Ryu added, "The only way in is by raising my mercenary rank to Master." He let out a quiet sigh, then smiled to himself and said, "No need to worry. It's just 1 more rank to go. A few more mercenary quests would do the trick." And at the Veteran rank, the rewards were far greater than those of normal side missions. So there was every reason to dive in. After a few minutes of silent flight, his wings folded as he descended gracefully. He landed softly on the cobblestone streets of the Kingdom of Albitz. Ryu said, "It's here." Before him stood the towering emblem of the Golden Eagle Mercenary Guild, its symbol gleaming proudly in the sun. The guild had branches in every major city. He never had to travel far to find one. Ryu paused, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He murmured under his breath, voice filled with anticipation. Before taking on a mercenary quest, he opened his crafting window, and a shimmering blue interface illuminated his face. Main materials: high-quality leather boots. Sub-materials: condensed ether, black iron powder, Mandragora's magic stem, new material leather, wind spirit's feather. He tightened his grip. His heart thumped with excitement. This was not just crafting. This was evolution. He declared with a confident spark in his eyes. "Let's craft the god-tier item." He couldn't craft a god-tier weapon yet, so he would start with a piece of armor that could shift the battlefield beneath his feet. Boots. The crafting notifications rang one after another like triumphant fanfare. "You are crafting a god-tier item. The item will transform to match your current class. Crafting success. You have created the Boots of Thanatos." Dark, sleek boots materialized in his hands. Their aura felt cold, like a whisper from the underworld. Then he opened the information window. Boots of Thanatos. Type: boots. Rank: God. Defense: 1,200. Effect: all stats plus 50. Movement speed plus 100%. Allows you to walk on air in darkness. Durability: 20,000/20,000. Usage restriction: master rank or above. Description: boots crafted using the divine essence of Thanatos, the god of death. Wearing them as part of the Thanatos set grants additional effects. Thanatos set effect, 4 out of 5. 2-piece effect, plus 20% resistance. 3-piece effect, plus 10% skill damage. 4-piece effect, minus 30% incoming damage. 5-piece effect. Ryu let out a slow exhale of awe. The power coursing through the boots was undeniable. His fingers brushed their surface, and a small grin curled his lips. He whispered, "These are insane. As long as it's dark, I can walk freely in mid-air." His imagination ignited. He pictured himself sprinting across invisible platforms high above enemies, then dropping like a raven from the night sky. He could dodge, dodge, chase, escape, and strike from angles no one could predict. This was more than gear. It was a new battlefield. He admired the set bonuses again. A 30% reduction in incoming damage. That could mean the difference between life and death in a heartbeat. His eyes sharpened and he said, "That's the fourth piece. Now I just need to get the weapon and I'll have all the god-tier items." Only dragons and towering bosses guarded the remaining accessories. Ryu wasn't intimidated. He was eager, and he said, "I'd better rank up in the mercenary guild soon." He secured the boots and strode forward with urgency, heading straight toward the Golden Eagle Mercenary Guild. Elsewhere, in a blinding realm of celestial radiance, a crisp clicking sound echoed as a device activated. "Frown more, Ragel." Uriel, calm and composed, watched his companion with patient eyes. Ragel, the fifth-ranked angel, twisted his expression deeper into irritation. His wings twitched, a sign of boiling pride. He finally snapped, saying, "Uriel, this is absurd. Why do two of us need to go just to deal with one human? What's so terrifying about a mere bug of a human?" Every word dripped with insult. It was clear his pride had taken a brutal hit. Raguel believed the mission was beneath him. Uriel held back a sigh and said, "I admit it's strange, too. How powerful could a human be?" Raguel threw his hands up dramatically, saying, "Exactly, Uriel. There's no need for someone of your caliber to get involved." Uriel's response was gentle, but firm. As he said, "But what can we do? Both Gabriel and Raphael agreed to this. We can't just refuse." Raguel inquired, "What were they thinking, making us take such pointless measures?" Raguel's wings fluttered aggressively. He felt mocked, belittled. Uriel said, "They must have thought it was safer for both of us to handle it." Raguel froze. His eyes narrowed with suspicion, inquiring, "It's not that they don't trust me to do the job alone, is it?" Uriel hesitated just long enough to hurt, and said, "I can't deny that possibility." Raguel's jaw clenched and shouted, "Do they not know how well I performed in the Celestial Demon War?" The memory of past glory flared in his eyes. He had stood victorious atop mountains of demons. He was not some disposable pawn. Uriel nodded in respect, saying, "I know, and so do the higher-ups. That's why you were promoted to Archangel after that war." Raguel inquired, "Then why?" Now he sounded more wounded than angry. Uriel added, "They just want to make sure it's dealt with thoroughly. After all, you know what happens when we underestimate someone." Raguel scoffed loudly. "Are you saying they're aware of my skills, yet still doubt me? I can handle a mere bug of a human." Uriel shot him a sharp look, saying, "And how did those who were so confident fare? They're all missing in action, aren't they?" Raguel fell silent, eyes darkening. Uriel said, "There's a 99% chance you'll succeed alone, but with two of us, it's 100%. That's why they ordered both of us to go." Thanks to our friend who supported the channel financially in the previous video. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially.